Chapter 1501 Celestial Prison 2. The following events took place within the span of no more than a single second. It truly came down to the wire. Damien let go of his transformation. In that instant, his body began to grow and change back into a human. His arm was already outstretched. He was reaching for the key since before he even decided to act. In terms of time, Damien took less than 1/10,000th of a second to return to his original form, but that was already enough time. In the first fraction of that 1/10,000th, Malevolon noticed his presence. His body didn't have time to move, but his aura was already mobilized and prepared. From every side, it attacked Damien. And that was the cause of the first explosion. Boom! The study stood strong. It was made to resist Malevolon's aura. However, Damien's body wasn't quite the same. His left arm and left leg were blown off. His right-left split in half vertically, and his chest caved in. Deadly damage was inflicted. No normal person would have been able to survive. However, Damien was obviously different. The authority of immortality went into action immediately, allowing him to continue functioning despite his injuries. His right arm kept moving. Damien used every ounce of his mana to protect it and its connection to his body. He was only inches away from the key at this point. Malevolon also got the time to turn around and face him. So his situation still wasn't good. His eyes flicked between Damien and the key. He didn't have time to speak. He could only react. Boom! The second explosion. This time, it was a true attack filled with the intent to kill Damien, not a natural response. His head was blown off. He couldn't defend himself, or rather, he didn't try to, but for Damien, whose soul and body had been tuned to the void, losing his head didn't mean death. His soul was still controlling his body, and his arm was still reaching forward. Millimeters, that was all that separated him from the key. The fact that he kept moving made Malevolon anxious. Despite the fact that Damien should have already been dead. Malevolon continued his attack. Boom! The third explosion. The remainder of Damien's body was blown away. The result of a direct confrontation between the two of them was obvious. Damien had gotten extremely powerful, but he was still not powerful enough to fight against this world's finest. Only a single arm remained in the physical world, but Damien's soul was untouched. The next attack would destroy it, but that soul, attached to the single arm it put all its efforts into controlling, continued to reach for the key. Bastard! Malevolon's roar finally managed to come out of his mouth. He didn't even know who he was shouting at. After all, he couldn't see Damien's void soul. He could only see that arm as it grabbed hold of the key, the small cube on the desk made of interlocking pieces. The thing nobody else should have known the identity of but him. Someone had broken into his study and was trying to take it. This fact registered in his mind, but his logical reasoning told him there was no way Damien could escape with it. He didn't have a body left. As long as that arm was destroyed, even the strangely unkillable entity that was trying to rob him would fail. That was his thought, so he aimed for the arm. But the second Damien touched the key, it was already over. Boom! The fourth explosion. It came far too late, in the same fraction of a second that it took for Malevolon to process everything and move his mana. Damien firmly took hold of the key and activated his own mana. The study was filled with destruction. The furniture had already turned to powder and the walls were shaking as the amount of power they had to endure continued to increase. But Damien was already gone. 1 second passed right then and there, and by the time it was over, Malevolon was once again alone in his study, only, this time, the key he'd been keeping close for countless years, that was gone, along with the one who stole it. A lot of seconds passed after that one. It took a considerable number of them for Malevolon to truly process what had just occurred, and when he finally reached the foregone conclusion, well, his reaction could be imagined. Damien thought he went to the sanctuary. That was his original intent. No matter how strong his enemies became, they could never reach a level where they could sense the existence of an entirely different cosmos, because that was what the sanctuary had grown to become. It was the perfect place to hide away when the need arose. In an operation where Damien needed to steal something and return to the palace as fast as possible, the sanctuary was quite literally perfect. However, that was not where he found himself when he escaped that room. The first thing he noticed was that he couldn't sense anything. His soul form didn't have that ability. And since his body was practically non-existent, he couldn't use physical senses to support his ethereal ones. It took a while for his perception to return to normal. His body had to regrow, and with nothing more than a few fingers left dearly clutching the celestial prison key after the final explosion, it took a minute, and when Damien's eyes returned, he was finally able to realize that his surroundings were not what he thought they were. He didn't actually know what he was seeing, but He could feel it, this place. His eyes widened slightly. This is the celestial prison. His perception of it was wrong from the start. He'd misinterpreted the visions. That key was never a key from the start. That key was a physical manifestation of the celestial prison. The moment Damien's mana interacted with it, he was forcefully pulled inside, and strangely enough, he was still holding that physical manifestation in his hand. This is a trip. He felt like he was on drugs. From what he gathered before coming here, the celestial prison was a four-dimensional space that didn't work according to the rules of every cosmos. Rather, it was a place that directly twisted those rules so that they couldn't be exploited. It was only natural for the things that happened here to make no sense, but that didn't matter, because Damien was here, which meant he could finally find his father. Damien slowly felt his environment. He was standing, but there was no solid surface for him to stand on. It was like the floor was made of glass, allowing him to see the rest of this strange cuboid structure, but there was really no floor at all. Damien was confused. His perception couldn't be trusted anymore, even with all his power, even he was suppressed within this realm. This is the level of prison necessary to hold Dante void. The situation was definitely a bit precarious. But Damien, as a son, couldn't help but feel proud of his father. Chapter 1502 Celestial Prison 3. Dante Void was truly an amazing character. He was a genius beyond geniuses, a man born from nothing who managed to gain everything for himself. During his formative years, Dante was nothing more than a village boy. He grew up poor, and more than that, he grew up talentless. While everyone else around him quickly became practitioners, he struggled. His starting line was behind everyone else's, and while the system was said to be completely unbiased, it gave him less than half of the experience that everyone else got to level up. But Dante was always a charismatic person. It was like nothing in the world could faze him or make him give up, and that spirit attracted people towards him. It attracted destiny too. Dante's life was regular for a long time, but the moment he reached level 10 and gained his first class, everything turned around for him. His experience still didn't rise like it did for others, but he was granted his own opportunity. That same opportunity granted him his special affinity. He was finally on the same starting line as everyone else. The moment he gained an advantage like that, he thrived. He suddenly rose to prominence in his area, and from there, he only got better and better. He met people like Alex, Claire, and the rest of his friends, and he continued to have adventure after adventure to leave his mark on the heavenly world. It was a long journey. Dante never stopped rushing throughout it. He knew what it was like to be without talent, and because of that, he did everything he could to make sure he'd never be powerless again. Perhaps it was that drive that allowed him to do what he did. There was a reason Malevolanstria and his foreign race allies needed to create something like the celestial prison to hold him. This place not only eradicated space and time, it also made sure no other laws could exist in the vicinity. If they did, they'd be distorted out of proportion so they could never be accessed or used properly. This wasn't a prison made for someone who controlled space. Something like that was far easier to create, while the celestial prison's existence was bordering on the realm of impossibility. Quite literally, the only person whose power seemed capable of bringing the celestial prison to life was none other than the dark god of the foreign races. Why did they need to go to such lengths? It was because Dante was an anomaly. His only affinity was space. That never changed. No matter how strong he got, Dante was always singularly focused on his element, ignoring all else. However, exactly because of that, he was able to achieve a feat greater than anyone else. He was able to reach an understanding of existence itself through space. That was precisely what made Dante the most powerful person in the heavenly world. His spatial law was so convoluted that others described it as miraculous. It looked to them more like he was controlling the fabric of reality than space, but they couldn't doubt the mana fluctuations they sensed. In that sense, Dante could be considered even more of a genius than his son, because he was able to reach a similar height with far less of an advantage. Of course, that didn't discount Damien's genius. He knew very well how talented he was, but seeing the celestial prison, sensing how intentionally it tried to suppress and eradicate his aura of existence, he felt so impressed by his father that he couldn't put it into words. Really, Damien was the only one who could possibly understand just how monumental his father's achievements were, and, at the same time, he realized it really was a shame that he couldn't spend his childhood with such an amazing father. It's not like it was his fault. Though, any ill will Damien had towards Dante was gone at this point. When he learned that his father didn't leave him, but was forced away, when he learned that his father didn't choose to stay gone, but was trapped in a place he could never leave, how was Damien supposed to feel wronged? He wasn't the one wronged. Their entire family was wronged. The target of Damien's negative feelings changed to another person a long time ago, but the celestial prison truly cemented his thoughts. there's usually a whole story behind things like these, just like the Saint Emperor. Others probably had their own reasons for being the villain, but Damien and the Saint Emperor were only enemies because they disagreed on how things should be done. If they were born on the same side, perhaps things would have been different. The Dark God was different. That person had tried to ruin Damien's family on multiple occasions. He was the reason Void Palace was targeted in the first place, and his pursuit was the reason for Dante leaving Damien alone and everything that came after. That was a real enemy. That was a person Damien had no interest in getting to know. Regardless of that man's story, regardless of his reasons, Damien would make sure he died a painful death, because those reasons had nothing to do with him. He closed his eyes. The strange elusive nature of the celestial prison made his thoughts spin. But he had to remember that he was here for a purpose. The question is, how do I find him? There was no up or down here. There wasn't really anywhere to go, but at the same time, the prison expanded infinitely. Perhaps Damien allowed his mana to flow outwardly. He tried to connect to the fabric of this place, but it was difficult without a foundation of spacetime. Is it mirrored? Damien tried walking in every direction, testing the waters. It seems that as long as my will can overcome the will of this place, at the end of the day, the celestial prison was also within the realm of existence. The one who made it clearly tried to go beyond that limitation, but didn't succeed, which meant that Damien could gain control of this entire construct as long as his power could defeat the original creators. Sounds easy, right? He said it sarcastically, but he wasn't necessarily wrong. It may have been the will of a supreme existence that Damien was fighting, but this will had been holding the prison together and suppressing Dante with all of its might for an untold amount of time. It had naturally experienced a lot of wear, and as Damien began trying to infiltrate it, he realized that there were a lot more cracks in its surface than he expected. It made him smile. His father never once stopped fighting. Even when his power was stripped from him, he used every means at his disposal to try and escape this place, and because of his unrelenting effort, Damien was able to easily seize control over what remained. Now, show me, he spoke to the prison itself. My father. The space around Damien, a collection of infinitely mirrored glass-like cubes that both reflected off each other and gave one the ability to see through them, began to change. As if they were being rearranged, the individual cubes started moving, something that should have been impossible, and as they moved, a scene became clear in their reflection. A man Damien had never seen before, yet, a man he'd met so many times already. Dante Void, Chapter 1503 Celestial Prison. 4. He didn't look anything like the man Damien had gotten used to. His face was haggard, and his skin was taut to his bones, showing just how much time he'd been forced to spend here. Especially because this space lacked its own time flow, Dante's body had aged according to his own internal body clock alone. If that was the case, then just how much time needed to pass for an unrivaled god to reach a point like this? Damien's brows furrowed. His divinity is leaking. It had been leaking for a long time. Dante didn't have the aura of a god at all, but since there was still divinity obviously leaking from his body, it meant that his godhood was intact, but he was alive, and his vitality was extremely powerful. Damien walked up to him cautiously. His leaking divinity is probably what created all these holes. As for the mechanism that brought me here instead of taking me to the sanctuary, that must also be his doing. In normal cases, it was impossible for anyone other than Malevolon and those higher than him in the hierarchy to enter or even interact with the celestial prison. Since the entire prison defied all laws of reality, it was obviously possible to make sure others couldn't even touch it. That was why Malevolon was so confused when Damien was able to steal it. Dante used the majority of his power to create a mechanism that would counter that one, allowing others to enter this place, and judging from what Damien could sense, as someone who was temporarily controlling the prison, the mechanism he created was more than just complex. It made sure not just anyone could enter the prison, so a random person couldn't get trapped within. However, it also wasn't so limited that only someone like Damien was able to exploit it. It was a contingency plan, a final effort to create hope for escape. It worked. Dante's efforts gave Damien the chance to come here, and since it was Damien of all people, Dante's chances of survival were heightened immensely. Damien stood over his father, who was slouched against an invisible wall. Is he too exhausted? Damien frowned. Dante's eyes were closed, and despite Damien expressing his aura to wake him up, he didn't remotely register it. Or can he not wake up at all? Damien's frown deepened. He got down on one knee and gently took his father's wrist into his hand. Sending his senses into Dante's body, Damien scanned everything, and, as expected, nothing. Whether it was his soul or his body, the injuries he sustained weren't enough to cause a state like this. Dante should have still had consciousness. His powerful vitality was another confusing factor when his appearance was taken into consideration. Either he willingly put himself into a stasis-like state to survive and sustain himself for as long as possible, or they did this to him. Damien's eyes narrowed. He didn't have a way to find out which one was the truth. The only way to learn that information, and Damien's entire purpose from the start, was to save Dante Void and hear it from the man himself. First things first, I need to save his divinity. On the bright side, it won't be too difficult. If there was one positive in this bleak situation, it was that the celestial prison was an entirely contained space. The energy trapped within wouldn't just disappear, it lingered. Dante's divinity, and the legends and ethereal factors that made it up, were still within the celestial prison. Even concepts like divinity couldn't escape. That was the type of security this prison was designed with. Damien closed his eyes and stood up, once again spreading his aura out. Please help me. This time, he truly and sincerely asked the mist for its help, and it, as a concept that wholeheartedly wished to serve him. It allowed his audacity, existence, a power Damien wasn't supposed to have access to without suffering from the appropriate consequences. In a space where the laws of reality weren't real, it was a force he could utilize without restriction. Damien held his hand out, watching his mana become physical. Its presence in the world was defined by a lustrous blue glow. As that glow got stronger and stronger, as it spread past the borders of what seemed material, a golden energy was trapped within. The energy gathered in Damien's palm, endlessly compressing to form a ball. With more and more energy joining the ball, it got bigger and bigger before slamming back into the size of a pearl. Its aura multiplying by several times. By the end of it, Damien almost couldn't believe what he was holding. It was still that same golden pearl, but the energy it contained, this is energy beyond anything I've ever felt from a single individual, that included Malevolonstria, that included every single existence Damien had seen or met, both through memories and life experiences. Dante truly was the most powerful person he'd ever seen. Wasn't it amazing that such a man was his father? Damien smiled wryly and shook his head, refocusing on the situation at hand. Now, what to do with this? This energy was Dante's to begin with, so if Damien fed it to him, it wouldn't act aggressively. But with the current state of Dante's body, even the gentle version of this enemy could cause him to collapse. His vessel is still broken. Damien knelt down again and touched his father's chest. Bloom. He gave a command, and the world responded. A pure white lotus flower bloomed within Dante's chest and connected to his mind, body, and soul. That'll protect him in the short term, and as long as it lasts for a while, it'll heal him completely. The lotus was a condensed essence, created from Damien's authority of immortality. Even if Dante was the most powerful god, it could still heal him. In a moment like this, Damien truly felt thankful for all the work he put in. Thanks to his efforts, thanks to his struggles, he always had the proper tools at his disposal for critical moments like this. Being able to heal his father, Damien felt like all of his suffering was validated. Phew, okay. Damien took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The situation was stabilized. He didn't have to worry about Dante's health degrading. Now, I can focus on what's going on outside again. Damien was relieved. He didn't show it, but he was truly relieved. His father was in a bad state, yes, but it wasn't anywhere near unrecoverable. In his eyes, Dante was safe. The biggest worry in his heart had been taken care of. All that remained was, when I get out of here, I'll probably be right where I left from. That was the worst-case scenario, but it was also the most probable one. Before I leave here, the celestial prison was timeless. Damien could spend as much time here as he wanted without consequence. I need to find a way. He needed to use that timelessness to his advantage, so he could find a path that would allow him to safely extract Dante from the northern region. Because if I don't, all the effort he put in would be in vain. He would die, as would Dante, and everything would end there. With Damien being the man he was, there was no way he could allow that, right? Chapter 1504 Escape 1. Hugh. Damien took a deep breath. Realistically speaking, this is going to go badly, isn't it? He had been in the celestial prison for a decent amount of time now. This space was great for sitting alone and thinking, and as Damien spent more time here, he realized that it had more benefits than he expected. In normal cases, this prison was meant to absolutely rob any and every one of their abilities. No matter how they tried to escape, they'd find their mana and strength unable to do anything. Even if their minds were amazing enough to devise strategies to escape, they wouldn't have the appropriate means to actually test those theories. Dante was trapped here for an unknown amount of time because he wasn't enough to break the prison's mechanisms. Still, Dante was able to influence them slightly, and Damien was Dante's greatest creation. He was everything Dante was and more. In this place where laws were obliterated and mana was devalued, Damien found himself able to perceive the world completely differently. It was actually a great place for him to isolate himself and train. Unfortunately, even though time was frozen within the prison, it was still flowing outside. Damien had to leave this place and escape the northern region, he had a plan. The problem was that his plan was quite reckless. It's just that there's no way to do this without being reckless. Plus, Damien was never one to shirk away from recklessness. He found a viable strategy. At least, it was viable for the most part. There isn't any better path. Malevolonstria and his goons were not people Damien could escape just because he wanted to, since he would be forced to confront them anyway. Let's just do our best. Damien's eyes narrowed. He glanced around, making sure that there wasn't anything left in this place that he needed to see or do. I'll be back later. Until then, it's time to work. Hugh. Damien took another deep breath, and as he activated his mana, he focused on the physical manifestation of the celestial prison, which he currently had in his hands. Voem, a huge fluctuation of energy burst forth from the construct. Space and time began to twist around Damien, dragging him out of the celestial prison with a suction force that nobody could resist. Up until this point, everything was normal. Damien would have had to undergo these processes to escape regardless of when or how he tried to do it. The most important part came in the next few seconds. Damien's mind was utterly focused on the task. The second he found himself in the spatial corridor leading back to the heavenly world, he began to act. Voem. Every few deciseconds, Damien released a pulse of mana filled with the laws of space and time. The blackness around him, which stirred and swirled with the movements of the spatial layers, was expanded away from him and pushed in all different directions. The only thing Damien could do now was control his direction of escape. If he did nothing at all, he'd end up exactly where he left off, facing Malevolon in his study. However, as he continued to manipulate and stretch the spatial corridor he used to return, his exit point was continuously changing. Even he didn't know where he'd land. All he knew was that as long as he continued to throw this corridor into chaos, I'll at least land further away from Malevolon. Voem. The spatial corridor trembled. A light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Whatever Damien had done, it was all he'd be able to do. Because his time in the corridor was coming to an end, he focused his attention on the light, his eyes narrowed and his mana ready to be thrown into use as soon as he needed it. And that was it. That was all the time Damien had to effect his return. So when he finally reached that light and made it out of the other side, the world instantly exploded. Damien swept his arm through the air, using his mana to create a massive shield that isolated him from the world. Rumble. The shield was struck by copious amounts of mana with 4 different unique signatures. The 4 laws used to attack coalesced into one as they attacked the barrier, doing everything in their power to destroy it. And eventually, they did. Bang, the barrier directly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, and another slew of attacks hit the point it was protecting. Unfortunately for the attackers, Damien was already gone. Shit, he stood in the air, concealed, and cursed his luck. I won't be able to hide for. Boom, they'd already found him. The attacks flying towards him right now didn't have any precision ingrained in them. They were just being thrown with the assumption that he'd die if they hit him. After all, they were thrown with the power of gods, with the power of edicts. Damien gritted his teeth. I can't even see my enemies. He dodged and weaved through the air, teleporting in every possible direction to add a sense of chaos to his movements. It was somewhat working. The attacks that were aimed at him rarely got close, and when they did, he was able to barely avoid being struck by them. However, the problem wasn't with the enemy. I can't maneuver my mana properly. The second he left the celestial prison, he felt it. So this was also an effect. In case someone actually managed to escape the prison and make it back to the heavenly world, they'd be unable to escape. There was a certain energy within their bodies, something otherworldly. That energy absolutely disagreed with the laws of the heavenly world. So when someone left the prison and found themselves back in reality, they'd also find themselves crippled. Unable to use any strength at all. Damien was obviously not completely crippled, but the energy in his body was also disagreeing with whatever had entered his soul while he was unaware. He could get rid of it. He had to. If he had some peace and quiet, he'd be able to do it in a heartbeat. But, of course, he didn't have that kind of peace and quiet in the slightest. To fight while fixing myself. To escape this fight without encountering Malevolon. Damien cursed to himself. This would be more annoying than trying to get into the celestial prison in the first place. And the worst part, Damien finally got a glimpse of his enemies while he was figuring out his own problems. A woman, tall and unreasonably skinny, with scales of green covering her entire body. A man who looked more like a tiger than a human, covered in a massive bloody red aura. Another man, this one closer in figure to the first woman, but with just as much strength pulsing from his body. And lastly, another woman. She had a devilish beauty about her, accompanied by a strange pink fog that clouded one's mind and controlled them. These 4, while they were extremely different in every way, had one thing in common: an absolute loyalty to the Stria clan. These were none other than the 4 evils. Other than Malevolonstria, right now, they were the last people Damien wanted to see. Chapter 1505 Escape. 2. The Four Evils. They were titled as such for obvious reasons. Actually, they were the ones who chose such a title before anyone ever called them by it. They were born and bred by evil. They grew up in the lawless zone, surrounded by people who had no concept of morality, and the people they became because of that environment were something they were proud of. At the end of the day, they survived. They conquered evil by becoming the epitome of it, and as people who were chosen to serve the great Malevolanstria, they were truly deserving of their title. Their names had been lost with time. Now, they were only known by the names given to them by the public. Envy, wrath, gluttony, and lust, 4 of the 7 deadly sins. They'd become perfect representations of their namesakes, and while Damien didn't have too much knowledge on the 4 evils themselves, he was more than aware of their power. I can do this. It sucked that he had to face them. They were definitely weaker than Malevolon, but they were gods among gods, people whom even other gods feared and worshipped. Damien couldn't easily get past them. Even if he couldn't do it quietly. If I want to escape properly, I need to kill at least one. Boom. 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 The explosions kept coming. Mana kept wildly populating the atmosphere, leaving Damien with less and less space to maneuver through unharmed. They're all attacking, but it's really only wrath. The explosive power all came from him. Lust's abilities were more mental, while envy and gluttony didn't have explosive power. Wrath had extreme physical strength, along with a terrifying ability to weaponize force itself. Every time Damien's barriers were struck by his power, they got weaker, or rather, Wrath began to understand the inner workings of those barriers through the force transmitted to him. It became harder and harder to block his attacks as time went by, because the more he understood Damien's barriers, the easier it was for him to adjust his force to destroy them, and he wasn't aiming for Damien himself. Wrath is just trying to expose me. I think in normal cases, the second Lust's mana touches an enemy, they win. Damien had met and fought a lot of people with mind control and mental manipulation powers before. Actually, they used to be his most hated kind of people, because they would take away the freedom of those they influenced, including himself. Lust was on a different level compared to them. She was one of the rare few who managed to establish godhood with mental manipulation alone. Her power was truly something terrifying. Even gods found it difficult to resist her, let alone a demigod like Damien. I should be fine. Thinking about it realistically, Damien didn't think he'd be affected by her power. But others, his eyes narrowed. To start a war with Stria, the 4 evils needed to die, and for the 4 evils to meet their end, Lust had to die first. Okay, Envy was an assassin type. Her main speciality, however, was the ability to copy other people's abilities. As for Gluttony, nobody had a real understanding of his power, but from Damien's experience with the deadly sins, Gluttony was definitely the most dangerous. I have to be careful of them. Damien was still rapidly moving through the air. The 4 evils below had stopped their brainless attacks, probably out of boredom. They would approach Damien soon enough so he could no longer avoid confrontation, but that was fine. Because Damien was also of the mind to fight head-on, he immediately teleported to the ground before they could act, his leg raised up in the air before slamming down with immense force. A massive shockwave spread from his body, throwing up clouds of dust. The 4 evils were strong people. Just this much wasn't enough to faze them. Damien knew that too. In fact, his dust clouds gave Envy the opportunity she was waiting for. To copy someone's ability, she first needed to have physical contact with them. Seeing how Damien couldn't see her, she hid her presence and snuck around, approaching him from the back. At the same time, Wrath charged from the front, both distracting him and trying to steal Envy's kill. Boom, boom, 2 bursts rang out as both Wrath and Envy attacked, but the target they struck, that was not a target at all. In the few milliseconds that Wrath's fist was flying through the air, Damien narrowly avoided it and danced on the tips of his toes, slipping past him. Envy was standing behind them. She should have seen Damien's movements, but her eyes seemed to skew for a moment. It was like an illusion, or an afterimage. Damien's body blurred and moved, but at the same time, it stood still, as if he had no idea they were trying to kill him. She misjudged the enemy because of his apparent strength, and because of that, boom, boom, 2 attacks hit nothing but air, and Damien had already made his way to Lust. She was his target, and she seemed to be aware of that too. It wasn't rare for them to meet an enemy who underestimated Lust's control abilities. If they were fighting as a group, the enemies usually attacked her or Gluttony first, but that was a mistake. There was a reason they hung back, and it wasn't because they were weak. Sensing Damien's approach, Lust controlled her pinkish fog to cloud the atmosphere, enveloping several meters of the area around her. If he wanted to attack, he'd have to fall into her realm of control, and if he decided to go for gluttony either. Lust grinned. Once again, the prize is mine. The four evils were on good terms with each other, but they were also each other's greatest rivals. Lust knew she'd get this kill, which meant she'd be the one who gained Malevolon's praise and reward. The thoughts of that moment clouded her mind. She was already too assured of her victory to pay attention to Damien before he was under her control. Was she stupid? No, she was just unaware, because Damien was already behind her, wasn't he? His arm was already outstretched and covered in mana, aiming to kill her, wasn't it? Gluttony noticed before she did. His eyes widened, as did his mouth. It formed a massive cavity larger than the size of his entire body, a startling sight that the other evils had gotten used to by now. Damien hadn't, but he'd already committed, watching gluttony out of the corner of his eyes. He moved his arm to strike, his mana went wild into the air, signaling his presence to Lust. She whipped around, an expression of shock in her eyes, and the first thing she saw, a beautiful burst of mana, so bright that it blinded her. Damien's mana exploded into the air only centimeters away from her face, and at the same time, gluttony attacked. Wrath and envy charged towards Damien from the back and the side. Amidst all of this, he began to wonder, was attacking right now really the right idea? Chapter 1506 Escape 3. Damien's eyes widened, not out of surprise, but so that his field of view could reach its maximum size. He saw everything that was coming at him in slow motion. He saw what envy and wrath were doing, and he read their exact paths to understand where they were planning to go. He saw Lust, who couldn't do much of anything, and Gluttony, who was perhaps the only one who currently had the chance to harm him. There was only a split second for him to make the decision. Did he want to continue attacking like this, or did he want to push back, for now, retreat? In any case, being surrounded wasn't a good idea at all. Damien jumped into the air just as wrath reached him. Bang! Bang! The first punch missed, but the second was aimed upward at Damien's body. Damn! Damien twisted his waist and tried to avoid the impact force, but he couldn't from his position. A huge burst of air pressure struck his side, cracking several ribs. However, the impact also pushed him higher in the air. That was why Envy wasn't able to reach him in time. She jumped, joining him in the air with her claws outstretched. All she needed was a single touch, but Damien knew that, and he refused to allow it. Using the air as his stepping stone, Damien's feet became those of an artist. He danced through the sky in such a way that nothing could touch him, and as his body turned more illusory, he was finally given a chance to look at his own internal body. At the same time, on the ground, the explosion of Damien's mana still struck Lust as it was meant to. There was no way for her to avoid it. The cloud of mana expanded rapidly and turned more and more chaotic. Lust was thrown back several steps, sustaining severe damage to her skin. However, before the attack could truly injure her, Gluttony stepped in. He'd opened his mouth for a reason, like it was being suctioned by the strongest vacuum in the world. Damien's mana was pulled into Gluttony's throat, the air was cleared, and Lust was saved. Gluttony turned his attention to Damien's body in the air and, well, he burped. He regurgitated the energy he'd consumed in a different form. It was now laced with his own mana of gluttony, shooting back at Damien to give him a taste of his own medicine. TCH, Damien clicked his tongue. The four evils weren't being overly destructive, but their attacks were still terrible. With the four of them working together, Damien was never given a moment to himself for whatever reason he needed it. Even when he thought he was safe, one of the four would make sure he was forced back into battle. It was a strategy that, while less powerful overall, forcefully wore the enemy down until they couldn't fight any longer. Are they trying to capture me? Damien suddenly had a realization. Right, Malevolon doesn't want me dead, at least not by someone else's hands. He still needs to get the celestial prison back, and that's not considering all the information he's dying to extract from me. He was extremely valuable. Even someone like Malevolon couldn't easily sentence him to death. That means, Damien grinned. It seemed he had a lot more maneuverability than expected. Luckily, I've pretty much diagnosed the problem. The issue in his body, as he thought from the start, was a foreign energy causing problems. In normal cases, his void physique would have removed this energy automatically so it couldn't cause problems for him. However, this particular energy managed to avoid the detection of his physique. Is it because it's too convoluted, or is it something else? Damien had to find out, and as he found out, he had to isolate the energy so it couldn't affect him, of course, all while he continued to fight for four evils. No big deal, right? Damien grinned as he twisted his body again. His mana raged, swelling around his leg as he slammed it down. Envy was right there. She was concealed, but she couldn't hide from Damien. She tried to grab his leg, but instead, she found it coming down on her neck. Bang! The mana shield made sure Envy didn't have contact with Damien's skin as he struck her. His leg slammed square into her neck, throwing her downward, and since Damien made sure to aim properly, her falling body just so happened to end up in the path of Gluttony's attack. Boom! Green scales went flying everywhere as Envy's natural protections were destroyed. Her body went flying further into the air, covered in mana as she tried to correct her position. The other evils saw her get hit, but none of them moved to help her. Recovery was her own problem. Their goal was to capture the target for their lord. Damien focused his vision again and allowed time to slow. Wrath is about to jump. Lust will recover soon. Gluttony is. I don't know. Wrath's movements were easy to read. As for Lust, she was incredibly angry, so she was also telegraphing her movements a lot. Gluttony merely stood there. He stared at Damien with the same dull look in his eyes, but he didn't seem to be aiming to attack at all. The previous few seconds before Wrath made it to his current position, I can use them. Damien immediately went to work. His mana created a cage within his body, slowly guiding the foreign energy so that it would be trapped within. While it did so, Damien took the opportunity to truly analyze the energy. It's not familiar, but it's close. At first, there wasn't much he could see. The energy didn't look like anything he'd seen before, and its properties weren't similar to mana or malic. It was an entirely new energy source that Damien hadn't encountered before. If that's the case, that maybe the void physique didn't grab it on purpose. The void physique could cleanse his body, but anything it devoured would be turned into pure energy and fed back to him in a digestible form. If that happened to a foreign energy, it would lose the signature that allowed Damien to comprehend and seize it for himself. Now that I think about it, I encountered something similar with Nox mana too. He couldn't devour it when he was younger, and eventually, he gained malic because of that. Whatever this energy is, it wasn't from the true void universe or the sacred abyss universe. But for it to show up here, it had to have been used by the person who created the celestial prison. Suddenly, the four evils, and even Malevolonstria, started to look insignificant, but still, they were the ones threatening him now, so Damien had no choice but to focus on them. For now, I'll tuck it away. He gathered the foreign energy and made sure it could no longer impede his systems. It was easier than expected, especially when void energy was brought into play, and as Damien's strength began to return, that gluttony guy gave me a great idea, a new way of fighting. He was going to have fun testing it out. Chapter 1507 Escape. 4. The current situation was as follows. Wrath had just leapt into the air. He would reach Damien within the second. Lust had summoned her mana. The pink fog she created was already being mobilized. Envy had returned to the battlefield, but she didn't look as good as her peers. She was hanging back, watching and waiting for an opportunity, and Gluttony, well, he just stood there. None of them noticed the change in Damien's demeanor. He made sure to hide the change in his aura. It feels good to be back. Damien had reached a high level. He knew that he'd reached a high level, but he'd rarely ever tested the limits of that level. As he looked at the four evils, his mindset changed. I can escape at any time. Now that he had his power back, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Malevolon isn't nearby. Damien couldn't sense him. Not even with absolute perception. Wherever Malevolon was, it wasn't here. No, that's concerning in its own right. Malevolon's location was something he absolutely needed to know. So basically, he could test himself, but he couldn't play around too much. Okay, Damien closed his eyes. Reality began to flow as normal. Boom. The shockwave caused by Wrath's launch was finally allowed to spread. The tiger-like man appeared before Damien like a flash of light. His fist was outstretched, and a mana filled with the aura of war swarmed around it fiercely. That's interesting. The mana was a combination of several laws. To imitate the aura of war was a difficult task, as one had to truly understand the various cruelties involved. If this mana hit someone, it would strike with the power of an entire army. It was truly impressive. It'll be fun to play with. Gluttony gave Damien a great idea, to use an enemy's power against them. Couldn't he do that too? Not only could he do it, he could do it far better than anyone else. The concept of order and the concept of domination, though opposite in many ways, worked flawlessly together for an action like that. Wrath threw his punch. Warlike mana flew towards Damien at high speeds, but as he watched it approach, Damien just smiled. His mana was already moving. Wrath's face instantly changed. He felt what happened, but he couldn't explain it. His mana was moving. It was moving, but it wasn't moving as he wanted it to. He felt like time slowed down around him. It was a beautiful sight, but it was equally eerie. His mana simply floated in the atmosphere. It slowly wobbled and expanded, like a drop of water in a space with no gravity. In this space, it was just him and his weightless mana, and that man, Damien, who smiled through it all. Damien raised his hand as Wrath Watched incredulously, he put his hand in that mana, waving it around and feeling its fluctuations. "You really are an accomplished practitioner," Damien said. He wasn't being sarcastic. Wrath truly was impressive. "However, it's a shame that you made me your enemy." Wrath's senses were screaming at him. Something bad was going to happen, but he couldn't do anything to stop it, especially at a time when I can do this. Damien flexed his fingers, and Wrath's mana moved. It was no longer Wrath's anymore. Whether it was his laws or the energy itself, all of it was under Damien's control. "Have a taste of it." Damien grinned happily. "The mana you've cultivated after all these years, I mean." The slowed time elapsed, and Wrath's perception returned to normal. For a moment, he contemplated if everything that just happened was an illusion. But the mana in his face told him otherwise. Everything Wrath prepared for Damien struck him in the chest with amplified intensity. "RGH, he roared in pain, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood as he flew back. Damien looked down at the ground. He extended his hand again, and suddenly, he felt the fluctuations of an illusionary mana in his soul. "So this is her power." Lust's ability of mental manipulation. He controlled it through her mana and sent it towards Envy, who was now back and trying to return to battle. She immediately froze. Lust's mana was extremely intrusive. When it touched one's skin, it would enter through the pores and immediately drive towards the brain. Both mentally and spiritually, one would be subjected to an intense stimulation, and by the time it was over, Lust's mana would take complete control over their body. Any actions they took or feelings they possessed after that point could be controlled by Lust. She could do whatever she wanted with them even if they were conscious. They would never notice her influence. Not on their own, at least. Envy had gotten used to this mana after being around it for so long, but even she didn't have a tolerance for it. When she saw it coming, she tried to fight, but she was already injured from Gluttony's attack, so she wasn't able to properly free herself of control. Her body was frozen. Her mind was safe, but she was immobilized. At this point, the evils noticed the strangeness they were encountering. Something was wrong with their mana. It was obvious that the enemy had gained a way to influence them, but they couldn't believe the easiest and most obvious answer, because they were gods. That obvious answer was the most impossible one. They're confused. Wrath had already recovered, but he was standing back and watching with narrowed eyes. Lust was also staring at him strangely, while Envy was forced into stasis. The only one who couldn't be read was still Gluttony. He was also the one Damien had the least information about. Gluttony was obviously someone with a Devour-type ability. Damien was used to those, so he thought he'd have an easy time dealing with that particular enemy. That was an incorrect assumption. The longer he stands there, the more dangerous his aura becomes. It wasn't his physical aura, but something more ethereal. Gluttony is definitely a trump card. If I mess with him right now, Damien had to remember that his main purpose was to escape. He'd saved Dante, but only temporarily. To truly return his father to good health, Damien needed to take him back to Void Palace. He looked at the four evils. They didn't look nearly as threatening as they did before, with him in the air and the four of them on the ground with varying degrees of injury. It was obvious who'd won this battle, but if I want to kill one, I can't risk it. Damien gritted his teeth. Never once had he doubted his intuition, and his intuition was telling him to just leave it at this and be satisfied with what he'd accomplished. If he pushed any further, Damien took one last glance at Gluttony. That man, those dull eyes, that strange ability that was only displayed once, the general apathy. Gluttony was an unnerving presence in every way. Preparation. As long as the lives of others were involved, preparation was the most important thing. So, while Damien had the energy and desire to continue this fight, he clicked his tongue. It was a sound of annoyance loud enough for all of the four evils to hear him. And he disappeared. His aura and presence completely vanished from the vicinity, and soon enough, from the entirety of the northern region. Damien's decision was a confusing one in the moment, but if one stayed on the scene for just a tad bit longer, just a few more seconds after he left, one would soon come to realize just how wise of a decision it was. Chapter 1508 Return 1 WHOSH. It was a huge wind, indicative of the speed the one who caused it had traveled to reach this place. Wherefore one word, when the four evils heard it, their bodies froze. That voice, that was the voice of a person they never wished to meet in their lives, or, it was repeated, this time in a far sterner tone. They were frozen, but they had no choice but to respond. He escaped. Lust spoke for the group. Escaped. The man looked between them. There was no emotion in his gaze. From all of you, he observed their states. Gluttony was unharmed, and wounds on the rest of them were no more than surface-level injuries. But what was he sensing from them? Was that fear? Disappointing. Only one word again. It was like the man didn't believe they were worthy enough to converse with. It didn't matter how the battle went or what happened with the enemy, all that mattered was that the person the Lord wanted was gone. The man closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. His awareness spread across the entire northern region without halting. And when he sensed no sign of the man he was looking for, he clicked his tongue. I will report this to the Lord. Do not think your pitiful performances will go unnoticed. The man didn't stop to look at the disgraces known as the four evils any longer. He only came here for one purpose, and as it had become impossible to achieve, he would return to his Lord and report exactly what he'd seen. The four evils could say nothing. They didn't try to stop him from leaving. After all, they truly did show a pitiful performance. Damien didn't have to work hard to escape. No, once he confused them and made them wary, rather than escaping, he just left. He absolutely could have continued the fight there. And though they didn't want to admit it, they didn't think they'd win if he did. That strange power he showed at the end was an ability unlike anything they'd ever seen. The second he started using it, Wrath, the most sturdy of them, was forced to cough blood and focus on recovery. They were fighting an unknown enemy. If they wanted to capture him, they needed to do a lot more to understand his strength before even trying, yet, they didn't get anything close to an opportunity to do so. It was all over after just a few clashes. This was the most demoralizing battle they'd ever fought. It didn't even feel like a battle, more like an encounter against someone who didn't have any interest in fighting them from the start. That, of course, was a correct assumption, as Damien really didn't have any plans to fight them, but for it to be felt meant that he truly wasn't putting any worth in their existences. It made them feel a plethora of hostile emotions, but those were all squashed the moment that person arrived. They couldn't focus their hatred on one man anymore. They had to show results befitting of their position as soon as possible against the enemies of the Stria clan, causing as much damage as possible, because as long as that man said even a single word, they would die. He was Malevolon's true right hand. He was the person under one and above all others in the Stria clan. He, Malefistria, was Malevolon's blood-related younger brother, and the strongest and most loyal person under his control. Malefice practiced a law nobody else understood or even knew the identity of. That law could kill anyone as long as Malefice wanted them dead. There was no way to escape it. He was someone who could kill Damien with a single glance, even with his new comprehensions about existence. Just like Malevolon, he was someone Damien absolutely couldn't mess with right now, especially if he wanted to save his father. He was lucky he left when he did. But his departure was the worst thing that could possibly happen to the four evils. This failure was the biggest mistake they'd ever made. And with their positions and lives at stake, they had gone insane with the desire to live, a primal urge that came from the deepest depths of their souls. There was a dark place. It was far removed from any sort of society, located in the exact center point of the sacred abyss universe. Here, there was a darkness beyond darkness. A supermassive black hole that was slowly consuming everything around it, but it was not a black hole, rather, it was the latent energy subconsciously released by the being in the center of that mass. He never moved from that place. Many people hardly even knew of his existence. However, they all knew his name. He was the owner of this cosmos, the supreme being that controlled any and all things within it. Nobody in existence could stand his aura or look at him directly, so even his own subordinates had only interacted with him through telepathy from billions of kilometers away. The Dark God, the reasons behind his stasis were unknown to the outside, but while he never moved or truly interacted with anyone else, he was always watching. Nothing that happened in the sacred abyss universe could escape his perception, and as foreign territories spread across the heavenly world, he gained the ability to sense the undercurrents of that place as well. Something is amiss. His thoughts didn't have true form. They'd reached such a spiritual level that they couldn't be properly phrased in existing language anymore. But that was something of a summary. He could sense it. In the true void universe, something major was happening. His plans were being meddled with by an unknown factor, something that I cannot sense. It wasn't that he couldn't sense it, but that he could only sense the absence of it. There was something that should have been within the bounds of his perception, but instead of being there, it appeared as an emptiness too large to be possible. That emptiness was uncomfortable yet familiar. To the Dark God, who had never felt familiarity with anything outside of himself, it was an extremely concerning feeling. Find it. His thought was projected into the cosmos, sent to every being under his direct command. Find the anomaly. It had to be eliminated. Throughout the entirety of time, anomalies like this were not rare. However, while they were not rare, every time they appeared, they'd cause scenarios that otherwise could not exist. They impeded the Dark God's conquest, and in some cases, they truly managed to cause him trouble, but they never succeeded in defeating him. They never managed to achieve anything beyond what he allowed. because they'd be eliminated before they had the chance to do so. This time was the same as every other time. That anomaly would not be able to grow, nor would it be able to thrive. That anomaly would fall, and the cosmos would become his, after all. This was not the first cosmos to fall by his hands. The Dark God was not a being who could be stopped. This was a fact the true Void universe would soon come to learn. He would be sure of it. Chapter 1509 Return. 2. Damien's journey back to Void Palace wasn't impeded again after that. After all, even if they knew where he was going, they couldn't chase him. The Stria clan still had to be wary of the Veritas clan and the Holy Empire. If worst came to worst and they decided to expand their area of operation, the Vega clan would likely step in as well. At the current moment, even if it was Stria, they couldn't act outside the northern region. Of course, that was going to change soon. The Dark God had given his order. Both the Stria clan and the foreign race nobility would begin acting soon enough, but that was still a ways away. For the foreign nobility, it was a serious task to enter the heavenly world. Until they could reliably travel between the two realms, they couldn't do much. As for Stria, well, Malevolon was currently in a certain mood. He wanted to destroy the person who stole his treasure. He wanted nothing more than to directly kill that person. However, he had to hold himself back. It wasn't because of those who had their eyes on him, and it wasn't because he wanted to guarantee the safety of his clan. Instead, it was because he was given a far more important task to complete. And until he was done with it, he couldn't focus on anything else, even if that anything else was Dante Void in the prison he was being kept in. Malevolon had to quell his desire for revenge. He also needed to gather information to find out where that man went, though. Even if Damien hid his soul fluctuations and pretended to be someone else, his end goal was obvious. There was only one influence that would do such a thing, after all. Nevertheless, while the Stria clan reeled from the events that happened under their noses, Damien found his way back to Void Palace, unharmed and with the best news he could possibly have. Dante Void had been recovered. Unfortunately, he couldn't just announce the information. For the time being, he had to withhold news about Dante's status. This was both to keep Malevolon's suspicions as mere suspicions and to protect Dante. It would take time for him to regain consciousness. It would take even longer for him to regain strength. Until he'd done both, the fact that he'd been successfully extracted from the celestial prison was a truth the Stria clan could never find out. That was the main reason why Damien kept his return secret as well. He snuck into the palace in the depths of the night and called his mother, aunts, and uncle. They were the only ones he was willing to tell, and more importantly, they were the key to Dante's recovery. Mom, Damien smiled at her as she walked in. He nodded at the rest, giving his greetings to them as well. You've returned? Claire asked. She was happy that her son was back, but hardly any time had passed since he left. Did he return with bad news? Did something happen to him while he was gone? The worries that plagued her mind didn't allow her to maintain hope, but Damien's smile was bright enough to somewhat calm her spirits. If he was smiling like that, then her son was fine. Even if he didn't succeed in the operation, he'd returned without a scratch. That was all that. I succeeded. What did you just say? Hugo asked, questioning his hearing. I said I succeeded. Damien's smile widened. I managed to rescue him. Silence. It was a silence filled with so much emotion that it could hardly be called silence. Where is he? Claire asked hesitantly. Damien pursed his lips. He didn't want to ruin their happiness by showing them Dante's current state. Should I wait until he's regained his complexion first? Even if Dante was unconscious, if he looked okay, it would probably make them feel better. But how long will it take to get him to that point without Mom and Aunt's help? He used the same laws as them, but they had far more experience than him. Unlike Damien, they were practiced in even the most niche concepts of those laws. There were things they could do that even he lacked the ability to do right now. I guess there's no choice, Mom. His condition is a bit well, you'll see it in a second. He prefaced the situation so they could mentally prepare themselves, and as he watched their expressions harden, he pulled Dante from the sanctuary. His body was still frail and weak, his skin hugging his bones. His divine aura was so heavily weakened that he barely seemed like a divinity anymore. And regardless of the presence of his closest family, he didn't open his eyes. I managed to contain his leaking divinity and heal the most immediate wounds on his body, so he's not in serious danger, but I can't give him his divinity back until he's awake again, and I can't figure out how or why he entered this coma. So I can't wake him up. Damien had tried several times while he was making his way back. He originally went to the sanctuary to remove the foreign energy from Dante's body, which he accomplished, but when he tried to investigate Dante's soul and mind, I was completely blocked out. I don't think I'm capable of breaking his protections unless I'm willing to harm him. That's why I'll need all of your help. You don't need to say anything more." Serena was the one who spoke up. They all understood Dante's situation clearly after listening to Damien. Those first words, the ones that assured them of Dante's immediate safety, allowed them to calm their hearts and think over things logically. And when it came to a task like healing Dante, no matter what it took, they'd bring Dante back. Damien nodded, smiling wryly to himself. "In the first place, you never needed to ask for help. We are more than willing to sacrifice ourselves for him, no matter what it took." They'd bring Dante back. Damien nodded, smiling wryly to himself. I guess Mom wouldn't just take anyone as her sister. Serena was also someone Dante held dear, and she had the same commitment to him as Claire did. "Then, I'll take my leave." Damien knew his aunts and uncle needed some time alone with his father. And after seeing how deep the feelings Claire and the rest had for Dante were, he suddenly had the urge to go find his own people. Yes, this was his family. Hugo, Persia, Claire, Serena, and everyone else at Void Palace were people he held in his heart, but they weren't his only family. Damien had another family, one he'd found himself as he made his arduous journey to the heavenly world, and right now, he was missing them more than anything, not just his wives, but everyone, Long Chen, Su Rin, and all the other friends he'd made along the way. Tian Yang, Malcolm, and the many mentors who'd become his most trusted confidants. Damien had been too involved with the heavenly world's matters ever since he got here. Now that the war was in full swing, he didn't have to take a frontline position as often. So he finally had time to spend with them. I guess this is the perfect time. Damien's demeanor softened. Let's take our first real break since coming to this world. Chapter 15:10 Desperation 1. A lot happened in the coming months. Damien returned to his daily life in the young lord's residence. With the most important task completed, he had time to spend on the back line overseeing everything. But mainly, he used this time to spend with his family. It had been a long time since he'd had quality time with his wives. It wasn't just because he was busy outside, but because they'd been fully immersed in training. The heavenly world was a dangerous place, especially for the weak. They were powerful back when they were in Grand Heaven's boundary, but unlike Damien, they experienced what it was really like for an ascender. Adapting to the laws of this world was difficult. They were far denser, and every concept they had come to know was now far more complex than ever before. To understand these laws meant to gain true power, but it was a time-consuming task, especially for people who'd only recently become demigods. That critical benchmark was reached not long after they arrived in this world. They already had the foundation, and if it wasn't for the speed of the events that passed since the war against the Nox ended, they would have ascended long before Damien returned to take them to the heavenly world. Establishing their divinities was a job Rose, Ruyua, and Elena didn't have any trouble with. Again, unlike Damien, they were absolutely certain of the paths they decided to tread. They didn't have the vagueness of the void in existence clouding their vision. Plus, with Iris' help and information about her experience with divinity, they were able to rapidly grasp the concept. Rose's divinity was called true fantasy. It reflected her desire to turn her imagination into true reality, her ability to create illusions beyond illusion. Ruyua, on the other hand, gained something called absolute Ein, which furthered her ability to control all Ein-related laws and concepts. Finally, Elena trod the same path she found in the Holy Light realm. Her divinity was called Transcended Death. It was her true start on the road she'd chosen. Once these divinities were established, it was all just a matter of perfecting them, and that was exactly what they spent their time on. For as long as they'd been here, they'd remained in meditation. Of course, they occasionally took breaks to rest their minds and become familiar with the people in the palace, but their hard work was their main focus. They excelled in comprehension more and more as they continued trying, and as they made progress, they got somewhat addicted to the feeling. It was normal, and it wasn't problematic. But it did make them somewhat unavailable. The people of the palace had a good impression of them. They were beautiful, had the poise to be the wives of their young lord, and showed a work ethic beyond even their most hardworking members. It was just a shame that they couldn't make any real connections outside of Claire and Serena due to their schedules. That problem was solved when Damien returned. They took a break to match his break. With the group of them spending more time together relaxing and enjoying each other's presences, others were also able to see more of the mistresses they had to respect on the same level as their young lord. The atmosphere within the palace was quite harmonious, to the point where one could easily forget what was going on outside, but, naturally, Damien paid close attention to it. Even if he was taking some time off, he couldn't completely separate himself from work. The Stria clan is acting strangely. By this point, Stria should have already made several moves to strike back at the palace. Damien had accounted for their movements and made several plans to counter them. However, the Stria clan was not fighting back. Instead, they huddled up and stayed within the northern region. This isn't how they're supposed to be. the Stria clan was arrogant and domineering. That was the image they'd built up over all these years, for them to act like cowards. They're planning something big, Damien sighed. It wasn't something he could predict. He could only try to be prepared for any situation, so they couldn't catch him off guard and ruin everything he'd built up, and while he did so, he needed to focus more on the operation against the Divine Order, that, unlike the matters of the Stria clan, was going quite smoothly. How could it not? The assault was perfectly planned so the Divine Order would be destroyed without any hope of survival. Dominic and Euron led the troops on the front line of that battlefield, while Hestia helped them from the palace with information and strategies. Veritas helped them with the war effort, and the two great clans working together. The Divine Order's power was weakened and crippled. That was the combat side of things. The Divine Order's Council of Gods acted a few times, but after losing several gods to the enemy, they chose to hide away rather than fight, and that gave Void Palace and Veritas the freedom they needed to systematically destroy the Order. Amidst all of this, one couldn't forget the Holy Empire. City after city, town after town, the people of the southwestern region were liberated from there. Brainwashing, they didn't know about it either. They went about their days as normal, unaware that anything about their fundamental thinking capabilities had changed, but the Divine Order lost control over their people. Which meant they lost the cannon fodder they could use to stop their enemies' advance. Those people were still believers of the Order. That part didn't change. However, they could no longer be forced to do things against their will. They'd regained the freedom of thought, which meant they could fully absorb the situation around them and understand what was happening. It was a fearful and confusing time for those who were freed, but the Holy Empire wasn't just present to free them. They provided aid and care to make the transition as smooth as possible, and because the Holy Empire itself was a religious order, they were able to use the faith those people held to help them. It was a perfect operation in every way. And because of that, the Divine Order was forced into an extreme position. If they wanted to survive through this, they had to find a way to escape the southwestern region, they being the highest level of the Order. The rest had been abandoned, and since the rest had been abandoned, naturally, they had to be used. Damien forgot about one thing: when an insane enemy was forced into a corner, nobody could judge what they'd do next. Especially when it was the Divine Order, an influence that was always forced to be suppressed and controlled by those greater than it. The Council of Gods held one more meeting. It wasn't much of a meeting at all, it was merely a time for them to make sure they were all on the same page. They would make it out of this mess alive, even if they had to bring the world down to do so. Chapter 15:11 Desperation 2. The passing months were still ongoing, the siege against the Divine Order continued, and nothing else really changed. The Vega clan started paying more attention to the conflict as their information network was able to uncover more about what was actually happening. Meanwhile, the Dragon clan was silent. They were notorious for their uninterest in worldly matters, so it wasn't a surprise. The western region was a gathering place for all dragons. It was a place where they could be surrounded by their own kind and live without concern for other races. As such, the Dragon clan's borders were almost always closed off to the outside world. When the Holy Empire's forces made their way through Dragon clan territory, they were forced to gain permission from the Dragon God himself, and even then, they were only allowed to move through a specific route that didn't allow them to interact with the inhabitants of the western region. The Dragon clan was a huge object of interest for a lot of people, but in the current state of the world, their attractiveness had died down. All eyes were on the ongoing war, and as the war raged on, the foregone conclusion became obvious for everyone: the Divine Order would no longer exist after this. Even those within the Order realized this. Yulia Veritas herself was leading their army, and while the Holy Emperor didn't appear, he sent 6 archangels, a force with impossible strength. 7 of the 12 gods in the council were killed in battle. It wasn't just them either. The majority of the high-level members of the Order were gone. Some died in battle, others were assassinated, another group died while trying to flee, and some even ended their own lives. The main headquarters of the Order was already surrounded by all 3 armies. It was hard for them to maintain hope. It didn't look like defectors and those willing to surrender would be spared. Nobody knew whether to admire or condemn those who chose to die. They were too busy considering something else to even think about it. In this situation, what could the Divine Order even accomplish? Was there a way out? There had never been a situation where the great clans formed an alliance to deal with one of their own. Nobody had ever seen the strength of multiple great clans at once before, but it was here in the world now, and it was absolutely terrifying. With all eyes focused on them, the 5 remaining gods who represented the Order had to cement themselves in the path they chose. They didn't really have names. The 5 of them were unknown in the world. They were gods in their own right. Sure, and they definitely had their places in the council, but they were never the real decision makers. They were the ones who stayed in the back and went along with the majority, quietly maintaining their status and luxury. The reason they survived wasn't because they were strong, it was because they were willing to do whatever it took to survive, even if that meant betraying any and everyone. This time, they were planning to do just as they always did. To secure their own escape, they would risk everything. The current situation wasn't complex. Void Palace was to the south, Veritas was to the east, and the Holy Empire was to the north. The west was open water. It wasn't much of an escape route, but it could still be used. However, it was easy for gods to chase gods if it just came to flying. For the 5 of them to get out of this mess, they needed to provide a distraction that would force the other side to let them go. What could they use? What could possibly force all 3 of these great clans to allow them to pass? That wasn't even a question. While they may have lost control over the public in terms of brainwashing, they hadn't lost their ability to use the general public against their enemies. When it came to dealing with the righteous, hostages were always the right option, and if the number of hostages was in the quadrillions, not even the most indifferent of people could ignore them, right? Dominic and Aaron sat in their tent on their side of the line. Yulia and 2 archangels were with them, while the other 4 archangels were watching the line on the Veritas and Holy Empire side. They were currently trying to figure out what the best method to siege the headquarters was, or at least, that was what they'd been attempting to do until a moment ago. But at this time, something surprising happened. A man appeared in the air above the headquarters. He wasn't someone anyone recognized, and from his aura, he most certainly wasn't one of the remaining gods. I am speaking for the Great Order. His voice was filled with terror. Every word shook, but against his will, every word was projected across the lands to anyone willing to listen. Void Palace, Veritas, Holy Empire. He yelled, "Your people wish for the destruction of mine, however, I cannot allow it." The man paused for a second, his body began to shake uncontrollably. He looked in a certain direction, unwilling to say any more, but he was not allowed that luxury. Bang! His foot exploded into a shower of blood. He roared in pain, tears streamed out of his eyes, which soon widened. If any of you try to block our escape, he immediately continued his speech, clearly in fear for his life. If any of you try to block our escape, we will kill of the citizens of this region. His words were met with silence. Dominic and the rest had exited the tent and watched the entire event as it happened, and rather than eyes that took him as a joke, theirs were stern. "It's not an empty threat," Dominic spoke first. The rest silently agreed. Since it was the divine order, since they decided to torture this man in front of them to force them to believe it, they knew. But that wasn't enough for those 5 gods. No, the example they were planning to make was far, far bigger. They arrived on the horizon as one. At the same time, the man who made the speech was blown to bits, turned into a deep red firework. The 5 gods stood there in the sky, their backs turned to the ocean behind them, and they smiled, as if provoking someone, anyone, to try and fight them. It was an open threat. Not a single person was excluded from it. And while those with more common sense stayed their ground, it was impossible for there to be not even a single person in the vicinity who wasn't reckless. Nobody knew where it came from. Maybe it didn't even come from the armies. Maybe it was organized by the 5 gods. Regardless of its origin, it existed. An attack. A firebolt that didn't seem like it could be fired by someone stronger than 4th class. It didn't even reach the 5 gods before it dissipated. But that was the answer they'd been waiting for. Someone decided to attack, which meant, only a few seconds later, rumble. It didn't happen nearby, but everyone knew what that rumbling was, for it to have been something capable of creating a shockwave that could arrive here. If that truly was in a city somewhere, at least a few million people had died, just like that. Chapter 15:12 Domination 1. The pregnant silence that followed the explosion while those present comprehended what had happened didn't last for long. Yulia broke it within a few seconds, yelling towards the armies, "Spread out and search the region. Leave no stone unturned." Dominic, Aaron, and the archangels followed suit, giving the exact same order. It didn't matter whether the explosion had actually killed the amount of people it had the ability to kill. What mattered was the fact that the explosion that took place was too far away for it to have been controlled manually. A true remote explosive, their existence wasn't a surprise. Remote explosives were just as common as any other weapon in this world. However, the scale of that explosion, and the fact that it truly was pre-planted, made the situation extremely hazardous. Whether it was a farce or not, as long as there was a possibility that such explosives were spread throughout the region, it could not be ignored. Even more so because those explosives hadn't been sensed by anyone in any of the 3 allied armies. It had to be known that this was the last step of the plan. This was the end of the Divine Order, which meant other than those in the main headquarters, everyone affiliated with them was dead. The citizens had to be freed from mind control as well, so at least one combat army and one purification army had to sweep through every single populated area in the entire Cardinal region. The fact that not a single person was able to recognize the fact that there were minds below them was extremely disturbing. Those 5 gods were willing to do anything for survival. Their willingness to call for extermination couldn't be doubted. As such, despite knowing that there were several ways to make them stand down, Yulia and her fellow commanders decided to ensure the safety of the masses. This was a territory that would be under their influence regardless of whether the 5 gods lived or died. If the enemy was going to escape, they had to be absolutely certain that they wouldn't have the ability to influence the newly conquered territory. The armies that had gathered around the Divine Order headquarters dispersed into countless groups of somewhere between 5 and 10 people and spread throughout the Cardinal region. Immediately as the search began, those closest to the headquarters reported that they had indeed found explosives buried under the town they'd reached. The mines were filled with an extremely chaotic mixture of laws and contained within a case with the ability to isolate mana signatures. Unless they were at the level of Claire or Yulia, no god would be able to sense these. And Yulia, while she was indeed a participant in this war, never went near the cities. She was fighting other gods. To make sure they wouldn't harm the common population as they battled, she had to remain in the unpopulated areas between cities. After all, even if gods fought in the heavenly god plane, their presence would affect the world's mana. That atmosphere wasn't something anyone under divinity could handle. Nevertheless, the explosives that went unnoticed were finally uncovered. Proof that they existed had been found. That was enough justification for the decision of the commanders. Extra forces were called in to assist in the search for explosives, while those on the backlands kept their eyes on the movements of those 5 gods. They were being allowed to escape, but nobody spoke about it. Those gods, in their minds, they were probably over the moon about their genius plan that allowed them to get away from such a massive enemy presence. However, they had no way to know they were being watched, because the person who was watching them was not someone they could ever compete against. It had been a few months, since time was nothing but a concept for Damien. It had been quite a bit longer for him and his people since his vacation started. The young lord's residence and experienced quite a unique time flow for the last few months, to the point where those within had difficulty readapting when it was turned off. Really, only Damien and a few others could go in and out of the residence without being knocked unconscious by the rapid change in flow, but that was beside the point. The point was that while vacation time was nice, Damien was raring to get his hands dirty again. The timing was perfect as well. Wasn't there a group of rats on the loose trying to stir up trouble? Gods of their level. Damien knew all about those 5 gods. Unlike with Stria, Damien was able to devour beings from the Order and learn everything about their inner workings. He knew how strong they were, and they're definitely not stronger than a count. Damien's authority of existence had gotten even more powerful since he fought the Count. If it was gods at the bottom of their class, they're nothing now, aren't they? Status, Damien Void, male age 120, level, divinity, hegemon god, legend, enthroned king, titles, apostle of the void, evolver, heaven's wrath, supreme genius, physique, void physique, authorities, devouring 100%, immortality 80%, elemental 100%, spacetime 100%, samsara 100%, cosmic duality 100%, existence 80%. When his status looked like that, what did he have to worry about? The system could no longer quantify his level. Damien was comprehending existence, but his actual divinity wasn't seeing much change. He was extremely powerful, but technically, he was still the lowest level demigod. Of course, Damien knew that he'd likely promote as soon as he comprehended existence, but the system wasn't privy to such intuition. All it knew was that he'd gotten stronger. It had read his legend, so it titled him a king. It saw him control existence, so it could only try to judge how far he'd gotten by reasonably increasing the percentages next to his authorities. It knew his titles, it knew his age, it knew his name, and it knew his physique, but that was all the system could see from him. He was practically already acting outside of its control. Isn't that fun? Was it because he'd spent time relaxing, or was it because he'd finally seen his wives after such a long time separated? Whatever it was, Damien's mood was lighter than a feather right now, and his fighting spirit was in the clouds. He wanted to go dominate on the battlefield. He'd found that he didn't like extended fights anymore. They weren't any fun when the enemies weren't on his level. He still had to go out and fight even if he couldn't find the perfect opponent. So as he took some time to himself and thought back on his past experiences, he started to appreciate a different form of fighting. Could it even be called fighting? No, what Damien wanted to feel was domination, absolute supremacy. a position where no man or God could ever rival him. Let me go feel it again. He was ready to take action. And the 5 gods who'd happened to become his targets, there was no way they could know what was coming for them. Chapter 15:13 Domination. 2. Damien had 2 faces. He was a man who liked using disguises and concealment. These abilities allowed him to act as he wanted to without facing consequences, but he didn't use disguises because he was trying to be secretive, not in the slightest. Damien was a man who liked concealment and used it frequently. However, he was also a man who always fought his enemies face to face. The enemies he'd met in the heavenly world had generally only seen one of those faces. Even when he caused a stir, it was always in such a way that Void Palace wouldn't be brought into the mess. His face was too recognizable. After all, this time, he didn't try to hide. He went out with the appearance he'd held since birth, and he used his abilities without restriction. Flash, there was only one flash. It happened when Damien left Void Palace. By the time he reappeared, not even a few seconds had passed, yet he was already in the southwestern region. Their last known position it was somewhere above the ocean. They hadn't tried to return to land yet, probably because they were aware of what awaited them there, but they also hadn't stopped since they started across the ocean. Their destination was unknown. There was a possibility that they were trying to find some discrete location on the ocean itself to hide away and gain strength. On the other hand, it was also entirely possible that they had a goal in mind and were moving with the sole purpose of reaching it. Damien didn't really care. He could find out from their corpses. What mattered was the fact that they were somewhere with no witnesses, a place where Damien could truly exert his dominion. It was difficult to travel across the heavenly world. Because of its scale and the strangeness of its land borders, it was hard to tell which areas were safe and which ones were dangerous. Even if they were all dangerous, the amount of time one would have to spend, no matter what means of transportation they used, was great. Damien was able to teleport people unreasonable distances within unreasonable timespans since long ago. He'd managed to send messengers to the northwestern region in a mere month, hadn't he? It had to be remembered that even starships needed years to travel across a single cardinal region. The absolute perception ability Damien possessed allowed him to expand his teleportation range infinitely after he adapted to the heavenly world's dense spatial layers. Now, not only could he move from Void Palace to the oceanic region behind the Divine Order headquarters in seconds, he could even move from this place to the Stria clan in the same amount of time. Travel was no longer a problem for him. The same, however, couldn't be said about his enemies. Gods had a great deal of advantages in this world. Their speed and movement capabilities were some of them. In most cases, gods could travel faster on foot than by any other means of transportation. The 5 gods had managed to cross an impressive stretch of water in the time it took for the allied armies to find traces of explosives underground. Unfortunately for them, there was nowhere in this world they could go to avoid Damien. He was already above them. He'd been watching them for a bit, but he waited before attacking to see whether the threats they made were legitimate or not. Since he was now aware, "Don't go anywhere." He didn't say it out loud, but the 5 gods responded as if they'd heard him. They stopped in place. They couldn't move. Isolate this space. Domination. Through this concept, the space in the surrounding 100 kilometers was isolated from reality and turned into its own dimension, entirely under Damien's control. "Do you guys know what you've done?" Damien walked through the sky and approached them. The 5 gods didn't have the power to respond. They didn't even have the power to tremble as they feared for their lives. Just what kind of being had approached them? The second his presence appeared in their perception, they lost all movement capability. Not only that, but they also felt their divine energy lock up. It refused to flow as it usually did, and if they tried to control it, it backfired and injured them instead. Those words Damien spoke were the most terrifying words they'd ever heard, especially when they finally saw the face of the one who spoke. "Do you recognize me?" The 5 gods couldn't answer, but the emotions in their eyes still changed according to their thoughts: incredulity, confusion, and fear. Everything else was drowned out by these 3 emotions. Damien Void. If they didn't know his face by now, they'd be idiots. He was a boy who'd only recently ascended to the heavenly world, yet somehow he'd become Void Palace's young lord, the man destined to lead it in the future. They'd tried to assassinate him many times already, but none of those attempts succeeded. Rather, none of them were able to get close to him at all. The assassins sent by them and all others who tried to kill Damien when he first ascended to the throne died mysteriously the moment they stepped into the main palace's vicinity. It was like sorcery, even to these ancient beings who'd seen godhood itself with their own eyes. Those attempts stopped without gaining much traction. For the most part, people assumed that the 12 swords were watching the borders like eagles. The majority formed the opinion that Void Palace valued Damien a lot more than expected and left it at that. After all, even when he left the palace to investigate the dimensional crack, the assassins sent after him were destroyed without a word. There couldn't be any other explanation, except it was right in front of them now. It wasn't that Damien was being protected by an extremely powerful force, the truth was far more terrifying. Are you all done pondering yet? His voice snapped then out of their thoughts. Damien Void, he was a monster beyond measure, he himself was the one who'd been holding them back and ruining their plans from the beginning. It was he who truly controlled everything from the shadows. This was the first time they met him in person, and it was quite a first meeting. Because despite the power they thought they had, despite all the cards they thought they'd prepared, it's not working. Is it? They knew what he was talking about. Since the moment he caught them, all 5 of them had been trying to detonate the explosives hidden throughout the southwestern region. They didn't need mana or even physical motion to activate them. Exactly in preparation for a situation similar to this one, they devised a method that allowed them to trigger the explosions with their thoughts alone. However, your connection with the outside world is completely severed. You can think of it like you're in the home cosmos of those rats you guys worship. You wouldn't be able to control mana that exists in another cosmos, would you? Damien was kind enough to explain all the details to them. It wasn't a bad thing to satisfy their curiosity. They'd been dead since the moment Damien caught them. Their heads were already severed from their bodies had already been devoured, their souls no longer existed in this world, only their egos were eternally trapped in this illusion. Seeing Damien speak to them and feeling the terror that seemed to originate from their souls, in reality, they were already gone. They were already drenched in non-existence. Damien came to dominate, and that was exactly what he did, whether in mind, body, or soul. They wouldn't forget his terrifying dominance. That was something even non-existence couldn't erase. Chapter 15-14 Confusion 1. The 5 gods died by Damien's hand without much of anything else happening. Nobody knew of it until a few days later when Damien brought back their heads, but that had yet to occur. By the time Damien went out to take care of them, the search and rescue operations around the southwestern region were already in full swing, and tens, hundreds, even thousands of explosives had been uncovered, and more were still being found. They were placed everywhere. It wasn't just in cities and populated areas. Practically the entire subterranean layer of the Cardinal region was a sea of explosive material. It was difficult to find it all, and it was even more difficult to disarm. After all, these explosives were made in the simplest, most chaotic way possible, by forcing conflicting laws together and containing them so they couldn't react. There wasn't necessarily a deactivation sequence. It was possible to do so by weaving together a combination of laws that brought order back to the mixture, but that took far more care and effort than the armies were reasonably able to give. That left 2 solutions, technically, only one. The bombs had to be detonated intermittently in uninhabited areas until there were none left. The other solution was naturally Damien Void, the man who possessed the concept of order. He could easily disarm the entire mountain of explosives in a few moments. However, he couldn't do it publicly and risk his enemies learning about how much existence law he'd comprehended. Therefore, a plan was put in place where a portion of the explosives would be detonated for the public to see, while the rest would be handled by Damien in private. At first, the operation proceeded slowly because the armies had to take countless precautions to be sure that the 5 gods wouldn't do any more than they'd already done. Unfortunately, no amount of planning or effort could have saved everyone, because, in the first place, from the moment the 5 gods decided to escape, they'd created countless contingencies. Damien isolated them so their direct control was lost, but even without their control, the bombs were still set to explode, only, there was no method to the destruction they caused. The timing and degree of the detonations were randomized. Rumble, it was a sound and feeling everyone had gotten used to after some weeks. No matter what they tried, they couldn't save everyone. The randomized bombings took untold millions of lives of people who had nothing but faith in the order that governed them. It was as if the people of the order wanted everyone to know that it didn't matter if they'd been defeated and destroyed, even if they were all dead, they could still terrorize the world. If there was one good thing, it was the fact that a lot of the randomized detonations happened within the group of explosives already removed from their original positions. Just as millions died, millions were saved, and when the news got out that the 5 gods were no more, the race to remove all threats from the southwestern region became fierce. People moved with more purpose and energy. Without the threat of conscious control always nagging them in the back of their minds, they could calmly and systematically take care of everything else. Minimizing damage was the most important thing. Sure, not everyone could be saved. But that didn't mean that those present wouldn't try to save as many of them as possible. That mentality was what led to the armies spreading thinly around the entire southwestern region. It was good for the efforts they were making. But there was something they hadn't considered. It was a coincidence, really. The first person to find themselves back in this general vicinity was Dominic Void. The central area of the region had been mostly ignored for a while, since the security of that region was guaranteed, or at least, that was the thought everyone had, until now. What Dominic saw was, it's gone. A hole, when it appeared, was unknown. How it was done was also unknown. After he found it, he immediately informed those on the backlands. Investigations started as soon as the news was transmitted, but no clues were found as to the cause. This hole, it wasn't always a hole, rather, this was a location they'd been at only recently. It was, at some point, the Divine Order's main headquarters, but that tall, sky-piercing collection of buildings that seemed larger than life was already gone. All that remained in its place was a crater roughly 100 kilometers wide and a few thousand kilometers deep. The absence of any kind of information from the crater was concerning, but that very pregnant absence was telling in its own way. Obviously, this event was intentional. It was a move made by someone to hide things present in that headquarters that they didn't want the Allied armies to know, and to hide the things they wanted to hide. That someone had to create a crater this big. Honestly, this amount of information could be gathered by anyone. But it didn't really amount to anything. They could guess that the Stria clan was involved, since that was the most obvious conclusion, and they could guess that something was going on in this place, but they'd have no way of ever knowing what that something was. This time, Damien wasn't the only special person to take into consideration to solve this problem. Of course, Damien already had the answer. He devoured the 5 gods' existences, so he knew more than he'd ever possibly need to know about what was happening in that place, but there was someone who'd been able to deduce the same things he'd learned, without taking the easy route. Hestia Void. She was never a fighter. So Damien didn't train her to fight, he made sure she'd receive an education beyond any other. He allowed her to gain practical experience and grow her mind in every way she so wished, and as a result, Hestia had gained a talent of deduction far beyond what reality should have allowed. Logic began to follow her, rather than the other way around, and precisely because of that, she could infer about the things that were hidden by the destruction of the Divine Order's main facilities. That, however, was a topic for another time. Many people were killed, but overall, the matters of the southwestern region were handled properly. The territory had fallen into Void Palace's hands, but nobody outside the great clans was aware of that. To them, the war taking place was practically imaginary. It was over before they realized what was happening, and the most important battles happened in places where nobody could bear witness. Nevertheless, the world was lulled into a silence, almost unnaturally so. It was something subtle that not many people had realized. Among those on his side, Damien was part of only a handful who noticed the strangeness. It wasn't just time and space, it was reality. Reality itself was subtly flexing. The degree of this warping was increasing by the day. At first, it was barely anything at all, but by the time the war with the Divine Order ended, everyone was asking themselves the same question. How did we get here? Chapter 15:15 Confusion. 2. Damien noticed it first, but even for him, it took months. How many months? He genuinely wasn't sure. The law of time has changed. It's not stable anymore. Months, days, weeks. It was hard to tell which one was passing when the day and night cycle ended. Months had passed since Damien returned to the celestial prison. That much was for certain, but how did these months pass? He wasn't quite sure. It all happened so fast that it was hard to take reality as reality. Damien's mind immediately began to race. At this point, he was still above the western ocean of the Divine Order's territory. He'd only recently sent news back of the 5 gods' death. And he was already receiving news back about the things that happened afterwards. But wasn't it only a few moments ago that they died? How was time able to move in such a way that the southwestern region could be cleared and left for him to take over? At first, Damien thought it was just him. He'd just left the celestial prison, after all. He'd been subjected to a space unlike any other he'd been to, so if reality warped around him when he left, it made sense. If it was solely his problem, it was easy to solve. The source of the issue could only be one of a few options, so if Damien isolated and took care of them one by one, he'd find himself back in a stable reality. But it wasn't only his problem. Others had experienced similar things, though not to the same extent as him. He still didn't know this, but he could infer based on the way events played out that this problem wasn't exclusively related to him. What started happening? The realization came just as fast and hard as reality itself when it hit him. In the first place, where did all of this come from? Was it the fact that conflict was at a minimum right now? The Divine Order's subjugation went pretty swimmingly. Even if there was a hiccup at the end, it wasn't much of a hiccup at all. That hiccup must have felt like the end of the world to those who were its victims, but to Damien, it was really just a drop in the ocean. Something without much presence. It shouldn't have been like that, but it just doesn't feel real. Damien frowned to himself. That was the problem. At the very core of everything, that was the answer. Reality didn't feel real right now. No, reality was really collapsing, wasn't it? I have to check. Damien didn't waste time returning to the palace. He descended where he was and controlled the nearby ocean to create an isolated environment to protect him from external forces. In that place, surrounded by the waters of this realm, Damien delved deep into its systems. He studied the heavenly order. He studied the earth and the people who lived on it. His mind went into the depths of those ethereal concepts that others could only dream of. And the laws that governed the world unraveled themselves before his eyes. The elements were fine. There's nothing wrong with the most base elements like fire and water. It was the same for most of the branching laws that were formed as a result of other laws existing, such as illusion or poison. Life and death were just a little skewed. It looks like the average lifespans of all beings will be elongated, but it's also far easier to die an early death. The law of life was more powerful than usual, which led to the first change. However, the law of death was also enhanced, even more so than life, hence the latter half, creation and destruction, can't be touched by anyone. At least, that's what I think. There aren't any problems with them, so I should be correct, but most importantly, space and time. That's the most concerning disruption. Unlike the other foundational laws, which showed only small signs of disruption at most, space and time were completely twisted. Their operation looks normal on the outside, to the point where nobody would ever notice the difference in their daily lives. Over time, however, it accumulates. For instance, this very moment. Wasn't it strange that the armies were able to sweep the southwestern region in no more than 3 months to clear all the explosives planted throughout its lands, putting aside the amount of time it took to remove those explosives and put them somewhere secure so they couldn't hurt anyone? Just the travel time was far longer than that. Even if the armies were massive, even if they spread incredibly thin, it should have taken at least a few years to finish doing what they'd done. Yet, in only 3 months, the situation had been wrapped up. The heavenly order. The heavenly world itself in all facets is being affected by something grander. It was changing, molding to something other than the other it had relied on for so long, and for unknown reasons. The first step in that change was space and time. Do I need to do something about it? Damien questioned. In the first place, what could he do? From what I can sense, this isn't necessarily a man-made problem. It wasn't caused by anyone voluntarily. If so, was there a need to stop it, or was this a natural progression that the heavenly world was always bound to make? Right now, it's actually somewhat convenient. The annoying things pass fast, which means we can get to the most important battles sooner and with less suffering. However, that convenience could very well be a facade hiding something terrible. Damien really didn't know. As someone who'd become unreasonably strong in recent days, it had been a long time since he'd felt this way, and here I was wanting to run around dominating the battlefield. Why was it that every time he found himself superb confidence the cosmos decided to bring down his mood? No, if I look at it in another way, isn't it only the cosmos itself that can make me feel this way? Damien shook his head and cleared his thoughts. For now, the best thing to do is observe and see if anyone else has noticed anything. It won't be too late to act when the problem becomes more concerning. He didn't want to make any rash decisions, especially not when it came to decisions concerning the fate of the cosmos. But if this is really something that threatens the existence of this reality, Damien's eyes hardened, then I'll make sure to fix it myself, no matter who or what the cause is. That was the end of his involvement with the issue for now. He returned to Void Palace, ready to live his life as he always had. However, his naivety, his general lack of knowledge on the issue, was truly a concern beyond what he'd expected, because the changes in the cosmos weren't simple. They weren't some small changes, nor were they changes that were meant to take place. Fixing them wouldn't be a small task even for someone who could completely control existence. And the cause? The cause was the very thing Damien least expected. Chapter 15:16 Stria 1. With the southwestern region cleaned of the divine order's presence entirely, one would expect several changes to take place. However, for the most part, nothing much happened. As months went by, the citizens slowly forgot about the events of the past and went back to their daily lives. Trade resumed in the region, and those from external forces finally found themselves able to enter the cardinal region again. At first, they thought everything was the same, but there was a subtle difference. The people weren't they acting a little different. They weren't as kind as before, but that wasn't a bad thing. In the past, the kindness most people received from the citizens unnerved them. It didn't seem natural. and the cult-like feeling that was ever present here made people want to leave as soon as possible. Other than those who succumbed and became brainwashed citizens of the region, everyone else viewed the common people of the Southwest like they were a plague. That feeling was gone now. They seemed to be minding their own business, living their lives without being overly concerned about others. That was it, though. After the divine order was destroyed, everyone expected there to be a new influence controlling the southwestern region, but that was a flawed assumption. The divine order still existed, even its old headquarters were rebuilt, leaving the territory looking like nothing happened at all. But the people weren't the same. That was the key difference. The Veritas clan didn't have to do much after the war ended. Other than an envoy party that went to Void Palace, the rest of their army returned home to await further orders. Void Palace and the Holy Empire were the ones who really cooperated in the reconstruction of the region. It was Damien's idea, though he still hadn't had the opportunity to meet the Holy Emperor. He'd been exchanging letters with the man for several months. Through those interactions, Damien was able to learn a great deal about religion and how to act if one was in control of one. With this knowledge, he was able to create a new divine order. His own people were sat at the head of the order, so it would never stray off its original path again. The citizens of the southwestern region were able to resume their lives so soon precisely because of this. Damien gave them a sense of security and stability, making them feel like nothing much had changed. He was able to bring peace to the territory, and though he couldn't hang his banner over it quite yet, the fact that he was the one controlling it from the dark still held true. The southwestern region needed time to stabilize entirely. In terms of economics, geopolitics, and other similar matters, the people Damien put in charge of the order had a lot of work to do, namely the Eighth Sword of Void Palace, Fabio Viviani. He was the one at the absolute peak of the new divine order. He, along with the council of aides provided to him, would be in charge of ruling the entire southwestern region, a mission they took as a blessing from their young lord. The Holy Empire didn't care about artificially expanding its territory, so it didn't interfere much with what happened afterwards, only offering help where help was needed. The Vega clan remained silent as they continued to observe how things progressed, while the Dragon clan, as always, remained unconcerned with the happenings of the heavenly world. The only other influence who had a stake in this matter was the Kyushu Federation, who'd been oddly silent since everything began in full swing. Matthias Quincy promised Damien non-aggression, and that was exactly what he provided. He, like the leaders of Vega, decided that watching and being entertained was the best course of action for the current moment. However, he did have a promise with Damien, and Damien had shown him exactly what he promised to. The divine order was gone, leaving only the Stria clan. Matthias knew better than to take their silence as submission, but regardless, he was a man who never went back on the promises he made. In return for a number of resources that seemed unbelievable on paper, the Kyushu Federation would become a true ally of Void Palace. Attacking and retreating together, living and dying together. As he looked over the tens of reports telling him about everything taking place in the outside world, he had a wry smile on his face. He saw it when they first met. That was the only reason he entertained the young boy who had ambitions beyond his station, but now that they'd come this far, in a matter of months at that, he was forced to truly accept the conclusion he'd made. Damien Void. Wants to rule the world. Maybe rule wasn't the right word. Whatever it was, Damien was trying to bring any and everyone together, creating a united front. The only question was, what was this united front for? Who was he trying to face? Even if Matthias was a member of the heavenly world's elite, he wasn't aware of the true threat the foreign races presented. He was aware of the Stria clan's collusion with them, but just like everyone outside the palace, he was completely unaware of what they'd done to Dante, and what they were planning to do to the world. The masses still saw the foreign races as a small threat. Damien had plans to change that. He couldn't just tell them. For people like Matthias, words alone weren't enough to prove anything. They needed concrete evidence. That sort of evidence wouldn't show itself as long as the foreign races had any say in the matter. But what if they didn't? What if they couldn't continue being underestimated anymore? No matter how hard they tried, well, they'd find out soon enough. With the war against the Divine Order over, most people assumed that the palace was too focused on internal stabilization and the handover process to care about anything else. They were wrong. Void Palace didn't need to put much effort into those things. Their internal situation was at the best it had ever been, and when it came to the southwestern region, they didn't have to do much work at all because of Damien's pre-planning. The majority of their forces were free and ready. After all, they knew that they weren't done yet. Their young lord had led them to victory against one of their enemies, but there was still one left. And while they were all still in the mood to wage war and conquer, Damien couldn't betray their expectations. Could he? He had no plans of doing that at all. Even for him, the feeling was the same. The Stria clan had been quiet for long enough. Whatever they were doing, Damien wasn't going to give them more time to do it in peace. War was tedious and tiring, but it was also incredibly rewarding. So until everything was over, Damien refused to stop. The divine order was gone. The Stria clan was next, until Void Palace hit the absolute peak of all worlds. Well, nothing more needed to be said. Chapter 15-17 Stria 2, the Stria clan, not much was known about it to the outside world. It had been mentioned before, but despite the grandiosity of their existence, the Stria clan somehow managed to keep their internal structure hidden from the masses. They weren't exclusive in this. Void Palace was also quite mysterious to others. Their disjointed dimensional monstrosity of a palace made it difficult for anyone to get anywhere they weren't supposed to be. On top of that, with how close-knit the people of the palace were, it was difficult to gain information from within. However, since the palace was active in the world and openly showed its strength here and there, people were somewhat aware of its structure. For instance, the 12 swords were known in both name and appearance. The Stria clan also had their equivalent of the 12 swords, but nobody knew who they were. They were headed by Malefistria and served Malevolon directly. They'd never appeared in the outside world before, at least, not in ways that other people could see them. But that didn't mean they'd never appeared at all. The Stria clan was actually quite simple. It was an authoritarian clan even internally. Malevolon held all the power, so there was really no need for a complicated structure, but that didn't mean there was none. After all, Malevolon himself wasn't going to do all the work necessary to run a clan. Maleficus was in charge of these types of matters, and the ones who worked under him were the closest thing Stria had to leaders outside Malevolon. Other than them, everyone was equal. The geniuses were lauded as all geniuses were, but even they didn't have much status. It was confusing. Why would a genius bother to stay in the Stria clan with the kind of treatment they received? They were used and abused. They were treated like trash, demeaned and taught to become dogs rather than individuals. This treatment started from childhood, because, again, the Stria clan didn't need young geniuses, it needed pawns who could carry out orders. Geniuses would be systematically groomed so they would be mindless in all matters that didn't relate to the clan. This education had never failed. There had never been a case of internal rebellion even once in the clan's history. There had never been a case of a young genius obtaining their own free will. There had never been such a case. Until now, somewhere in the Stria clan's hidden manor, the place where young talents were groomed, a boy was thrown against a wall. Thud, his body slid down and fell to the ground. His legs were too weak to bring him back to his feet, and his body was covered in gashes and bruises from the beating he'd taken. However, the look in his eyes never changed. Tui, he spit on the floor next to him, glaring at his attackers. Is that all? The group of 3 boys didn't respond. After staring at him indifferently, the one at their head clicked his tongue. TCH. Let's go. We can break him tomorrow. The boys left without much of a fuss. After all, they weren't actually bullying the boy or anything like that. It was just the task they were given by the instructor. In fact, the boy who was getting beat had the same task, just for another person who wasn't currently present. The talents of the hidden manor were frequently turned against each other like this. They were made to find ways to destroy their fellows, whether mentally or physically. To do so physically was easy. Everyone in the hidden manor was more than capable of that, but the mental aspect, well, with the type of training they'd been through, no amount of physical torture could make their minds break. The 3 boys who attacked had tried just for the sake of trying, to see if that assumption was true. Since the boy had been beaten within an inch of his life and still kept his spirit, he obviously wouldn't break if they did more, so it was pointless to keep trying. It was normal. To be beaten, to be betrayed, to be killed. Here, any of these things were just daily occurrences. Food was scarce. To gain enough sustenance to fully maintain one's physical condition, one had to make an unspeakable number of accomplishments. The talents were forced to do anything they could to survive, and at the same time, they were forced to kill themselves so they could survive. After all, if the instructors realized that they were having unique thoughts, their fates didn't need to be described, did it? That was a problem for this boy, the boy who unfortunately donned the name of Stria. He couldn't say anything out loud. He stood up, brushed himself off, and ripped off the clothes on his back to bandage his wounds. By the time he was done, he wasn't wearing anything more than a rag. He walked through the halls in that state, but nobody looked at him strangely. It's normal, after all, there was no medical center here. If one succumbed to one's injuries, it was nobody else's fault. I hate this fucking place. It was quite strange, wasn't it, somehow? He'd managed to maintain a sense of free will despite being raised in a place like this. He'd never seen the outside world before. He had no idea what society looked like. Still, he managed to form the mind of someone who'd been living independently in the world for their entire life. Nobody knew that he'd done so, he was smart enough to hide it. If there was one thing that he'd gained here, it was survival instinct. I have to find a way out. It was the same thought he'd been entertaining since he was 6 years old, escape. Now, he was closing in on 18. His strength had been raised to an unreasonable degree by the hellish training he'd undergone, but it wasn't nearly enough for him to get out of this place. But I'll do it one day. He'd been plotting for 12 years, on how he'd escape, and what he'd do when he escaped, and at the top of that list, I'm going to destroy this bullshit-ass clan. Since birth, he'd been told about the greatness of the Stria clan. Since birth, they'd been trying to indoctrinate him, but all that did was breed his hatred. The Stria clan's methods were good. Disregarding the morality of it all, they did indeed succeed in producing the mindless soldiers they wanted. However, in this sole case where the method was flawed, the method itself created a monster that only wished for the Stria clan's demise. His name was Ezekiel Stria, and while he seemed like an insignificant character that wouldn't have any say in the matters of the outside world, he'd soon find that his fate was connected to forces far beyond his control, forces that would help him attain the goal that seemed impossible to him, forces that would show him what it meant to truly be a monster. But that was a story for another time. For now, Ezekiel was no more than an ant, trapped in a cage that he could never escape. Chapter 15:18 Ezekiel 3. A year passed. Was it a year? Truthfully, Ezekiel didn't know what a year was in the outside world's time. The hidden manner didn't allow its students to keep track of time, nor did it teach them how to. Ezekiel figured out the units of measure by eavesdropping on the instructors, but he could only assume how long each unit actually was. Nevertheless, a year in his time had passed. It was enough time for the talents to cycle. New ones entered and old ones left. As for those who remained through the transition, a large number of them disappeared mysteriously. They'd been deemed unfit, so they'd been killed. This isn't the first time, so it's not like it's surprising. Life was mundane in the hidden manner. Sure, there was a lot going on. Every day was filled with trials and tribulations that tested one's grit and forced one to grow stronger. However, even that became mundane after it was done for decades. The children here were made to start training the moment they started walking. From that moment on, they were raised so they wouldn't be fazed by anything they encountered. Ezekiel had been through every form of torture that existed in this world, and even some that didn't. He had been killed over and over again only to be brought back to life for more training. His body was practically indestructible at this point. That was why he allowed people to beat him up when they decided they felt the need to. He'd heal from any wounds with just a night of sleep, and if he really got pissed off, it didn't take much to kill his peers. It's mostly just annoying because I have to hide. He had to hide his strength, he had to hide his ability to think and process information freely, and he had to hide his emotions and capability to learn. Ezekiel was a talent beyond talent. He'd mastered the skills others were being taught with only a single glance, but if he wanted to survive in this place that raised talents, he ironically had no choice but to hide his own. He didn't feel burdened by his life. Despite his independent mind, the teachings of the Stria clan were quite effective. Those kinds of negative emotions couldn't affect his mental state. It was just tiresome. When can I escape? He'd schemed all he needed to, but he needed both an opportunity and a whole lot of luck if he wanted to pull anything off. But I think I can do it now. The past year made me stronger than the instructors, didn't it? Their skills, their movements, their experience. He'd copied it all. In a case where he happened to make it to the outside world, he truly did have the capability to become the bane of the Stria clan. But it's pointless to think about it. There was nothing he could do. Life was bleak. He was stronger than the instructors, but he'd learned about the clan that was waiting for him outside. No matter whether he escaped or not, wouldn't he still die at the hands of those stronger experts of the clan? I'm not enough by myself, and it's not like I can convince these mindless rats to help me. Even he didn't know how he'd managed to develop a brain like his. Everyone around him was without a brain at all, only able to act on orders they'd been given. Hell, even the boys who usually came to beat him up were the same. They acted like they had personalities. To someone unaware, they would seem like regular stuck-up children from a major clan, but it was all an act in the end. The behaviors they showcased were learned and mimicked, never internalized. It's boring. That was the conclusion Ezekiel came to. Life is boring. That was why he always craved the outside world. Would there be fun things to do there? If he made it there, would he find a way to make this bleak life less bleak? He really didn't know, but he really wanted to find out, and as if he hadn't had the exact same thought every single day for the past who knows how long. As if this wasn't the only thought allowing him to maintain a little bit of sanity in this insane place, he entertained it for hours on end. While he was tortured by the instructors, while he was beaten by his peers, while he beat his peers into the ground, and while he suffered endlessly, he thought about what was happening in the outside world. Still, life remained mundane. Another year passed in Ezekiel time. He wasn't too far off in his measurement. His years were roughly 6 months in normal time. In the 2 years since his first introduction, only a single year had passed. Ezekiel's mindset never changed. It was hard to speak about him as a person, since his thoughts and actions were monotonous like a robot. He had free will, but he didn't know how to use it. He had never been given the opportunity, so another day began, and another day passed, another day of suffering, another day of pain, another day that Ezekiel spent staring at the ceiling, dreaming of the outside. What? Ezekiel exclaimed. He was so confused that he forgot to muffle his voice. A massive explosion shook the hidden manor. It was a building built so that no outside forces could interfere with what was happening inside, yet, somehow, an explosion rocked it to its very foundation. Ezekiel leapt out of his bed. Well, he did the best he could considering that his bed was just a wooden floor, and rushed out of his room. The other talents had done the same. There was chaos in the hidden manor, but the instructors were moving through the halls and making sure everyone retained order. They were being raised as tools. They were not allowed to be surprised by a surprise attack. Ezekiel gritted his teeth. Something big is happening. He didn't know what it was, but there was one thing he gathered from that single explosion alone. This might be my chance. The outside world was being shaken by an immense force. The hidden manor was shaken in kind. With the instructors busy trying to control the young talents they were in charge of, I can find an opening. It was the exact thing he'd been trained to do for so long. Observe the enemy. Find an opening. Exploit it and accomplish the given mission in the least amount of time and effort possible. The current mission, escape this hellhole, it locked into Ezekiel's mind. The instincts he'd trained throughout his life roared to life. His feet pressed into the ground, and he made a run for it. This perfect opportunity wouldn't be allowed to slide. This time, he would finally RGH. Another explosion rocked the hidden manor, ripping an entire outer wall to shreds. Ezekiel was thrown back by the force. He raises his arms to absorb the shrapnel headed towards his face. Thud, he slammed against another wall and lowered his arms. His eyes widened. He could see it only a few meters away. Sunlight, a sight he'd never seen before. Chapter 15:19 Ezekiel 4. Q. Ezekiel hardly had time to comprehend the beautiful scene. It blinded his eyes. He could hardly see anything in the first place, since his eyes had become accustomed to darkness. In most cases, the talents who graduated from the hidden manor would leave blindfolded and would be slowly adjusted to the outside climate. Otherwise, it was difficult for them to function properly. Obviously, Ezekiel couldn't really get the same treatment, because the explosion that filled his arms with shrapnel wasn't the first, nor was it the last. Boom. 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 With the sound isolation that once protected the hidden manor gone, Ezekiel's sensitive ears were finally able to pick up everything that was happening outside. Countless explosions, something completely unexpected, and as if the sounds from the outside weren't bad enough, it seemed the hidden manor was being targeted purposefully, because after the first wall fell, the rest soon followed. Wood and metal flew through the air, crashing into the internal structures of the manor and destroying its foundation. Some pieces managed to perfectly locate living targets, slamming through the heads of some of the talents and directly killing them. Blood began to fly through the air just as much as the shrapnel did. The amount of sound became overwhelming. No, the overabundance of stimuli itself was the problem. For Ezekiel, who'd been in a controlled environment for the entirety of his life, it was maddeningly exciting. Is this the outside world? He hadn't moved yet, his eyes were only starting to adjust, and while they did, he was ducking and picking out the metal that had gotten stuck in his arm. Once he was certain there wasn't anything else flying wantonly through the air, he spread his awareness as he was taught and searched for any signs of nearby life. They're not here. The instructors weren't in the vicinity. There were a few other talents nearby, but they didn't concern him. Ezekiel's eyes lit up. I can actually leave. He stood up and took one last look around, taking in the scenes of the hidden manor that were now more visible than ever, and with not even a single drop of lingering emotion remaining in his body, he rushed out of the destroyed building, finally feeling the sun on his skin for the first time. XIU, boom. 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 Boom, ARGH, there were a lot of sounds, and even more sights to accompany them. As Ezekiel's eyes adjusted, he found himself in the middle of a true war zone. Starships flew through the sky, dropping law-infused bombs across the Stria Manor territory. On the ground, several tens of thousands of troops, if not more, fought head-to-head, engaging in a bloody battle that claimed countless lives. This much was already surprising to Ezekiel. Bang, this much already made his heart beat like it had never beaten before. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Bang, Ezekiel jumped back, narrowly avoiding being caught in a crater that formed as an unidentified object fell from the sky. Damn it. You Void Palace bastards, a voice came from the crater, followed by another bang as the figure who created it shot back into the sky. That was, Ezekiel only caught a slight glance of it, but he was sure of what he saw, the Stria clan logo, a top fighter from the clan, one of the very people he didn't want to meet. Luckily he seems preoccupied. The situation finally sank in for Ezekiel. I should find a place to hide. He looked around, but there was nothing around but flat ground. In the sky, that fighter he saw earlier was confronting a woman with emerald green hair, a member of the so-called Void Palace. Is she strong? In Ezekiel's memory, women were never very strong. The female members of the Hidden Manor were usually killed off first, and rarely any of them were able to survive long enough to graduate. I think she's going to. He didn't even have the chance to think it. Bang. Bang! Bang! 3 massive wooden tendrils thicker than anything Ezekiel had ever seen before burst out of the ground only a few feet in front of him and shot into the air faster than he could comprehend. The tendrils slammed into the Stria clan fighter, throwing him forward as he coughed up blood. The emerald-haired woman watched as he flew towards her, her eyes calmer than an undisturbed lake. Ezekiel's eyes opened wide. Now, he saw the opportunity, as did she, her hand sliced forward, jutting through the Stria fighter's body and coming out the other side. He's done. Ezekiel raised his brow in admiration. The outside world is really special. He didn't think there were other people capable of making an attack like that, but it seemed he was more ordinary than he expected. As his gaze moved across the horizon, he saw many other scenes that wowed him in the same way. He saw the strength of Stria. Those fighters were not soft permissions. Their attacks made the sky shake and the earth tremble, striking genuine fear into Ezekiel's heart, but fear translated to excitement for him. And that excitement only grew as he watched how those amazing fighters were killed one by their enemies. He didn't know what was happening. All he knew was that there was a lot of battle going on, and Stria, is the Stria clan actually weak? Was obviously on the losing side. The chaotic situation was no place for someone like Ezekiel, who had no practical experience. However, he was tempted beyond belief by the mayhem. He wanted to join in. His body involuntarily moved, taking him closer and closer to the warring masses. I want to kill, his instincts roared. This was what he'd been trained for, but rather than the enemy, the entire brunt of his bloodlust was directed at those who had the Stria clan's insignia displayed on their bodies. The outside world, is it fun? His thoughts were inconsequential. They flowed for no purpose other than flowing. They voiced his inner desires in the form of questions that he already knew the answers to. Was it fun? Of course it was. Would he enjoy it to its fullest? Of course he would. His walk turned into a run, and his run turned into a sprint. His steps gained more and more weight, yet they became lighter, pushing him forward with extreme speed. I'm going to kill. I can finally kill. I will. What's a boy like you doing in a place like this? Before Ezekiel knew what was happening, he'd been caught by the collar. He looked back, only to see the emerald-haired woman from earlier standing behind him with a curious look on her face. This is no good. She interrupted him before he could explain himself. Rhea, are you there? I am here, Empress. Another woman appeared from the shadows and kneeled to the emerald-haired woman. Take him back to the palace and get him some fresh clothes. If he wants it, let him join the armies or the staff. If not, let him leave to live his life freely. Yes, Empress. Ezekiel was handed off just like that. The environment became a blur as he was hastily transported according to the given instructions. The whole while, he was trying to process what was happening to him. He stammered internally. Before he could have any fun, before he could kill even a single person, it was over just like that. It was, at least, for now. But Ezekiel had no way of really knowing. Did he this interaction, this sudden kidnapping that took him away from the battlefield, for him, this would turn out to be the opportunity of a lifetime. Chapter 15:20 Ezekiel 5. Ezekiel's case seemed like a strange one. There was no reason for the palace to take him in, especially not under Elvira's orders. Could it be that she saw something in him? To an extent, that was correct, but that wasn't the entire story. Actually, Void Palace had been in the business of saving people for quite a while, though Ezekiel didn't know it. The Stria clan had over 10 hidden manors used for the same purpose as the one he grew up in. When the war began, Damien and his people were unaware of these facilities, however. After accidentally uncovering one during a siege, they began to offer refuge to the young geniuses trapped within. They'd been mistreated in every way possible. It was cruel, especially when considering that a lot of the kids in those places weren't even 10 years old yet. Void Palace had a lot of space to accommodate people, and more than that, it had an environment perfect for recovery. Those who needed solace could find solace. Those who needed structure could find structure, and those who needed revenge could find revenge. Damien never intended to choose a path for these young geniuses. They'd been controlled for their entire lives, so what he aimed to do was similar to what he did for the citizens of the southwestern region. He used his resources to teach them how to live for themselves. Whatever decision they made from that point on was the one they'd have to live with. Truthfully, most of the talents who were rescued decided to leave after recuperating. They offered their sincerest thanks, sure, but they were not comfortable with joining another large influence. What they did with their lives after leaving was none of the palace's business, but if there was one thing Damien made sure of, it was that none of them returned to the Stria clan. There was a relatively decent portion who decided to become servants so they could stay at the palace and live peacefully. As for those who joined the army, that number was by far the smallest out of all the categories. The main problem was those who were too young to make such decisions. The palace had taken responsibility for their education and growth for now, but whether it would stay that way or not was to be decided in the future. Ezekiel's choice, when he got to the palace, which was an experience in its own right, he saw a lot of things he'd never seen before: the technology they used, the ability to move unreasonable distances in a matter of seconds, the strength of their armies. It was all exciting and refreshing for him. There were a lot of choices presented to him. He could have lived peacefully. He could have become a wanderer who decided his own fate, but he didn't choose either of these options. For him, there was only one thing. One goal that made his life worth living. One thought that got him through his torturous daily life: I want to see the end of the Stria clan. That was what he told them. And they understood his intent. The best way to see that scene for oneself was obvious. The best way to achieve revenge was a path Damien set up specifically for that purpose. Ezekiel was a special case. He didn't need to develop freedom of thought, so he was able to make his decision far faster than anyone else. He really only had one question for the man who asked him what he wanted to do from this point on: that emerald-haired woman, is she a member of your army? And the answer he got: emerald hair. Ah, you must be talking about Commander Moonwind. Not only is she a part of our army, she was an integral part of its creation and training process. If there was anyone who has been as involved in the army's development as the young lord, it would be her. Wasn't that all he needed to hear? That woman was strong, stronger than him and the instructors, stronger than anyone he'd ever seen before. If someone like that was produced by the army of this place, I want to join that army. He wanted to grow stronger, not in a way that made him a tool, but in a way that made him a true fighter, capable of standing up for himself. The man smiled, nodding his head. Very well. I'll have to do a few checks to make sure your information checks out, but we should be able to get you registered in the next few days. Until then, just rest and recuperate. Life in the Stria clan must have been difficult for you. The man gathered a collection of files and departed. Leaving Ezekiel alone in the room he was provided when he arrived here, it was quiet. It's not the same though. When it was quiet in the hidden manner, it meant someone was about to try and kill him. Here, the silence felt secure. He didn't know how to explain it. Was my upbringing worse than I thought? There was no way for him to know. He didn't have a standard to compare it to, but from the way he'd been treated since the moment that woman called Commander Moonwind ordered her subordinate to take care of him, the life he'd experienced thus far was more than just a tragedy. He'd been brought to this place and given a room with a bed for him to sleep on. He'd been provided a bath and new clothes to change into. His internal injuries, though not serious due to his insane healing factor, were completely removed through a variety of treatments. Wasn't he practically being treated like royalty? There must be a reason they're doing all this. After all, nothing in this world was free. But as long as they can give me what I need to get back at those bastards, it's fine. In any case, this place was obviously leagues better than the one he just came from. There was a lot of naivety in his thinking. His basic needs were met, and he suddenly believed Void Palace was a good place. It, of course, was. However, who was to say that others didn't employ the same strategies to swindle people and lead them into the mouth of a lion? Ezekiel was young. Moreover, his worldview was developed purely through imagination. He had more to learn than just techniques that made him stronger. But of all the children who were saved from the hidden manors, Ezekiel was the one Damien took a personal interest in, though the boy himself was unaware. The young lord of this very palace was watching him closely and had been ever since he set foot within the palace grounds. It wasn't because of his mentality, nor was it because of his desire for revenge. It was for a reason neither he nor the Stria clan instructors who raised him knew, a talent that only Damien could see, and with Void Palace's army as the stage, Damien planned to let that talent bloom to its fullest potential. Well, that was if Ezekiel could even make it through the training. Chapter 15:21 Ezekiel 6. As the man said, Ezekiel was greeted by another person within 3 days. You must be Ezekiel, the woman said with a smile. He nodded, unsure of what to say. Follow me. I will take you to your new accommodations. New accommodations? He asked, exiting the room. Yes. Since you will be enrolling in the army, you will naturally have to live with your comrades in the barracks. You didn't think it would be easy, did you? Ezekiel smiled wryly, rubbing his head. He did, in fact, think it would be easy. He quite liked this room with its big comfortable bed and peaceful quietness. Still, since he'd decided to join the army, it was normal for him to be treated as a regular soldier. With the woman's guidance, he found his way through several corridors and strange areas of the palace, some of which he couldn't explain at all. There was a strange aura everywhere, as if the things he saw weren't as they seemed. But he didn't really have the mind to focus on them. After all, the guide woman was already giving him a rundown of what he could expect from this point forth, the army schedule, the intensity of training, and other facts that he had to mentally prepare himself. For were stated one after another, they were all important things, sure, but Ezekiel didn't really mind them. The things the woman spoke about didn't seem stressful at all. Compared to the hidden manor, Void Palace's schedules were nothing, every day. Since the war only recently started, you probably won't be deployed anytime soon, but that only means you'll have more time to train, so it can be considered a good thing. The war? Ezekiel's attention was grabbed by those words. Is Void Palace the Stria clan's enemy? It was an obvious question, but it was really just meant to segue into a new conversation, through which he could learn more about this world. You don't even know that much? Well, I guess they did keep you guys isolated from everything. That's right. Our palace and the Stria clan have never been on good terms, but this war is about more than just the hostility between us. The woman finally got to the main subject. By our young lord's orders, we began our siege on the Stria clan roughly half a year ago. Damien didn't waste time with the Stria clan. It took him a few days to make the decision, but he eventually decided that there was no need to hesitate. He originally felt that it was too early to start a war against Stria. He didn't know enough about what they had hidden up their sleeve, and with the Divine Order only recently demolished, he was unsure of whether moving now was worth it or not, but the Stria clan was a conniving bunch. They definitely had hidden cards now, but if he waited, they'd have even more. Wasn't it better to disrupt them so they couldn't accomplish whatever they were planning? That was his intent as he started the war, and the people of the palace followed happily. They started in the lawless zone, but they didn't spend too much time there. The criminals in the lawless zone weren't loyal to Stria. They were only in the northern region for their own benefit. For the most part, the Stria clan actually kept the majority of its forces within its manor grounds. Those grounds were massive, enough to form a country of their own. There were several manors that housed the many departments of the clan, with the main manor situated at the forefront of it all. The manor grounds had been surrounded by the Void Palace army near the beginning of the siege, but even as 6 months passed, not much progress was made. The key players on both sides haven't made any moves yet. For the most part, only skirmishes and battles on the outskirts have taken place. The woman looked back at him. Of course, saving kids like you from those vile institutions has been one of the main priorities recently. Unlike the war against the Divine Order, Void Palace didn't move with an exact plan to take down the Stria clan. After all, unlike the Divine Order, Damien didn't know anything about Stria. He couldn't say he could perfectly see through their intentions, power, or forces. The current period was one of probing. Both sides were trying to figure out the true strength of their opponent. And until they had an estimate, neither would truly engage in battle with their all. That was probing. Ezekiel was stunned by the fact, the woman he saw, who was, of course, Elvira, was extremely powerful, but she was only a demigod. She had the ability to fight, and she had the authority to command the army, but even she couldn't be considered a true peak expert of the palace. The troops she'd brought were also those who were experiencing some of their first battles. As for the ones they were fighting, it was mostly the same. To Stria, even demigods were expendables. Only the best experts, like Damien and the 12 Swords, or Maleficus and his people, were considered truly strong. And all of them were quietly observing on the sidelines and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The outside world is bigger than I thought. As he learned more, Ezekiel realized just how closed off he'd been from anything and everything. There was so much to do, so much to learn, but until the Stria clan is gone, I can't do anything with peace of mind. His eyes turned cold. The urge to slaughter was strong in his heart. It had been cultivated well. He didn't know whether to suppress it or not, but it wasn't like he had the chance to make that choice here. there was nobody to kill. Here we are, he snapped out of his thoughts at the beckoning of his guide. Before him was a door, a massive door that didn't seem to lead anywhere. When he walked through it, he found himself in a completely new space. Ezekiel's eyes immediately widened. Is this a training ground or a city? The military facility was less of a facility and more of its own nation. Everywhere Ezekiel looked, he could see soldiers doing drills or living out their daily lives. There were high-rise apartments in the distance, as opposed to the cramped barracks he was expecting. And most of all, there was a thick, suffocating aura. You'll get used to it eventually. Ezekiel's head snapped to the side. He stepped back, raising his guard. The one who spoke was not the woman who brought him here. She was already gone. Instead, the person who spoke was a man, a person who arrived in his blind spot before he even knew what was happening. The man smiled wryly upon seeing Ezekiel's reaction. Calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. My name is Henry, and I'll be guiding you from here on. Ezekiel slowly nodded his head, lowering his guard. The man gazed at him strangely. Is this the guy we've been waiting for? He looked Ezekiel up and down, trying to gauge his strength. In the end, he just shrugged. Whatever the case, we'll train him the same. A grin appeared on his face, a grin that made Ezekiel shiver. Let's see how he handles it. Chapter 1522 Arrival 1. A man kneeled before another. There were many differences between them, but the most obvious one was the color of their skin. The kneeling man's skin was white, while the one he kneeled to had an ashen gray tone to himself. Have the others come? The gray-skinned man asked the question, but his tone wasn't inquisitive. It was more like he was merely observing facts, no sort of personal emotion present in his demeanor. Yes. You are the last one to arrive. Though he kneeled, the man's tone wasn't submissive. He spoke as if he was only kneeling for ceremony. There was no respect in his voice, at least, not the type of respect that viewed anyone as superior to himself. I see. The gray-skinned man nodded his head. The Lord ordered this attack suddenly. I'm impressed with your efficiency, he said, just as indifferent as before. We have been preparing for this moment for eons. The only thing missing was the Lord's order, the kneeling man answered. I can see that. The gray-skinned man panned his gaze across his surroundings. They didn't look like they were in the heavenly world even though they surely were. The sky was non-existent, but the ceiling of this place was high enough to create a sky of its own. The darkness that loomed above was barely capable of representing the massive scale of this place, located thousands of kilometers underground. It was an entire civilization, empty and barren. The area was roughly the size of a principality, or a sector of the lower universe. And, just like the most populated principalities in the heavenly world, the entire span of land was covered in buildings and structures. It looked like it was the home of an ancient civilization, a place that had gone undiscovered for millions of years. However, it was anything but. This massive area had been created by the Stria clan within the last 1 million years. It had only been sitting untouched for around 100,000 of those, while the rest were used to build it. This principality existed for 2 reasons. The first was fairly obvious, and explained the purpose of the Grayskin man. This was a place where the Stria clan could safely interact with the foreign races without being subject to the eyes of others, and secondly, the Dark God ordered it. Nobody else could know his purpose other than him, but as it stood now, this place was a den of corruption, isolated from the perception of those on the surface by extremely advanced technology lining the entire ceiling of the cave. This pseudo-principality was entirely corrupted, a true foreign territory, though it didn't appear on the surface due to the sheer distance. This territory was spreading its corruption throughout the heavenly world. It had already encompassed the entire northern region in its darkness. However, the aura of corruption was masked due to the sheer evil existing in droves on the surface. The lawless zone itself was the Stria clan's creation, made to hide the presence of this very place, and currently, it was being inhabited by 243 beings. There were meant to be 244 of them, but a certain member of their ranks had been eliminated a bit ago, leaving them with this strange number. It was a number that felt misfortunate, so perhaps it was more worthy of them. After all, they were a true plague. The gray-skinned man who just arrived, the man whom even Malevolon Stria had to kneel to out of courtesy, made them whole. Call the rest, he ordered. Malevolon nodded his head and sent a wave of mana through the pseudo-principality. Immediately, multiple waves of dark energy returned his welcome. Those waves of energy turned into auras, which then morphed into the shape of a crowd of men and women as they grew closer. This was the entirety of the foreign race nobility. The 243 of them were the ones who served the Dark God, people who stood behind him as he turned the sacred abyss universe into his toy, and they'd come for only one purpose. Do you know what it is? The disturbance that the Lord sensed, the gray skin man.no. Now that his peers had arrived, perhaps it was better to address him by his position. Grand Duke Famas looked down at Malevolon and asked him about that thing. They did not know its identity yet. Nor did Malevolon. The trace that the Lord sensed was too vague for any of them to comprehend its true nature. That was the reason they came together, even though they didn't all plan to show themselves to the public eye yet. Malevolon furrowed his brows. When he made his contract with the foreign races, he did not swear loyalty to them. He swore loyalty to only one man, the Dark God. The people around him now were his peers. When it came to the Grand Dukes, that wasn't just an expression but a courtesy, but a truth about their power levels. Malevolon's eyes flitted between them. He wasn't accustomed to having peers, nor did he particularly enjoy the feeling, but for now, he had to cooperate with them. I do not know what the Lord sensed. However, I am aware of the most unique beings and events in this world. Therefore, it should not take too much effort to find it. The Stria clan was made partially for this exact purpose. It wasn't a unique situation. Every time the Dark God's forces made contact with a new cosmos, they made sure to do the same thing. They created or subjugated a force large enough to cover the entire world. In the case that an anomaly appeared in the Dark God's plan, with the influence of their chosen force, they could find the cause instantly and crush it without resistance. Malevolon welcomed the war that was taking place on the surface. The aura of blood and slaughter created by it allowed him to bring the entirety of the foreign race nobility into the heavenly world without complications, and now that they'd arrived, it wouldn't be long before this war was brought to an end. After all, what could Void Palace do against such a force? What could anyone do against such a force? Malevolon's mentality wasn't a new one. It had been seen amongst countless people in Grand Heaven's boundary. He'd given up, he'd submitted to the absolute power he saw when he saw the Dark God. In Malevolon's eyes, the subjugation of the heavenly world was a foregone conclusion. So, in order to hold power in that subjugated world, to rule it, to be part of the conquerors instead of the conquered, he joined the Dark God's side. When this world was submerged in darkness, he would be its ruler. Even if he was always under the rule of one man, he would absolutely stand above everyone else. That was why he stood up, looking the foreign nobility in their eyes. I look forward to our cooperation. He was their equal for now, but he would be their superior in the future. So only for now would he show them such courtesies, really. They should have considered themselves lucky. Chapter 1523 Arrival. 2. The Stria clan never seemed to care about worldly affairs. Anything that was unrelated to them was irrelevant, or at least, that was how they treated the world. However, the Stria clan had always been watching. They didn't need to do any extra work to provide the information Malevolon spoke of. Even up to the current day, every special event in the entire heavenly world, barring a few locations like the western region and the main palace of Void Palace, had been recorded in the Stria clan's archives. Follow me. I will take you there. Malevolon spoke to Grand Duke Famas. It was a well-known fact that he was the one who'd represent his peers. The rest would stay in the hidden principality, biding their time until their turn to act came. Grand Duke Famas accepted his role, using Malik to change his appearance. His skin changed, and his features became more human. Within seconds, he looked no different from the denizens of the heavenly world. With that, he followed Malevolon as the man led him to the surface. As mentioned several times before, the pseudo-principality was isolated from the world above. There was no way to easily make it back to the surface. However, in a method reminiscent of Void Palace's halls, a series of strange warps in spacetime allowed one to make one's way all the way to surface level within a few seconds. Of course, if one didn't approach them with the knowledge of how they worked, one would be shredded by the fluctuating spacetime. Malevolon and Famas naturally weren't caught in the traps. Arriving in the main manor of the Stria clan in just a few moments, from where they stood, the explosions and war outside couldn't be heard. Blood, but it could still be very clearly sensed. Right, Malevolon answered. There is currently a war ongoing. A few bugs who believe they are strong have come to challenge us, but it is nothing but that. A mere distraction. If that is the case, then fine. However, it does not seem to be so simple. Famas commented on the situation, but Malevolon swiftly ignored it. Frankly, he hadn't been paying much attention to the situation outside. He hardly had the chance with the amount of work it took to bring the foreign nobility over. Maleficus was the one leading the war effort, but that alone was enough knowledge. As long as Maleficus was in charge, Malevolon didn't believe they would lose, especially not against Void Palace. It didn't matter if the palace had been getting stronger. They were still in the infancy of their strength. If they still needed Veritas and the Holy Empire to help them take care of the Divine Order, thinking they could take down Stria was pure arrogance. After all, even if all three came at the Stria clan together, Malevolon was still not confident in losing. He and Famas soon reached his study, where all the information was contained. The room didn't look much different from how it usually did. But there was one key thing missing, one thing making the atmosphere feel incomplete. Where is it? Famas instantly noticed the inconsistency. It is hidden, Malevolon replied without batting an eye. If there was one thing he wouldn't allow, it was for his reputation to be stained. Perhaps the celestial prison had been lost, but there was no way for anyone else to open it, even he couldn't touch it. The only existence still alive in the current day who could unlock the celestial prison's mechanisms was none other than the Dark God. Therefore, even in the worst-case scenario where Void Palace had the prison, he was certain they wouldn't be able to do anything with it. The only thing that changed was its location. In the end, Dante Void would remain sealed for the rest of eternity, suffering an unending punishment. Famas didn't press the topic anymore. He also knew about the celestial prison's strength, so it really didn't matter where it was, only, he had also seen the strength of the man it was created to hold. Flashbacks appeared in his mind, fragmented memories of a time he never wanted to remember. His interaction with that man was also the greatest defeat he'd ever suffered in his long history of existence. His imprisonment was the sole reason not only he, but the rest of his comrades as well, came to the heavenly world willingly. But the reason he was here this time was not that man. So for his own sake, he pushed those memories down. Malevolon handed over the data he promised, giving Famas something to use to get his mind off of it. As he flipped through them, he saw many potential objects that could have been the cause of the disturbance. Among them was a familiar name, Ezekiel Stria, a human weapon who mysteriously developed consciousness. That was the description by his name. Luckily for him, Famas didn't pay him much attention. A small strange phenomenon like that meant nothing to his current search, and considering that the object of his search was able to alert even the Dark God's perception, most matters and individuals were considered small. Grand Duke Famas didn't know what he was expecting. He certainly didn't believe that the search would be easy. However, the sheer amount of information he was presented, and the surprising amount of it that was relevant to his purpose intrigued him to an extent. The true Void universe was unique in this aspect. When he accompanied the Dark God to siege other cosmos, none of them were as packed with strangeness as this one. As Famas flipped through the information, marking in his mind the places and people he needed to investigate, his eyes suddenly shook. A name he was familiar with, WHOIS, that, he pointed it out, letting Malevolon have a look at it. Glancing at Famas, he spoke that man's identity. He is Damien Void, the first son of Dante Void. He only recently appeared in the heavenly world, seemingly having come from the lower universe, but he has caused quite a lot of trouble already. He is suspected to be a child Dante had during the time we were pursuing him. Famas nodded, somewhat shakily still. He saw Dominic, Darius, Hestia, and Aaron as well, but their names didn't strike much of a chord in his heart. Grand Duke Famas was skilled in the art of reading fate. Though this world was different and he wasn't entirely accustomed to mana, his intuition was still as accurate as ever. Something about Damien stood out to him. Dante Void's firstborn son, it was common in families with godly blood. The first child born to two parents would inherit more of their talents than those who came after. The majority of the parent's essence would be transferred into that first child, which is why the firstborns of many clans and influences were their most talented geniuses. There were, of course, exceptions, but they were called exceptions for a reason. This rule held true more often than not. If that boy inherited even a single % of that man's power, whether it was logic or intuition, all signs pointed to the same conclusion. Damien Void is dangerous. Grand Duke Fama's eyes hardened. When the anomaly has been successfully eradicated, we must take care of that variable as well. It was an absolute necessity. Before we return to the motherland, no mistakes could be tolerated. Damien Void will die. Chapter 1524 Worldly Force 1. It had been half a year since Ezekiel joined the Void Palace army, and he had to say, this place is really the best. The work he had to do was monstrous, but it was always worth it. The drills he was put through made his entire body squirm in pain. When he laid down to sleep, he'd be unable to move in the slightest until the next morning. It was really brutal. At times, it was even more brutal than Stria Clan's hidden manor, but there was one key difference between them: rewards and merit. In the first month, Ezekiel truly suffered. He wondered if his decision was a mistake or not, and he dreaded the fact that he'd merely moved from one hell to another. However, by the second month, he was already faithfully doing his training without a single complaint. That was because there was nothing wasteful. Everything his instructors forced him to do was for his own sake. His strength would see a direct improvement proportional to the amount of work he put in, and while the exercises themselves were brutal enough to match Stria, the atmosphere wasn't. The soldiers were free men. They were given days to explore the military city and engage in entertainment. The instructors would push people past their limits. But if they realized that their students were approaching a breaking point, they'd slow them down and make sure to prioritize their health. Stria never did this. Those who died were weak. Those who couldn't handle training were weak. Those who lost their minds were weak. No matter what happened, if one didn't adhere to their standards, one was weak and deserving of death. Comparing that environment to the palace made the palace look like heaven, and in a sense, it was. The men of the army were always given opportunities. As long as they could grasp them, they could become strong enough to stand atop the world proudly. Plus, there was a merit system, as long as one worked hard. Not only would one become strong, one would become privileged. Merit points could be used to buy resources for training and growth, weapons, and even access to places like movie theaters and sporting arenas, where events would take place semi-frequently to ease the soldiers' minds. Damien had created this army to be absolutely loyal to the palace, just as Malevolon created the hidden manors for the same purpose. However, while Malevolon desired absolute obedience through force and control, Damien wanted that loyalty to come from the heart. He wanted his men to be proud to fight for the palace, proud to die for it. Those were the people who would truly cause a difference on the battlefield. Not those who didn't feel pain or suffering at all. The soldiers here were not only well taken care of, they were allowed to be people outside their posts, they were welcomed by the palace, they were treated with respect, and even their families received countless benefits for their service. And, in the case that they died, the people they cared about would be given death gratuity enough to let them live their entire mortal lives in fortune. Frankly, not many of these soldiers had been to war yet. Only a small portion was taken to siege the Divine Order, and only those more powerful than the people on Ezekiel's level had been deployed to the northern region, compared to those who'd experienced war. They were naive. Their loyalty was also somewhat weaker, since they didn't know what it was truly like to be on the battlefield fighting for one's cause. Still, even they were willing to lay their lives down for the palace. This was proven in the many simulators used by the army to train them. They'd experienced death before. They'd made the conscious choice to sacrifice themselves for the cause, so when the time came for them to experience it in reality, they would be trained to exhibit a similar level of calmness to soldiers who'd been brainwashed and conditioned. However, the fact that they still had emotions and free will gave them an aspect of unpredictability. They could make flexible decisions. And when they realized they were going to die, they could push out far more strength before their flames of life finally died out. Even if Damien was an indifferent person who viewed his men as tools, this would be the best strategy to make them the best army imaginable. However, he did not think of them that way, and they didn't just think of him as an unseen young lord whom they'd sworn their allegiance to. Damien was actually pretty active in the various departments of the palace. He was now spending most of his time on the back line. It had been over a year since he'd been out in the world. Of course, he spent a whole lot of time with his family, but he wasn't that selfish. His wives wanted to train, and others had their own matters to attend to as well. While he would take breaks to meet the people he wanted to meet, he spent the majority of his time becoming more familiar with the people of the palace. He went to the forges and became peers with the smiths there, acknowledged for his skill at the forge. He went to the servant housing and learned the names of the people who were serving him, and he even went to the kitchen to discuss culinary matters with them. Damien had an expansive knowledge gathered both through his own experience and through the devouring of countless individuals with countless talents. Their memories became his, and their experience became his. He was skilled in a variety of random things, but his most experienced department was obviously the military. Damien would occasionally head down to the military city. He'd observe the ongoing training, and sometimes even train the troops himself. Only the main group of elites he gathered were given the chance to get a free personalized training method from him, but that opportunity hadn't been completely eliminated. As long as the current soldiers could gather enough merit points, they could purchase it. It wasn't an unreasonable amount of points either. Damien wanted to give them as much as they wanted. He wanted his troops to grow and bloom into their full potential, merely. With the army growing, he couldn't promise the time necessary to create the perfect technique for each and every one of them. A barrier of entry was added, sure, but it was a barrier that could be broken by anyone as long as they worked hard enough for it. That was the part of the army that Ezekiel liked the most. As long as he tried, anything was possible. It was a truth that didn't exist anywhere else in the world, and he'd been trying his hardest since he arrived here. He trained harder than anyone else, gaining and saving merit points by not spending them on vices or entertainment. And after 6 months, he'd reached that point. He had already gone to the merit shop, and he'd already purchased his ticket. Soon enough, it would be his turn to meet the young lord he served in a private setting. It was his turn to discover where his potential truly lay. Chapter 1525 Worldly Force 2. Damien was quite excited for this meeting. He'd been watching Ezekiel from the start, and since long ago, he'd known exactly what technique to create for him. Ezekiel was a special person. He had many special things inside his body, and the source of them all was only one thing, his main talent, the thing Damien had been waiting to nurture until this moment. After all, he couldn't just give Ezekiel the key to his potential easily. He first needed to see if the boy was worthy of such a treasure. At the end of the day, Ezekiel came from the Stria clan. Damien could see the nature of his soul, which was inquisitive and overall leaned towards good. However, there was a darkness inside of him that had been nurtured by Stria. He had an extreme desire to kill that he had to consciously suppress at all times. For all intents and purposes, he was a time bomb. Ezekiel's bloodlust was directed at the Stria clan, so in his normal day-to-day life, there wasn't much of a worry about him going berserk. But what if his emotions were taken to the extreme? What if, when he found himself on a real battlefield, he couldn't stop himself from killing his comrades, no matter how much of an interest he had in a genius? Damien wouldn't risk the safety of the rest of his people for their sake. That wasn't his way of doing things. Luckily, Ezekiel had shown himself to be level-headed and mostly rational. The simulation program used to train the army was personally created by Damien. It had multiple settings, the most extreme of which made the simulation feel like reality in every sense of the word. Somehow, Ezekiel learned how to control his bloodlust and utilize it only for the purpose he desired it for. Ezekiel was put into this level of the simulation, forced to face the Stria clan in an environment where he was forced to forget that everything was an illusion, and he performed perfectly. Yes, his bloodlust was heavy. When he was facing Stria, he became a demon above all other demons. However, no matter how much stress he faced, he refused to cross his bottom line and involve those who were innocent in his revenge. Somehow, Ezekiel learned how to control his bloodlust and utilize it only for the purpose he desired it for. Damien was thoroughly impressed. He wanted to meet the genius right away and see if he was worth the hype. And conveniently enough, Ezekiel had also used his merit points for a chance to meet him. It was as if this meeting was fated. Damien was already waiting in a designated location, a small structure made with the sole purpose of housing meetings like these. Ezekiel was currently being led here. Judging by the time, he should be arriving right about now. A respectful mana fluctuation pushed through the door, a practitioner's equivalent of knocking. Seeing how Damien allowed that signature's presence and didn't return it, those outside could understand that he'd given them permission to enter. The doors swung open, and two men were revealed on the other side. One was a military instructor, a man named Brian Fries, whom Damien had picked out from the members of Void Palace when he established the army. Brian was a subordinate of the Ninth Sword, Terra Bloodmoon. He was an experienced war veteran, and on top of that, he had prior experience being a teacher. The military instructors were all great leaders. They were hand-picked talents who hadn't been able to achieve their full potential because they weren't playing the roles they were most suited for. Brian was one of the instructors Ezekiel liked most, which was why he happily accompanied him when it was time for them to leave for this meeting. "Good afternoon, young lord," Brian said, bowing his head. Meanwhile, the boy next to him curiously looked Damien up and down. The man called young lord, seeing him in person was a different experience than what Ezekiel expected. He'd never personally seen Malevolon Stria, but he'd seen the kind of people who were in charge of Stria. When comparing Damien to them, he had a completely different aura. "Is this the guy who controls this entire place?" "That would indeed be me," Damien said with a smile. Ezekiel's eyes widened. "Is he reading my thoughts?" "I am." Cheesy potatoes, to each their own, but I'm sure the canteen provides better food than that. "No, whoa," Ezekiel exclaimed, finally accepting the truth. Damien shook his head wryly, reading his mind. "Well, I guess it's something similar." Damien did indeed have the power to directly infiltrate Ezekiel's mind, but he couldn't do it without being noticed, not because he was weak, and not because Ezekiel was strong, but because of Ezekiel's special constitution. Instead, the method he used to make a first impression on the boy was a little bit more roundabout, but it still achieved the same purpose. "You must be Ezekiel, right? Sit. I've heard a lot about you from your instructors." "About me? I thought they all hated me." Ezekiel made a sarcastic comment, shooting a sideways glance at Instructor Fries. "You brat. All you know is how to act cheeky." Brian gave him a light knock on the head, shaking his head helplessly. "Young lord, I will be leaving now. Don't be afraid to discipline this boy if he decides to act out." "Hey!" Ezekiel exclaimed. Damien smiled slightly. "Go on ahead. I don't think we'll have much of a problem." As Brian left, Damien motioned Ezekiel to sit down. The boy was jittery, obviously awaiting the reveal of a perfect technique. Unfortunately, Damien had a few questions for him before that happened. "Tell me, What do you think the perfect technique for you looks like? Ezekiel raised a brow at the unexpected question. He fell into thought for a moment. There were many things he was skilled in. Most weapons, self-healing, defense, even pure brute strength, he excelled in anything that had to do with combat, so when asked what the perfect technique would be, he didn't know. He didn't think the right answer was as obvious as a combination of all of these things. What am I lacking? That was the key question. It wasn't about what he had, but about what he needed. Compared to everyone else, he was leagues above in physical abilities. He was leagues above in battle sense and mental acuity. The only thing others had that he didn't, laws. He didn't have an affinity. That was the only crutch keeping him from achieving perfection. Damien smiled. That's right. The perfect technique for you is one that allows you to compete with people who have natural affinities for laws. One could say Ezekiel had a bad start. Not having a law affinity could be treacherous at higher stages of power, even if one managed to reach the pinnacle of something like the sword. In most cases, that would be a correct assumption. However, Ezekiel was not most cases. Rather, Ezekiel's lack of affinity for laws was exactly what made him so special. It was what made Damien excited to reach him. Ezekiel, he said, drawing a piece of paper out of his storage space, have you perhaps ever heard the term worldly force? Chapter 15:26 Worldly Force. 3. Have you perhaps ever heard the term worldly force? Obviously, Ezekiel didn't. The concept of worldly force wasn't well known at all. Since this world was one that was ruled by law, other forms of energy were relatively ignored. After all, even if they were studied, they couldn't be used to the efficiency of laws, so their study was never invested in. Damien wasn't like the rest of the world, particularly in the way he had made contact with several different types of energy over the course of his life. Worldly force was something he was especially familiar with, since it was similar to a concept he used often as a star master in the lower universe. Ezekiel had a confused expression on his face, as if he had no idea what was happening at all. It was expected, so Damien went into an explanation of what exactly worldly force was. It could be said that laws are the foundation of the world, and that is a correct statement. Laws are indeed the creators and upholders of reality. However, they are not the only source of energy in the universe. For instance, mana is not created by law, or as a product of law. Mana is a natural energy of the universe that exists simply because the universe exists. Worldly force is the same. Damien waved his hand through the air. A strange energy followed his movements, something clear enough for Ezekiel to sense, but too vague for him to understand. Worldly force is quite literally the vitality of the world. It is the energy of the world itself, rather than an energy that forms its structure. Sure, you could say it's a product of law, but just like mana, as long as reality exists, as will worldly force. You know about the heavenly order, don't you? Ezekiel nodded. The heavenly order was something he only recently became familiar with, as the talents who excelled in the army were given the chance to watch people undergo baptisms. Until then, Ezekiel had no idea what the concept was. Stria didn't have any desire to inform its younger generation about the dangers and opportunities ahead. Rather than giving them a rope, Stria would push them down the cliff just to see if they would survive. Nevertheless, Ezekiel knew what the heavenly order was to an extent. It is the governing entity of the world. Isn't it like a combination of all the laws or something? Damien shook his head. You're partially right and partially wrong. The first part is correct. The heavenly order does govern the world. However, it is not a combination of laws. Rather, it is an entity above all laws, something like a natural version of the system. Natural version? Don't worry about it. Damien smiled wryly internally. The secrets behind the system were a whole different matter that even he only had an inkling about. Someone with a worldview as narrow as Ezekiel's wouldn't be able to understand it. Anyway, the heavenly order is above laws. It has the power to govern laws purely due to its existence, and the force it uses to govern baptisms and rebirths. Worldly force, Damien nodded, that's right. At its peak, worldly force can surpass and control laws. That is why it cannot be called a product of their existence. Young lord, are you saying that I have a talent for worldly force? Without even noticing it, Ezekiel had already accepted Damien as his lord in his heart. This explanation that opened up a whole new world for him, it was more than enough to earn his respect. However, talent would be an overstatement. Damien said it bluntly, there is no such thing as talent when it comes to using worldly force. However, you have the potential to comprehend it, which means as long as you put your heart and soul into your training, you have the chance to become a true master. And when you reach that point, Damien snapped his fingers, the small meeting room grew, morphing into a massive pagoda. The view from the outside changed until Ezekiel could gaze over the entire military city without straining his eyes. Worldly force filled the air and changed the climate entirely. The small meeting room grew, morphing into a massive pagoda. The view from the outside changed until Ezekiel could gaze over the entire military city without straining his eyes. Rumble, dark clouds swirled through the sky, thundering with arcs of powerful black lightning, and the air itself heated up until Ezekiel felt his skin was boiling. With worldly force, power like this is nothing, Damien said, smiling mysteriously. With worldly force, boom, the thunderclouds exploded, turning into a sea of water floating in the sky, and then transforming again into solid ground, a fiery volcanic region that somehow managed to keep itself suspended despite its. Wait, you can change the world itself. Damien brought his arm down. No, Ezekiel shouted. It was too late. The floating volcanic island slammed down into the ground below, sending blazing magma flying everywhere and crushing the entirety of the military city. Ezekiel fell to his knees, unable to comprehend what he just witnessed. Young Lord, you just. His eyes shook in terror, but Damien merely continued smiling. Relax. He snapped his fingers again, and everything returned to normal. The room returned to its usual mundane appearance at ground level. The military city returned as if nothing had ever happened, and the entirety of the destruction caused a moment prior was reverted. Outside the room, Ezekiel sensed the same people he'd grown familiar with living out their days. They hadn't been obliterated. Ezekiel's mind was thoroughly blown. Young Lord, he said, stammering as he tried to regain his calm. If I learn worldly force, can I do that too? Damien shook his head. If you want to drop a volcano on someone, you can probably reach that level after some hard training. As for what came after, well, let's just say that I used some tricks. Ezekiel nodded shakily. The power of worldly force was clearly presented to him, a power that seemed like a mixture of many laws, but had the power to usurp their throne. It was a power that could not only close the gap between Ezekiel and his peers, but a force that could allow him to stand at the top, to challenge the people he truly wanted to fight. Moreover, he saw something greater than worldly force. Greater than law, greater than anything. A glimpse of the young lord's power. It was amazing. There was a time when Ezekiel questioned the direction he chose. He wasn't sure if Void Palace was enough to help him achieve his ambitions. Most of those doubts had faded during the time he spent with the army, but as of this moment, they were completely gone. As of this moment, as he witnessed something improbable, Ezekiel started to truly consider himself a member of Void Palace. He kneeled before Damien, his head bowed in submission. Young Lord, please teach me how to use worldly force. Damien smiled, nodding his head. That was my plan from the start. Damien didn't know it yet, nor did Ezekiel, but this was the start of a tale that would be told for millennia. A story that told of the rise of the Absolute's most loyal sword. Chapter 1527 Worldly Force. 4. Worldly force, as an energy that existed ambiently in the world and parallel to mana, was the cause of a lot of Ezekiel's natural advantages, the natural healing factor he possessed, which was second only to Damien's authority of immortality, the durability of his body, and even his talent to learn techniques at a glance. All of it came from the blessing of worldly force. The first few were obvious. With the energy of the world nourishing him at all times, it was only natural for Ezekiel's body to become monstrous. The last point, on the other hand, was a bit more intricate. Worldly force was, as Damien said, in a similar position to the system. While the system actively recorded any and all things, worldly force did the same in a passive manner. All things that flowed through the world would be touched by worldly force, and thus, recorded in its flow. Ezekiel couldn't consciously read that flow yet, but he was inherently connected to it. Damien told the boy he wasn't especially talented only so he didn't become arrogant. In reality, there was nobody born with as unique of a body as him. His innate connection to worldly force meant that any technique recorded in its flow could eventually be comprehended by him. That included any law. I don't think he'll be able to reach my level, but he definitely has a chance to touch existence based on potential alone. Damien gave Ezekiel his technique that day. It was the first time Ezekiel had ever seen a technique that he couldn't immediately understand. Hell, he didn't even know what those things were. He'd taken the entire night reading over it as many times as he could, but no matter what he did, the matter didn't become clearer to him. At the end of the day, this was Ezekiel's flaw. He had a lot of natural talent, but since growth had come easily to him, he didn't know how to consciously focus on practicing small things to perfection. It was a skill he would have had to learn at some point if he wanted his growth to continue smoothly. But now that it was at his doorstep, he just couldn't figure anything out. After all, he didn't know what to do, he didn't have a direction, nor did he know where to start and in what order to do the things he would eventually need to do. Hell, he didn't even know what those things were. The technique Damien gave him was extremely detailed. To any other practitioner, all the things Ezekiel lacked could be found within it, but it had to be remembered, Ezekiel had never been taught to read, nor had he been taught how to learn. He had never seen a written technique before. Ezekiel had spent his entire life learning by watching others and copying them. Thus, as time passed, he found that the task of gaining worldly force wasn't something he couldn't complete on his own. From then on, his training schedule changed. Ezekiel stopped focusing on physical drills, and he started spending the majority of his points to buy vacation days that excused him from attending training. He put a hold on everything he already knew and prepared to forget everything he thought he knew. For the moment, he put away the training manual he'd received from Damien and focused only on himself. There were only two things he knew how to do: observe and fight, and in both matters, his instinct was what gave him the biggest advantage. If that was the case, then in this situation where he didn't know what to do, he had to rely on that very instinct. Ezekiel began to coop himself up in his own room, which was also purchased with points. He sat in meditation every day, ignoring the rest of the world. He was trying to connect to his mind. In material terms, he was taking steps to prepare himself for worldly force rather than attempting to gain the power as soon as possible, a slow, thought-out process through which he could reap the most benefits. That was what he needed, because in the process of trying to learn worldly force, wouldn't he learn a great deal of other things as well? Right, there was no way Damien didn't know about his flaws. Damien was the person in the palace who knew the most about Ezekiel. Damien knew from the start that Ezekiel wouldn't be able to gain worldly force easily. He couldn't even read the manual yet, but that didn't mean he would baby the boy and feed him everything. Whether it was a basic skill like reading or something more complex like comprehension, Ezekiel needed to gain these skills on his own. Not just for power, but for general education and his growth as a person. There weren't many soldiers in the army that Damien was this interested in. Even as Ezekiel started to understand his intentions, Damien watched over him, smiling the whole time. No matter what was thrown at him, Ezekiel never betrayed the expectations others had for him. Perhaps that was why he seemed so reliable despite still being in his growth phase. This kid, Damien muttered to himself, he's not too bad. In the main residences of both great clans, events seemed relatively peaceful and slow-moving, but it wasn't so for those outside of those places. The war between Void Palace and the Stria clan was getting more and more heated by the day. It wasn't just one or two people who died in every single battle they fought. The number of battles had stacked such that their corpses could form an entire range of mountains. The majority of the war had taken place in the northern region, since Void Palace made the first strike, but it wasn't exclusively there anymore. The war was expanding further south into Void Palace territory. And as Maleficus continued to command his troops, the palace army was pushed to its limits. They also had swords supporting them from the back line, but it wasn't enough. That is, until Hestia Void joined the fray, she had received permission to take full command over the army, and though she was on a probationary period at first to test her skill, her strategic mind was able to make her position final in a matter of weeks. She was able to not only recover several thousand kilometers of land that had been taken by the armies of Stria, she was able to reduce the average casualty rate of every battle by a considerable percentage. Damien's training had paid off more than anyone had ever expected it to. The second Hestia was given the chance to shine, she showed that this was where she was always meant to be. When it came to strategy, only Hestia could compete with Maleficus. While neither of them were on the front lines, the battle between armies soon turned into a battle between the two of them, a true showcase of the most advanced minds of the era. Regardless of what face the war was showing now, it was only background noise to the truly powerful characters of this world. The key players had yet to come out, but a storm was surely brewing on the horizon. It wouldn't be long now. Within a year at the very most, the strongest forces of those two great clans would lose their patience. That was when the real war would begin. Chapter 1528 Ice One Mountain 1. Ezekiel was a quick learner. He'd spent his entire childhood learning how to adapt and problem solve so he could survive. Even if the environment had changed, his behaviors didn't. Once he'd taken a step back and understood the problem, Ezekiel immediately acted to solve it. First, he worked on the more baseline problems. He spent a year learning how to read and write properly, while also focusing on comprehension, understanding the complexity that language could hold. By the time that year was over, not only had Ezekiel learned to read the manual Damien gave him, he'd also corrected many critical flaws that had formed due to his past environment. His sense of time was one of these. He was now able to follow the time flow as everyone else did, which was not only a matter of convenience, but one of vital importance. After all, for a practitioner to tell time meant reading and feeling the law of time. As Ezekiel familiarized himself with the process, something that could be done with mana and perception rather than law itself, Ezekiel finally sensed the energy for the first time that was extremely helpful for him. Since worldly force felt somewhere in between law and mana, it gave him somewhere to start. In just 4 seasons, Ezekiel had built a foundation for himself to stand on. All he needed to do was utilize it. He finally delved into the manual Damien gave him. He learned the method to move his mana, the method to feel the environment around him, and the method to connect it all together. The first steps of the manual only allowed Ezekiel to obtain worldly force. As for his training beyond that, well, while Damien highlighted some key things he needed to pay attention to, the majority of his development would depend on his own creativity. Worldly force was versatile beyond all else. It didn't necessarily have a specific set of uses, which meant it could mimic the uses of many laws at once. Of course, until Ezekiel reached a very high level, it would be difficult to incorporate too many properties into the force, so he needed to pick the best properties to stick with as his base combination. This was entirely up to him, and based on what he chose, his future would change immensely. That wasn't just in terms of the potential height he could reach, but also in the path he could take. In a sense, he was given the freedom to choose anything, because in a sense, he had an affinity for everything. Damien couldn't get too deeply involved in the process precisely because of how much it relied on individuality. He wanted to help Ezekiel and see the boy thrive in this niche concept that nobody else could touch. He wanted to see someone in the generation after him who could create feats like he and his father had. Ezekiel had that potential, and as he adapted more and more to life outside of the Stria clan's hidden manor, he started to reveal more and more potential like a blossoming butterfly. It was wonderful. Such talents came once every few generations, people who could become main characters in their own stories, and if Ezekiel did as he always did, if he fulfilled and exceeded the expectations set for him, Damien already had plans in mind that he was excited to execute. Ezekiel's legacy surely wouldn't end somewhere average. Nevertheless, the more Ezekiel progressed, the less Damien paid constant attention to him. He would make visits to the military city as he always did, and whenever he was there, he would check on the boy. Like that, Ezekiel slowly became comfortable around Damien, but never enough to erase the status gap between them. It seemed he was aware of his post and had no desire to overstep his bounds. Damien didn't mind that either. He was at a stage in his life where he wasn't in a hurry to form relationships with others. What others wanted, he would entertain if he felt it appropriate. He wouldn't reject a good friend, however, nor would he reject a good subordinate or an unfortunate enemy. Damien was still young. To many of those around him, he was young enough to still be called a boy. However, Damien was from Earth. By his standards, he'd already lived enough to fill 2 lifetimes. Relationships were important, but he already had enough of them to satisfy him for eternity. Whether it be his wives or his newfound family, they'd be with him for the rest of time. He wasn't hurrying to make friends and find people to spend that same eternity with, though. There was one relationship he was itching to recover. The problem was that it wasn't up to him whether it could be recovered or not. Damien walked through the halls of the palace, arriving in front of a room that only he and a select few others had access to. Pushing open the large, ornate doors, he was welcomed by darkness. It wasn't a bad thing. This was merely how the room was designed. The darkness was a product of the technology keeping the man within comfortable. Damien made his way through the room until he reached a large bed, the only real piece of furniture here. That was where Dante Void lay. Despite the passing of time, nothing had particularly changed on Dante's side. His body was starting to look better, since he was constantly being nourished by the machines around him, but the strange condition that kept him asleep never diminished. At first, Damien thought it was caused by the foreign energy that was in his system. However, that was incorrect. Damien had removed that foreign energy, yet Dante was still like this. It wasn't soul damage, since Damien healed his soul personally. It could have been something in his spiritual world, but if that was the case, it would have been more obvious. His spiritual intent is still relatively normal. And there's definitely activity inside of his brain. It wasn't as if Dante's mind didn't work, it was just that, for some reason, his mind couldn't connect with reality, like there was a rift between them keeping him away. A rift. Can I fix it with the concept of order? Damien placed his hand on his father's forehead and attempted to send the energy of existence into his body. BZZT, Damien pulled his hand away quickly with a disgruntled expression. Same as always, this wasn't the first time he'd tried. Existence was something of an end-all-be-all cure, so it was obviously Damien's first choice when it came to treatment. The problem was comically ironic, since he has also reached this level to an extent. His existence is repelling mine. Damien couldn't use existence on Dante without express consent. Even then, the two of them would probably have to maneuver their energies so they didn't make contact. Existence was always meant to be a whole. When two different strains of it met, they would obviously reject each other, as each believed itself the true manifestation of existence. Unless one had control over true existence, there was no way to suppress another partially formed strain of existence. Damien sighed. All of these specificities are annoying. The universe is pretty simple at a glance, but I guess the complexity is in the fine details. Damien couldn't get past this problem with brute force. Another method, when he started looking for it, it was only natural for him to find it. It exists. He didn't know what it was, but he was sure it existed. In order to turn his assumptions into a reality, he rushed to find a certain book, Persia's Encyclopedia. The answer would be there. Chapter 1529 Isluan Mountain. 2. Damien knew a lot about the heavenly world. From the memories he'd devoured, he learned things from massive secrets to small things. He didn't care about what was for dinner on Monday or who had cheated on who. Usually, he filtered out memories unrelated to the things he was looking for when he devoured those people. However, included in the tidbits that usually went forgotten were tales of things impossible. Myths and legends created by the people of this world. Damien never got rid of the useless information, because there was always a chance that it would come in handy. Today proved his hoarding valid. He barely remembered it. The memory was extremely vague, and he wasn't even sure of who it came from, but it was a legend from ancient times about a location not many had ever dared to explore. The heavenly world, while mostly covered in civilization, had a lot of unexplored land. These areas were usually forbidden zones, hazardous areas where even gods could easily die. No major force was willing to risk the lives of their greatest assets for what lay beyond the horizon, but many a wanderer and adventurer had tried their luck with these places in the past. Some returned with glory, finding things unseen to the rest of the world, while the majority died, their corpses unable to ever be retrieved. In one of such places, a man was said to have found the cure to all disease, a fruit that could turn one into a reflection of Buddha, granting one longevity and fortune. Damien rushed to find Persia's encyclopedia because he knew that Void Palace would have records of such an item. And he was correct. Written in the book was not only the first legend that Damien knew, but also several other accounts of adventurers who'd seen the fruit in the wild. Only the one man was able to actually take it out of that place alive. The rest didn't speak about anything other than the fruit's existence. Either they were scared away from the start, or they encountered something they can't talk about. Whatever the case was, it didn't matter to Damien. Several eyewitness accounts were enough to validate his random hope that fruit, judging by the effects that were recorded in the legend, the original man lived to be over 1,000 years old. It was said that his body never aged, his mind never dulled, and his spirituality increased by the day. It's not just a fruit containing immense vitality. If it was something like that, the man would have gone insane. There was no record of that man being a practitioner, despite him entering that dangerous place, and if 1,000 years was considered a long lifespan, then the most he could have been was third class. A mortal's mind wasn't made to last such a long time. The power that came with longevity for a practitioner allowed them to adapt to the lengthened lifespans. They had a constant goal to reach a higher level, and when they were engrossed in training and seeking out practical experience and wealth, the years passed by fast enough for change to happen on its own, unnoticed. His body never aged, his mind never dulled, his spirituality was always increasing. These three things didn't happen one by one. They were related. No, they were all caused by the same thing. The base effect of that fruit isn't something outwardly recognizable. But if I'm not wrong, it should be exactly what I'm looking for right now. It was a fruit that could bring one's mind, body, and soul into harmony. It formed an everlasting connection between them that would only fade when one's lifespan was truly at its end. This is such a reach. Damien smiled wryly. Even for him, this was too coincidental. The chance for him to remember the exact legend he needed and for that fruit to be the exact thing he needed was actually quite probable, honestly. But that didn't mean Damien could easily accept that this solution would be the solution. Still, wasn't it worth trying? Existence won't work, and if anybody else had a solution it would have worked by now. Damien wanted his father cured sooner rather than later. It was truly his final worry. Even if it seemed like he was reaching for the clouds, making up facts to support his point, it didn't stop him from wanting to try. The location of that fruit, the tallest mountain of the frostbound mountain range, Isluan Mountain, it had only been seen from afar by most observers, so it was named for its unique shape. Like a swan rising from its nest in the morning, Isluan Mountain was one of the tallest mountains in the entire heavenly world, and it was just as dangerous. However, Damien didn't think it was too much for him. I should set out soon. The frost-bound mountain range is in the eastern region. So the northeastern region, so it'll take a bit longer to get there. Luckily, the territory of the Vega clan was somewhere Damien could act without worry. He had met the executives of that clan many times while he was working for Veritas. Though their relationship was with Damien Gray, not Damien Void, he was sure that they wouldn't bother him as long as he didn't do anything extreme, and as long as I'm in the frostbound mountain range, the extreme doesn't happen unless I destroy it and everything around it, which would never happen. He remembered his last memorable experience in a mountain range, and, well, I wasn't the one who destroyed it that time, so it should be fine. Putting aside his track record, with a plan in mind, there was nothing more for Damien to do but act. He spent the rest of the day informing others about his plans and making preparations, and by daybreak the next, he was already gone. This was the first time Damien had left the palace in over a year, and when it came to adventures like this, it had been even longer. Damien was quite excited, but he wasn't too hung up on the excitement. His first priority was the goal, so even if he had to skip the adventuring and go straight for it, he would do so without regret. Nevertheless, he arrived in the northeastern region within a day and moved towards its northernmost point, where the frostbound mountain range was. In fact, the mountain range was the very thing separating the Vega clan and the Stria clan. It was a natural border that even gods didn't dare to cross, so it offered a sufficient amount of protection for those like Vega and Veritas. Otherwise, how could the Vega clan remain uninvolved in a war between its neighbors? It wasn't hard for Damien to reach the mountain range, nor did he face any sorts of obstacles, but that was temporary, because while Damien was unaware of it, he was being watched by many eyes, many of whom were aiming for his throat. This trip to the frostbound mountain range was destined to be a turbulent one, and that wasn't just because of the threats Damien would face from those outside. Chapter 1530 Iceluan Mountain 3, a land of pure white. There was no better way to describe it. The forbidden zone that spanned the border of an entire cardinal region, the frostbound mountain range, was not given its name without reason. Its base elevation was already over 100 kilometers above the rest of the world. Unless one arrived at that height, one's only memory of the mountain range would be that pure white wall. However, such scenery was only the beginning. The true beauty was at the top of that wall, from which one could see the mountain range beyond. There were tens or even hundreds of mountains that spanned as far as the eye could see, no matter where on the range one was. It was so extensive that it was almost impossible to be within and see what lay outside. The pure white snow swept up hills and down valleys in the periphery of the range, but the main characters truly were the mountains, tall, rocky, ice-covered, and full of danger. Rather than beauty, it would be better to describe them based on the terror they caused, because in no way could they be considered beautiful. They were covered in a harsh, never-ending blizzard. One couldn't observe what lived on those mountains from afar, but one could imagine how powerful those creatures had to be to make this environment their home. The closer one approached to the mountains, the less one would see aside from their massive gate. Once one had chosen a mountain to conquer, that would become one's entire life. There were hundreds of bodies on each and every mountain, some millions or hundreds of millions of years old. They could never be safely recovered, but they'd also never rot and decay, forever kept in stasis by the mountain range's chill. Damien's goal was Iceluan Mountain. It was quite obvious with its shape. It wasn't directly in the center of the mountain range, but it was close enough that Damien could see it from the time he first arrived at the top of the ice wall. The mountain was treacherous. Aside from the environmental challenges, it truly was inherited by a plethora of powerful beasts. Namely ice luans, though luans were a relatively peaceful species as long as they weren't provoked, so they were the least of one's worries. There is a surprisingly active ecosystem here. That was Damien's first observation as he stood at the base of the mountain and scanned it with his awareness. The ecosystem wasn't only diverse, but the animals also seemed to have established some sort of societal hierarchy. This was completely unexpected from creatures that lived in these conditions. A harsh environment was a natural suppressant. Creatures who evolved to adapt to those conditions tended to be much stronger than their counterparts. However, as a result, their intelligence suffered. They would be mostly feral, unable to recognize anything other than their own instinct for survival. Comparatively, the beasts of Iceluan Mountain were a true anomaly. Damien hadn't met them yet, but even the hints of society they had formed were more than he could have ever expected. He wanted to explore it a bit more, but of course, I should try to find that fruit first. After covering his body in a layer of existence, concealing himself from the world, Damien began teleporting up the peak. His movement ability was unmatched, and he didn't plan to waste his advantages. While others would have to arduously climb the mountain, a place where even flight was impossible due to the extreme blizzard, Teleportation was a true gem to have. It allowed several weeks and months worth of work to be done by Damien in a matter of minutes, and once he'd reached the heights he desired, it wasn't hard to find traces of what others had witnessed, a cave near the absolute peak of the mountain. It glowed with a blue halo that stood out even in the mostly blue icy atmosphere, so it was hard to miss. Damien entered that cave curiously, dubious as to what could actually be inside, and what he found was the fruit, the harmony fruit, as Damien had been calling it since it didn't have a name of its own, and alongside it, a beast of untold proportions. It was something like a mix between a dragon and a swan. Two species that should have never had the chance or ability to come together. With its graceful yet scale-armored and domineering appearance, the beast curled around the small tree from which the harmony fruit was birthed. Is it a guardian? It wasn't rare for treasures like these to have guardians. Damien wasn't particularly wary of it, especially when it didn't seem to be able to sense him in his concealed state, however. The moment he took a single step forward, truly entering the cave. It raised its head to look at the entrance. "I do not know who you are, but you cannot come here," it spoke, its voice low yet feminine. Its eyes flitted from side to side, making it clear that it didn't know where Damien was. But it managed to sense him regardless. "Should I come out, or should I just take it and dip? You will not be able to take the fruit like this." The beast spoke as if it could read his thoughts. "You have hid yourself from me, so you must be a thief. However, the tree has sensed you, and unless you earn her approval, you will not be able to see the glorious effects of the fruit she bears." Damien raised his brow. So that was the case. If it was like that, then his concealment no longer mattered. This was another case like when he met the primordial undying tree. Alaric wasn't willing to give his power to just anyone. Only after a load of trials did he finally set on Damien, granting him his everything. Though the harmony fruit was nothing compared to Alaric's existence, it was the small tree's everything. Even if it could form another one after many years, that wouldn't change the sense of loss it would feel. If Damien wanted to take the fruit by force, he could try, but he didn't want to take too many risks when it came to Dante's life. He undid his concealment, appearing on Iceland Mountain with his body for the first time. It's cold for Damien to feel. It really had to be cold. His body was far too evolved for any normal temperature to affect him at all. The slight cool in the breeze was actually a little refreshing, since it was a feeling Damien hadn't felt in a while. After all, he didn't spend too much time in icy areas. As he became accustomed to his surroundings and brushed the snow off his clothes, covering himself in a bit of manna, the beast's eyes slightly widened. The intruder was a human. No, that wasn't it. Its nostrils flared as it sniffed the air. That sent his a qualification. The look in its eyes became even more incredulous, and for a moment, it even forgot what Damien had originally come here for. It couldn't hold itself back from asking the question that was now burning in its mind, no matter how stupid it sounded. "Human, you aren't a dragon, are you?" Chapter 1531 Iceland Mountain 4. "Human, you aren't a dragon, are you?" The question surprised Damien. First off, even he couldn't logically see himself as a human anymore, so it was nice hearing someone else say it. Second, though Damien did indeed have some dragon in him at some point, it had been a long time since his race had changed into something beyond existing terms. That draconic bloodline was already gone, turned into nothing more than an ability that Damien hadn't used in ages. "I'm not." "Why are you asking?" He was genuinely curious. He took steps closer to the beast without realizing, but the beast didn't react, likely due to his blatant absence of hostility. "That does not make any sense. If you are not a dragon, then what are you?" The beast asked, perplexed beyond belief. "Let's just say that I'm a human who's a little special." "Now then, why are you so adamant about me being a dragon?" Damien pressed again. "Naturally, it is because you have a qualification." The beast unfurled itself from around the tree. It was massive within the cave, several hundred feet in length and 3 digits in its height as well. However, this beast had shrunken itself for convenience. Its true size couldn't be estimated from this appearance. Nevertheless, it turned to face Damien directly, looking him up and down. "I simply cannot fathom how a qualification made its way into a human body. Please excuse my rudeness." Damien furrowed his brows. "This qualification you're talking about, could it be? It is something that should only be found in the body of a holy dragon or his chosen heir." Enlightenment struck Damien. If it's a holy dragon, then there's really only one answer. A holy dragon wasn't some sort of religious term, nor did it have anything to do with elements or abilities. Holy dragon was a sacred term among dragonkind, a position of absolute honor. Those granted this title were the true powerhouses of the dragon clan. They were the strongest of the strong, and Damien he did have the fortune to meet one long ago, the Azure Dragon. It was an extremely valuable meeting for Damien. The memories he'd gained from that senior were still locked in his head, but many flecks of knowledge about the heavenly world had drifted away from the pack and entered his mind every now and then. The azure dragon's memories were a big part of the reason why he knew legends like the one about the harmony fruit, and they were also the reason why he knew what a holy dragon was, but from what this beast was implying. That senior left me with a lot more than I originally thought. What? The beast sensed was obvious at this point. Azure, which he gained from the azure dragon, was a qualification for something Damien still didn't know. What is the purpose of a qualification? He asked. The beast looked into his eyes, seemingly trying to glean something about him. It had also been using this time to think, to rationalize the existence before it. The conclusion it had come to was not an acceptable one, but it couldn't be the first to look curious. This child has come for that fruit. If that was the case, then it could buy itself some time. Climb this mountain properly and undergo the trials that have been set within the path. Only then will you be able to touch that fruit, and only then will I give you the answers you desire. The beast raised its head proudly, looking down at Damien as if there was nothing left to be said. Damien stared back at it, deadpan. He could read its thoughts quite clearly. This beast it talks smart, but it's pretty dumb. It didn't realize how much its thoughts reflected on its face, but Damien could basically read, he'll leave, so I can secretly watch him and figure out what he is, right, like it was written in big letters on its forehead. Whatever the case, it was true that he'd need to scale the mountain properly. His original goal was the harmony fruit. It'll be annoying, but if the only restriction is on teleportation and existence-related abilities, then I should be able to do it fast. Damien turned around, flying out unfazed by the blizzard and dropping back to the base of the mountain. What a strange interaction. It must have been because the Luan had some dragon blood in its veins. No, if it knows about things related to holy dragons, it has probably lived in the western region before. What made him curious was why the qualification suddenly came to light like this. Even the fact that the fruit exists is a coincidence that relates to the azure dragon. The fact that a draconic entity exists here that can immediately detect the qualification can't be a coincidence as well. It really was curious. After all, whether it be azure or the dragon egg that had been peacefully resting in the sanctuary for all this time, neither had ever reacted since that day. If that beast actually knows some information, it's worth going through a bit of a hassle to gain access to it. He raised his head. The peak that he was at before couldn't be seen anymore. It was simply too high. Well, let's make the best of a tedious situation. Damien cracked a smile. I hope these so-called trials are entertaining. Damien took his first steps up the mountain the way he was intended to climb it. Little did he know, he was not the only person walking this trail right now. He was not the only one who had heard that legend and went searching for the harmony fruit at Icewan Mountain. However, it was rare for the travelers who take on this trial to meet each other. Since the actual timing between climbs often didn't line up, this was a unique case, where two climbers had arrived at roughly similar times, and they were two climbers who knew each other. At that, about halfway up the mountain was a woman with swamp green hair, a woman Damien had encountered in the past, though not on the best of terms. Envy of the Four Evils. The Four Evils had not had a good time after their encounter with Damien. The Stria clan's policy on failure was well known by now. They were essentially stripped of their titles and thrown away, replaced by people who followed Malefic's Stria, and in that process, Wrath had been crippled. The Four Evils may have been competitors at one point, but after they were left on their own, they were all each other had. The bond they'd formed was quite strong. Strong enough for Envy to risk her life at Icewan Mountain in order to get the harmony fruit to cure Wrath. Unfortunately, there was only one fruit, and only one of the two of them could take it. There was a huge distance between them, so, at a glance, one wouldn't believe it was possible for them to meet. But fate didn't act so kindly to those it didn't like, and fate seemed to give those it favored everything they desired. Their meeting was destined. The only question was, would it truly go down the way it was expected to? Chapter 1532 Envy 1. Damien didn't know what he was expecting, but the trials he had to undergo weren't all that exciting. In fact, rather than tests of strength or ability, which was what these kinds of entities usually tested, these trials were tests of character disguised as other things. For instance, the first scenario Damien encountered when he was ascending the mountain on foot was a small fox being hunted by three coyote-like creatures. Within his mind, he was suddenly provoked to interfere in the conflict, whether to save the fox or do something completely different. It seemed the correct answer was to save the fox and allow it to see another day, but that wasn't what Damien did. After all, this mountain was a cruel place. All beasts needed to survive, whether it was the hunted or the hunters. If he saved the fox, sure, that one fox would live another day, but since it was here, cornered by its predators, its pack had obviously abandoned it. and that was if it had one to begin with. That fox wouldn't survive past the next day even if it was saved now. On the other hand, how many mouths would be fed by its meat once it was killed? Ecosystems existed for a reason. They were born from the natural relationships multiple species had with each other, and when they existed, they usually existed in balance. Unless an invasive species came and interrupted that balance, the ecosystem would continue to thrive and become more complex. Damien was invasive here. This wasn't his food chain to meddle in, and if the foxes were being hunted for food, it was likely they were also hunting smaller beasts in the same way. This mountain didn't have enough vegetation to support herbivores. That was certain. Nevertheless, Damien's non-intervention didn't coincide with the given scenario, so he felt a strange pulse in his mind like something was rejecting him. What an annoying tree. He thought as he sensed it, he understood its intentions. The harmony fruit had abilities that the first person who consumed it never dreamed of. If he had been a practitioner, he would have already been one of the peak forces of the world. To create an absolute connection between the mind, body, and soul would increase one's power manifold. And since it couldn't be broken, in most situations one could be considered semi-immortal. After all, just like in Damien's case, unless all three were destroyed at the same time, they wouldn't die. Of course, the level of immortality didn't compare to Damien's, since his connection of mind, body, and soul also gave all three aspects the blessing of the void. However, especially for a divinity, and even more so for a true god, achieving this state and keeping it unbroken was deeply interconnected with their power progression. The tree didn't want the harmony fruit to end up in the hands of someone with a corrupted soul. It didn't want to create a monster that terrorized others, for, as the nature of the fruit it bore suggested, the tree was a pacifist. It produced harmony and embraced it. It simply couldn't allow the creation of a character that would plunge the world into chaos. That was all good and fine, but Damien had many other ways to prove that he wasn't such a person. For instance, he literally had the concept of harmony comprehended. If he just had an opportunity to show that to the tree, it would probably hand over its fruit without much of a fuss. The problem is that old entities like these are stubborn. Unless Damien underwent the trials in some way, shape, or form, the tree would refuse to acknowledge his sincerity. In essence, his climb right now was for courtesy purposes at most. Still, it was something he had to do, so he did it diligently. Several similar trials presented themselves as he continued his climb: philosophical problems, testing his morals and his desire to help the weak. Damien didn't have much of the latter, but he did like bullying the strong. His morals had become a lot more neutral with time. To him, right and wrong couldn't be judged by an outside party, because each side had their own version of right and wrong. Instead, he would look at the entire situation and judge based on facts alone. Like he did with the fox, he simply wouldn't judge right or wrong, since the coyotes were justified. He let them be, though. It wasn't like Damien didn't have his own views on what right and wrong were. If he thought something was acceptable, he'd leave it be. However, those things that he found unacceptable were different. If even Damien was forced to acknowledge that something was blatantly wrong, then that thing was not allowed to exist in the world anymore. That quality of his was also shown in the trials. It was difficult to understand Damien's thought process anymore. Things that made sense to him just made sense. If others didn't agree, then fine. If his opinion didn't fit conventions, that was fine as well, as long as he was acting in the best interests of himself and the people he was close to. As long as his heart wouldn't feel burdened, he would do as he pleased, and the world would have to accept him for what he was. Either that, or it could cope, because he wasn't willing to put on a front for anyone or anything, even the tree that was his father's lifeline. He believed that sincerity, without the quotations this time, was a better way to gain someone's favor than showing them a pretty picture of what they wanted to see. Was his thought process valid? Or was it just childish? The more Damien experienced, the harder he found it to concern himself with matters outside his own. That was why he went through the trials giving mostly answers that disappointed the tree. But answers it couldn't deny. Damien's progress was fast. He moved rapidly in comparison to any other travelers who had dared to scale the mountain, and he made decisions without even an ounce of hesitation. Despite the fact that it didn't agree with Damien's moral code, it couldn't help but respect his confidence in his actions, and no matter how much it wanted to reject his opinions, it couldn't say that he was wrong. After all, it lived on this mountain and it understood the ecosystem that had formed here. It wanted Damien to be more benevolent. But at the end of the day, its beliefs still leaned towards harmony, and Damien was practically a personification of absolute harmony. Good and evil that had to exist for balance would not be touched. However, anything disrupting that balance would be destroyed. It was indeed a respectable code, but that was all in the past. What the tree wanted to see most, That was how Damien would react to someone teetering on the edge of that balance. He made it almost 3/4 of the way up the mountain in a matter of days. His pace allowed him to do something unthinkable to most. He'd caught up to the climber ahead of him, and now he was facing envy of the four evils, whose eyes were as wide as saucers from the moment she realized who had approached her. He'd caught up to the climber ahead of him, and now he was facing envy of the four evils, whose eyes were as wide as saucers from the moment she realized who had approached her. Was their battle inevitable, or, chapter 1533 Envy, 2, their meeting was as coincidental as coincidence could be. Envy was currently at the top of a steep slope that was practically a cliff. Trying to climb it with nothing more than the strength of one's body was difficult, but she'd managed it and made it to the trial waiting for her at the top. She could already see the cave in the distance. It was still a little over 100 kilometers away, but its light blue glow illuminated the mountainside, making its location clear to all. She was still in the middle of the trial at that time. Damien made his way up the same cliff. However, his physical abilities were far superior to hers. After all, to climb this mountain as the tree wanted, one couldn't use mana to assist their movements. The only time they could use their strength was when they needed to fight. Damien's physical body was preposterous. It had evolved past what was possible with a mostly human form, but because of his void physique, all the qualities of his physical body were contained within the form he desired. As such, Damien could do things that others couldn't do without mana easily with his physique alone. That was why he scaled the mountains so fast. The weather didn't affect him, and the snow and ice didn't inhibit his speed at all. Powered by monstrous capability that genuinely couldn't be matched anywhere in the heavenly world, Damien rushed until he managed to reach the same place where envy was. The answer was no. Their battle was short and concise, and hardly anyone got too injured, and he scaled that cliff before she could even finish making the choice presented to her. Damien's entrance wasn't quiet. He wasn't expecting to see anyone here, so he didn't really hold back. A massive amount of snow was thrown into the air, and a small avalanche tumbled down the mountainside below. He practically stood there and shouted, "Look at me!" Envy turned around, and when her eyes managed to peer through the thick cloud of white, they immediately widened into saucers. It was the man that still haunted her nightmares. Did Damien really embarrass the four evils to that extent? The answer was no. Their battle was short and concise, and hardly anyone got too injured. However, Damien's casual, nonchalant behavior as he left was the start of their nightmare, the torture they'd endured after, the betrayal they felt as they were thrown away by the man they gave their loyalty to. All of it was attributed to Damien, so naturally, all four of the evils had thought about what would happen if they met him again over and over again. Wrath wanted another battle, lust wanted to tear him apart. Gluttony was still as silent as ever. But there seemed to be a subtle change in his demeanor whenever Damien was mentioned, and Envy didn't ever want to see him again. Her power was always based on stealing power from others. That was how she managed to get so strong. Of course, she never had the chance to make physical contact with Damien, but that didn't mean she didn't glimpse the power he held. She glimpsed it. So much so that it still haunted her soul. In that moment when Damien controlled their mana, there was a tangible effect that the others seemed to miss in their shock. To Envy, it was a lot more pronounced, since she'd specifically worked to train her sense of touch to the best it could be. She felt like she was being consumed by a swarm of ants. Thousands and thousands of invisible hands grasped her body and refused to let go, as if clearly telling her that they could kill her whenever they wanted to. The others didn't understand what had happened that day. Even when they talked about it afterward, none of them acknowledged that Damien truly did the most obvious thing that came to all of their minds. But Envy was different. She didn't doubt his capabilities. She knew exactly what he'd done. In that moment, all the law in the world, no, the heavenly order itself was under Damien's control. That was not something they could handle. Not then, and not now. After Damien had been given plenty of time to grow stronger, she felt genuine fear when she looked at him. But she was frozen in place. She couldn't fight, but she couldn't flee either. Not in a place like this. She just stared at him, bewildered and terrified, like a lost lamb in front of a tiger. And Damien, what was he to feel from that? The emotion in her eyes wasn't hidden at all. He recognized it before he even recognized her, and more than that, one couldn't forget that he could read her existence. Envy of the four evils. The first time Damien met her, she truly did resemble her namesake. Her heart was filled with green. Jealousy towards her peers, jealousy towards other people's talent and fortune, jealousy towards the world. It was a disgusting heap of negativity towards anything and everything. It was an envy that bordered on greed. She wanted everything others had. She wished she had it instead of them. Even though her station was so high, her authority was so vast, she still wanted more after seeing how people like Malevolonstria could live. Her name was both a reminder of her origins and a mark of shame. the envy he saw in front of him now was not the same person. It was almost miraculous how a single person had changed so much in such a short period of time. Envy's heart was no longer clouded. It seemed like she'd lost all ambition. Her desires were like her heart used to be, extremity clouded by doubt. She didn't know what she wanted, but she didn't want to experience the things Malevolon and Maleficistria forced her to experience ever again. She wanted peace. Perhaps she'd been shocked into reality, but Envy's mind now was truly something Damien couldn't believe, even more so since it was completely genuine. What did she have to go through to become like this? For all of her ego and confidence to be shattered, for all of her ambition and greed to be abolished. Damien moved forward, Envy stepped back, but she wasn't fast enough to do anything. Because of her chaotic mental state, she even forgot she could use mana. Damien grabbed her head. He could see how scared she was, but he wasn't planning to kill her. Instead, he delved into her memories, reading her existence. He encountered almost no resistance at all. She's been traumatized beyond belief. That much could be told from the surface alone. The woman was haggard, and despite being a powerful god, she was acting like a harmless mortal. But her external appearance, the things one could see by looking at her, could hardly alert one of the type of trauma she suffered. Damien definitely wasn't ready, because the things he saw in her existence, the things that had been mostly erased from her memories but engraved in her soul as fear, seeing. Those things, even Damien had the urge to vomit. Chapter 1534 Envy 3. The four evils were all different people. The way they thought about life and the way they reacted to external stimuli were different. Wrath was more suited for his namesake than any of the rest. His immediate reaction was rage. He directed his anger at anything he could find until he could stop thinking about the things he didn't want to think about. Lust was more reserved. Despite her title, she was not such a person. Rather, she isolated herself from the world when she needed to cope with something. It would become hard to see her until she'd found some peace. Gluttony was strange. He never seemed to show any emotion, but there was definitely something going on in his head. Nobody could understand him, but Envy could see that there was something going on in his mind, and as for Envy herself, she overcorrected in a sense. Her entire desire for chaos was overthrown by a desire for peace, and anything related to her old life made her weaker. Regardless of how they dealt with trauma, regardless of whether those methods were constructive or destructive, the fact couldn't be denied that they'd experienced something extremely traumatic. Damien wasn't the only one who could dilate time. That was something he learned when he read Envy's existence. Just as he'd bent time so he could spend more of it with his family, Stria had altered its flow in its prison system. Bender. Anyone being tortured or imprisoned in those cells would experience time at a rate far longer than in the ordinary world. That meant that despite only a few years passing since they'd been abandoned by Stria, the four evils spent a lot more time than that in prison. What were they being tortured for? Even they didn't know. Perhaps their lives had been spared because they'd become sacrifices for some cause, but the Stria clan only planned to cripple their divinities and leave a lasting impression on their souls. They, unlike everyone who had come before them, were spared, but every time something related to practitioners was mentioned, they'd react violently. Envy was only able to make this trip because she was on her own, searching for a way to save her comrades. The methods used to make sure they'd remain like that for the rest of their lives were monstrous. Regular torture techniques couldn't compare. Hell, even the creative ways Damien had used to torture people seemed like child's play compared to what the Stria clan had done. Many of those methods were unspeakable, unmentionable. At the tamest level, they were already committing atrocities beyond anything Damien could imagine. The torture lasted for almost 10 years. By the time it was over, the four evils that the world knew had been erased, Light's limb, and most importantly, they weren't left alive without reason. Damien slowly calmed himself, pushing the cruelty that he witnessed out of his mind. The Stria clan never let anyone live. Its people were even willing to kill children if they acted out of line. The four evils didn't live because the clan finally found some semblance of mercy. They were alive because they were being used for something else. These four carry seeds inside of them. Rather than seeds, it was better to call them fragments. They felt something like the dark material Damien had faced when he was in the trial world, but at a far more advanced level. Is it supposed to possess them, or are they supposed to use it for power? The answer was neither of the two. These fragments were literal pieces of a singular object, but that object was not an individual. Still, it had some sort of connection with the sacred abyss universe, and by what Damien could understand, it has something to do with descent. Whatever the case was, the fact remained that the four evils had become test subjects for the people they once served was true. And the fact that they were no longer the people they used to be was the same. Still, they're dangerous people. If wrath loses control, if lust loses control, and if gluttony, well, if gluttony does anything, there'll be trouble. The only one who was really harmless right now was envy, but is it worth ending them? Damien had been forced to evaluate his morality once again as he'd climbed this mountain. It felt like this was yet another test. Unlike the others, however, this one had real-life consequences, and when reality was added into the equation, Damien sighed. In the end, he wasn't as cold-hearted as he liked to believe. He couldn't just turn a blind eye to this situation. Not that he'd seen it. What are you here for? He asked, taking his hand off of Envy's head. She stood, shaking, unable to respond. Damien sighed again and used his mana to clear her head, allowing her to answer his question. Am my friend to heal my friend? Damien nodded. It was as he expected. You don't need that fruit for that. He needed the harmony fruit. On the other hand, Rat's problem didn't require such a drastic solution. Damien raised his hand into the air, ignoring the tree's desire for him to not use mana. The miracle of creation showed itself on Icewan Mountain that day. Energy coagulated into a ball on Damien's hand that then shaped itself into something like a pear. The energy turned from blue to a yellowish gold color. It compressed and hardened until its exterior lost its luster, becoming more natural. A material object had formed from the energy. A fruit similar to a mango, however, the fluctuations coming from that fruit were intense, filled with vitality beyond its small form. Take this and feed it to him. He'll be healed, though he may not get his godly strength back. Envy looked at the fruit in his hand before looking back up at him. She wanted to question the miracle she'd witnessed, but she was too close to the fruit to say that it was fake. No, it was absolutely real. Had this man just created something out of nothing? This was the person they were trying to kill back then? She almost wanted to laugh. It truly was hilarious. She'd gone through all the work of climbing this mountain only to be given a consolation prize before she could even finish her journey. Sure, this was enough to heal wrath, but she couldn't get rid of the bitter feeling in her heart. Still, she grabbed the fruit out of Damien's hand, cradling it in her own. He nodded. I'll send you back to the ground. Get that back to him as soon as you can. Envy nodded shakily, and without further ado, Damien enveloped her with spatial mana and sent her away. When she reappeared, she found herself in the hideout that she and the other evils had been using as shelter for the past year since they were released from Stria. And truly, if it weren't for the fruit in her hand, she would have thought all of it was a dream. It may have been an inconsequential meeting from its first appearance. It seemed like it had ended too soon, in an anticlimactic way even to Envy herself, but that was just because she didn't know. That wasn't the last time she'd see Damien. No, instead, their next meeting would be sooner than she could ever expect. Chapter 1535 New Paths. 1. The older Damien got, the less he cursed, but he couldn't help himself in this moment. His mood was soured. He watched everything that happened to Envy through the perspective of her existence. He felt her emotions, and he thought her thoughts. He experienced her pain and suffering, and frankly, even he found his mind swayed. Damien had to take a minute to regain control. The four evils, they didn't have much of an impact on his life, but the first time they appeared they were his enemies. To come back like this, was it fate? Was the world telling him to accept that people could change? Damien had seen a lot of traitors in his life, and he'd seen a lot of people change for the better, but none of them really deviated from their core characteristics. They were always that kind of person. They just suppressed their kindness to adapt to this cruel world. The four evils, on the other hand, were born into cruelty and grew into people who embodied it. However, if this traumatic experience truly changed them, whether it would be for the better or for the worse was unknown. Whether it would be permanent was unknown. Still, for some reason, Damien wanted to see what would happen if he took this chance on them. It's a path I've never explored. There weren't many things in this world that he hadn't done. Yes, experiences differed and environments differed, but at their core, all of these adventures were the same. The paths Damien hadn't taken, they didn't exist in the world of adventure or the world of law. They existed in the world of emotion, of human interaction. Interesting, Damien was bored with the trials of this mountain. He thought them unimportant and inconsequential, but it turned out that even he could learn a thing or two from them after all. His eyes flickered over to the cave in the distance. I'm sure the tree is loving this. He could practically feel the beaming smile it had on its proverbial face. The feeling that enveloped him right now was completely different from the one he'd felt during the entire rest of his journey. It's not that far from here. He could do the last stretch in one go, and perhaps could take this chance to see what happened if he explored a few more of those unexplored paths. Damien did indeed manage to learn something from the mountain. Life still had more for him. It had more to show him, more for him to experience. No matter how dull it seemed to get, no matter how much he felt like he'd experienced all there was to experience and seen all there was to see, there was always something more. Bender, he just had to be open to it. Damien's mentality was unshakable. This was one of his greatest advantages, but at the same time, it was also the very thing making his life seem bland. He always had the same thoughts, so he always took the same actions. Basically, Damien was stubborn beyond belief because his belief in himself was so strong. When he got outside of his box, when he tried things he wouldn't have tried because he felt like he knew what would happen if he did. He experienced new things that he never could have expected, because his expectations were still within the box. Nevertheless, Damien ended up a little thankful to the tree for making him climb the mountain, but that didn't mean he would allow it to be annoying. He arrived at the cave again within 6 months of his first visit, walking in confidently to the shocked expression of the beast guardian. "What? Why are you making that expression? You really not a dragon, do you think, eh?" "Dragon could do the things I can, not in the slightest." "Then there's your answer." Damien smiled. He felt a lot more relaxed today than he did back then. "So, how did I do? Can I finally take what I came for?" His gaze moved over to the tree, which shook its leaves strangely upon receiving his gaze. "What's with that expression?" "That," the beast made a strange expression. "Putting that aside, it seems she has approved of you. You may take the fruit." "Nice." Damien walked up to the tree, which was now a journey he could make since the beast guardian moved out of the way, and reached up, grabbing hold of the harmony fruit. It was cold and beating with a rhythm that made it feel like a living heart. This fruit was something anyone would covet. Even Malevolon Stria would leap at it if he knew it was real. "By the way," he said as he plucked the fruit from the branch where it hung. "Why me? I don't think I particularly have the character you wanted to see in the person who earns the fruit." Damien addressed the tree directly, rather than speaking to its guardian beast, causing it to ruffle its leaves in surprise. The tree was indeed a sentient entity, but nobody ever considered it one. After all, there was no way for them to communicate, or so it thought. "Having trouble? I guess you're younger than I thought." Someone who'd been alive as long as Alaric could talk even in his free form. Lightspell. This tree had divine power, but it didn't even know how to use its divine voice. It was a little funny that it acted all high and mighty when it was still just a child. Nevertheless, Damien put his hand on its trunk and inserted a bit of his mana, transferring some of the memories he received from Alaric. These would almost never be useful, but to a tree entity that was still in its growth phase, the experience of one who had lived for ages was more important than anything. Slowly but surely, the tree was able to find its voice. "You are kind." It spoke as if it knew language, but that was because it truly did. Alaric's memories contained more than just knowledge on how to project a voice. After all, the tree may have been young, but it was born with a powerful status, so it was able to absorb that information rapidly and show improvements with the same speed. And the first words it spoke when it found its voice were words directed towards Damien. "Kind." He didn't think there were many people in the world who would be able to say the same, but he appreciated the sentiment. "You think it is a lie." The tree read his emotions like a book. "It is not a lie," it insisted, a tinge of emotion filling its words. "You have a jaded soul, but you are a hero." Damien frowned. It wasn't because he was angry, but rather, well, he understood what the tree was trying to say. He didn't know how it gathered all of that though. Damien hated heroes. He grew up watching them and reading about them. In Earth's media, he saw them everywhere. Even before the World Awakening, when heroes began to rise from the population, to him, heroes were pitiful. To do so much for nothing, to risk oneself for people who repaid them with hatred. Whenever Damien saw heroes, he wondered how they kept themselves from just killing everyone and giving up. But that was the thing, wasn't it? Hadn't he done the same? Hadn't he risked his everything to save Grand Heaven's boundary, even saving all of its people when it collapsed? Hadn't he been risking his life to save the people of Void Palace, and even the people of the southwestern region that he'd saved from the Divine Order? Hell, he'd even given specific orders to save the children abused by Stria and offer them better lives. Damien hated heroes, but when it came down to the wire, he couldn't stop himself from trying to be one, because nobody else could do it. He was the only one. His personal reasoning for his heroism didn't matter, nor did his feelings about heroism. To the people of all worlds, he was a hero, and that was exactly what the tree saw when it looked at him. "The reason you were Cosinis because you did not come for yourself. Even now, you are being a hero. That is why you deserve my fruit." It seemed the tree wanted him to realize something, but he didn't know what. Still, he accepted its sentiments with a troubled expression and turned away, putting aside the thoughts that made his brain melt. There was still another thing he had to hear from those in this cave, from the guardian beast, to be exact. During his first visit, it told him about a connection he'd never expected he had. It was time for him to figure out just what kind of gift the Azure Dragon had left him. Chapter 1536 New Paths. 2. The guardian beast seemed to know what he was after, because the moment he looked at it, it sighed. It seems I have no choice in this matter. Damien nodded. If you wanted to skimp me, you shouldn't have made that promise. Yes, it is indeed my fault. That is why I am entertaining your wishes despite your tedious personality. Damien nodded with a smile, as it should be, matters that had to do with his mind. He didn't run away from them anymore, but he also didn't needlessly entertain them. The tree had presented him with questions to ask himself, and he would take sufficient time to ask them when he could deeply ruminate over how he felt. Until then, wasn't it more fun to unravel mysteries? But before that, do the two of you have names or anything? It's more convenient for my thought process if I don't have to refer to you as the tree and the beast. I feel somewhat offended by the last bit, but I do indeed have a name. I am Katya. Though I am an Ice One, I, obviously, have a considerable draconic ancestry as well. It is complicated. As for her, she does not have a name, nor is her species defined. There are none like her, and I did not dare to name her without permission. Katya, the Ice One, dragon, was the tree's only friend, but even she could only minimally communicate with it. She could interpret its behaviors and gestures. But until Damien came and provided them with a proper means of communication, she couldn't hear the tree's voice. Naturally, she wouldn't arbitrarily name it. Not when it was a conscious entity of its own. I see. Damien said, nodding his head in understanding. With the properties of the harmony fruit taken into consideration, I guess the tree species should be named something like the three-spirit tree, since it connected the mind, body, and soul. Three-spirit made some sense. Plus, if that's translated into the ancient language of the northeastern region, it would be the Ahiyuti tree, which sounds pretty nice. Damien knew quite a few languages. It turned out that devouring people's existences was a great way to stack up random skills. Ahiyuti tree.ic. This is a good name. Luckily, it seemed the Ahiyuti tree liked the name he gave it, so there wasn't a problem. If you want a specific name for yourself, it's better to pick that when you're more familiar with language. For today's purposes, this is enough. He didn't want the tree to know, but it really was only a matter of convenience, since he really was getting tired of calling it the tree. Nevertheless, that wasn't something that anyone needed to learn. With names sorted out, Damien was ready to get into the main conversation. Katya, if you will, the Ice Lawn sighed. It was already an unavoidable thing, so there was no point complaining anymore. The information I am about to tell you is related to the western region, Aurelian, the kingdom of dragons. I must make it clear before I say any more. None of this knowledge can be known to others. Even those closest to you. According to Katya, the dragon clan had a method to find people who knew certain keywords that were not allowed to be spoken. If those people were found to be outsiders, they'd be killed without mercy, regardless of innocence or status. Damien naturally understood, and he could easily bypass such a low-effort system, so he readily agreed. With his affirmation, Katya sighed in relief and continued, simply put, the western region is a completely different world compared to everything else. The borders you all see are illusions. The real border to Aurelian cannot be crossed unless one has a sufficient amount of dragon blood. Aurelian was a society of its own, hidden in plain sight. The dragon clan used the western region as the source of their power, but it was not their home. It was a place for their home to connect to, so that the dragons could also come and go from the heavenly world. Their desire for isolation was more severe than anyone would have expected. Truthfully, I cannot tell you much about Aurelian, aside from the general facts. After all, the class system there is extremely strict. A half-blood like me. Well, it's best to say that I didn't receive the best of treatment. Damien could imagine it. Dragons were a bipolar species. Half of them loved all people with dragon blood and tried to raise them up to the best of their abilities. Bayushwan fell into this category. As for the other half, they hated people who weren't pure dragons to the core. They believed those people had tainted bloodlines and were staining the image of dragons. According to what Katya was saying, Aurelian was led by the latter faction. She went on to speak about what life was like in the cities, what kind of economies they had, and more before she reached a point where Damien started tuning in again. Ruling the kingdom is the dragon nobility. They are dragons with extremely pure blood and connections to god-beast ancestors. There are only 10 god-beast ancestors in the dragon clan now, but there were once over 16. They are the true rulers of the clan, and most importantly, they are the only ones with the qualifications to inherit the throne. Damien's eyes narrowed. Katya continued, as if to tell him that his thoughts were accurate. The 6 who no longer exist were killed for their qualifications, or so it was thought. As it appears, one of those 6 managed to find you, and for some reason, he trusted a human to carry his qualification, a qualification to inherit the throne of the entire dragon clan? Of dragonkind as a whole, what is the nature of that throne? Damien had to know. But Katia only shook her head. I cannot tell you any more than this. To us commoners, the race for the throne was a mere legend, far too out of our sight that we could only imagine it. If you wish to learn more, or perhaps uncover the secrets that lay in that place, then you must visit Aurelian. Damien nodded slowly. The Azure Dragon. Did that senior truly want him to take over the Dragon clan? Or rather, I get it, Azure. It was a gift, but also a request for a favor. After all, it didn't come alone. Damien gained Azure, and at the same time, he received an egg. Neither had shown any sort of connection to each other until now, but that was because there wasn't one yet. Azure is my special card, and with it, he was to accomplish something insane. That senior was really expecting a lot from me, to think he would leave something that wouldn't be useful until the heavenly world. It seemed the Azure Dragon had long predicted Damien's rise to power. Still, regardless of the size of the favor, it was a favor Damien had to do, because it was a favor he was asked by someone who gave him everything in return. If I don't even repay something like that, then I'm really no better than a beast. A road to a new adventure had presented itself to Damien just as he finished one he thought would be no more than him going through the motions. It was a trip worth more than he could have ever expected. And now that he had both the information he wanted and the fruit he'd come for, it was almost time for him to return to Void Palace. Dante Void, a man Damien still couldn't quite convince himself to call father. I really hope this wakes you up. Chapter 1537 Confrontation 1. Damien's conversations with the Ahiyuti tree and Katia weren't over yet. Well, he gained all the information he wanted from them, but conversations didn't exist just to spread information between people. Did they? Yet Damien remained for the rest of the day before he even had thoughts of leaving. Katia hadn't seen people ever since she left Aurelian to seek her true origins. As for the Ahiyuti tree, it was even more socially isolated. He taught the tree how to properly use its knowledge, and in return, the tree continued to question him about things he never thought about, opening new paths for him to explore. His time in the frostbound mountain range was good for him. The chilling atmosphere made him feel present in his own body, and the curiosity in his soul burned bright, warming him and igniting his imagination. Perhaps it was because this place was so isolated from society that Damien found a moment to think like this. He had been surrounded by people for a very long time. After all, Iceluan Mountain was lively. In the mornings, the lawns would fly through the sky and create beautiful scenes of falling frost. The creatures that had adapted to this cold environment treasured each other, and despite the need they had to kill each other to survive, they respected their peers and didn't needlessly slaughter. It was a balanced ecosystem, a peaceful one, but Damien that he was never someone who considered himself a peace lover. Usually, if he stayed in a peaceful environment for too long, he would start to feel restless. The chaos comforted his busy mind, filling it with thoughts. Damien hated silence. He hated when his thoughts were left alone to run wild. It wasn't as if he was still plagued by mental problems, but he still remembered those days when his thoughts would cause him more pain than anyone else ever could. That was why he didn't like the silence, even to this day. Was the fact that he could find happiness in this peace a good thing? Did it mean he was finally getting rid of the lingering effects of those times? Or did it just mean he was jaded, disillusioned, and unwilling to deal with the world's troubles? Damien didn't know. He hardly felt anything. Not just in this moment, but in general. His emotions, which had always been reserved only for the people he cared for, were no longer able to be excited by anything else. It was his fault that he'd become like this. I feel numb, but that numbness was only temporary. Just like everything else, it would one day fade away as he found something new to replace it. Life is long, but that longevity meant that he could take the time to explore anything and everything to the deepest depths. He could experience just as many wonders as he did tragedies. Even in people, there is so much variation. If he just made a single choice differently than he usually did, would that completely change the dynamics of the people he interacted with? This was the curiosity he'd gained on Iceluan Mountain, and aside from the harmony fruit, it was the thing he was most excited to take down the mountain with him. It's about time to leave now, isn't it? He'd made a connection with Katia and the Ahiyuti tree. He'd achieved his goal. And he'd even gained something more. He didn't have to wait to go down the mountain. True, he was a little sad to part with this atmosphere, but all good things had to come to an end. For this one, that end would come far sooner than Damien realized, because he'd made a mistake during his climb, and now, he had a target on his back. Damien knew he was being watched, but he didn't know he was being watched for more than one reason. For the most part, The enemies he had in the heavenly world wanted to kill him because he was the one currently leading Void Palace. With his death, they could destroy the palace's morale and gain an advantage against their troops. Some had personal grudges, while for others it was more complex. For a certain force, however, the reason for observing Damien was different. The foreign races in the hidden principality, led by Grand Duke Famas, had been watching Damien because he was the son of Dante Void. They expected him to have mysterious powers and abilities beyond others simply because of his bloodline, but they were always watching to make sure those abilities weren't out of the scope of their perception, and, while Damien was an important target for them, he wasn't the most important. What they were looking for was an anomaly. They didn't have a lot of information. The Dark God only told them that he sensed something strange, a presence that didn't match anything else. The Dark God sensed that presence first in Count Varix's territory, but he didn't tell his people that, after all, it didn't matter. That presence had moved to the heavenly world, and if it appeared again, he would sense it again. Naturally, the Dark God wasn't a being who cared about his subjects much, and on top of that, since they'd always succeeded, he didn't think there was a chance for them to fail in finding the anomaly. The foreign nobility thought this would be the first time they disappointed their lord, because no matter how much time had passed, they couldn't find a trace of anything unnatural. Even the unnatural events and characters were merely a little better than the rest. In the grand scheme of things, they didn't mean anything, so the foreign nobility were a bit on edge, using the most of their ability to find any clues possible. That was the state they maintained at all hours of the day. It would have been odd if they didn't find it. A signal from the frostbound mountain range, a trace of something that should not have existed, existence itself. Damien used its abilities when he met Envy. It was only for a brief moment, but it was enough to confirm that something in the frostbound mountain range was the source. Only the Grand Dukes were able to find something strange. They had the Dark God's blessing, so they could tap into a percentage of his perception ability to search for anomalies. And when they confirmed the location, another piece of news they'd learned because they were keeping track of a certain man made it to Grand Duke Fama's ears. Damien Void is in the frostbound mountain range. The man who had isolated himself in his iron fortress for years had finally come out, and the moment he came out, a clue was found in the location he traveled to. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to connect the dots. Grand Duke Famas had a large grin on his face when he received the information. The man he wanted to kill, and the anomaly he was tasked to destroy, they were either one and the same or closely related, and if that was the case, then, do not waste any more time. There was no need to hesitate. Send a party to the frostbound mountain range, and before the sun rises over the sky, eliminate Damien Void. Chapter 1538 Confrontation 2. The foreign nobility worked fast. The moment they found a tangible clue about their target, they grabbed it and refused to let go. A party was created to make its way to the frostbound mountain range within minutes. None of the Grand Dukes moved. They couldn't, after all. They currently had the heavenly world severely underestimating their forces. If a Grand Duke went out and showed his power, wasn't it practically like screaming, "Hey, look at us! We're dangerous," to the entire world? The time hadn't come for them to completely reveal their strength. That time would only arrive when they finally struck the planet. Until then, they had to make sure that the general populace would never have a reason to be concerned with them. 1 duke, 4 counts, and 10 viscounts set out, their skin and features disguised to look like humans. Since they were already in the northern region, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the frostbound mountain range, and since they had no interest in peace, it took them even less time to get to the periphery of Icewan Mountain, where the signal was the strongest. Duke Horacio, who led the group, held in his hand a device that had a simple function. It would take the information given to it, which, in this case, was the location of the signal, and pinpoint the exact position from which the signal was coming from. The foreign nobility were experienced in the art of tracking anomalies. There would never be a time during the hunt when they arrived unprepared. Even now, Duke Horacio was leading an advance party. Their job was to observe Damien, dial in on whether he was the target or just a related individual, and then relay the gained information back to the main base. Yet, this advance party was led by a god with 4 other gods under his command. Even the weaklings who were only there as a precaution were above the level of divinity. After all, if they came to blows with the target regardless, wasn't it better for them to be fully prepared? Damien may have been powerful, but he wasn't at the level of a Grand Duke. The party sent to find him was more than enough for that purpose, and find him they did. Damien was relaxed. He wasn't trying to hide his position that much, but he also wasn't outwardly displaying it. The problem was that the last known location of his signal was within the cave. When he gifted the Ahiyuti tree Alaric's memories, the cave itself was never hidden. and while Duke Horacio's party didn't have any reason to confront those living within, they observed from the outside, and they caught the exact moment when Damien left. And almost comically so. That single moment was all they needed to confirm their suspicions. After all, the first thing Damien did, as always, was cover himself in a barrier of existence and teleport. Unfortunately for him, this was one of the unique cases where his use of existence could be sensed by the other party, and it was the worst possible situation for him. Go. Create a barrier. By Duke Horacio's command, the 10 demigods formed a perimeter around a large area with Ice Wall Mountain in the center. From ice wall to ice wall and spanning several thousand kilometers in all directions, a massive barrier was formed. It was invisible, and rather than being powered by the mana of demigods, it borrowed the mana of gods. Using those viscounts as nothing more than poles through which it focused its power, it was an incredibly subtle maneuver. However, Damien immediately felt the difference. Someone's here. His eyes narrowed. He didn't sense any hostile presences or anything concerning for that matter. If he had, then he wouldn't have been moving so casually. The creation of this barrier obviously meant that someone else was here, and even more obviously meant that they were after him. After all, there was nothing else in this section of the Frostbound Mountain range that required this level of preparation to face. WHOSH, Damien rapidly dodged to the right. Out of nowhere, a massive rush of wind tried to strike him from behind and throw him off balance. There was originally a doubt of it being a natural phenomenon, but when Damien's eyes focused in on the torrent itself, that's a person, he immediately recognized a humanoid form within the formless winds. WHOSH, 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 3 more from 3 different sides. Damien's eyes widened as he focused his senses. He dodged minutely to the right, dodging the first, flicked his body in the other direction, dodging the second, and finally, jumped to dodge the third. His body had turned semi-corporeal in that moment, as if he was disconnected from reality. The arms that reached out of the wind to grab him were not able to find their target, but once Damien was above them, nothing would stop him from finding his. Bang! He flipped his body and slammed his entire weight down on the third gust of wind, nailing the one inside straight in the center of their back. They crashed to the ground, and without giving them a moment to rest, Damien grabbed their hair and pulled their head out of the ground. Boom! 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 His hand exploded 10 times in a row, filling the being's orifices and pores with rampant mana and burns. It wasn't enough to actually injure someone of this level, but it was more than enough to buy half a second while they were in a daze. By the time that half of a second was over, Damien was already gone. He'd made distance and placed himself in a position where all 4 of his enemies were in front of him. They're not human, they looked human, but with the look he'd just gotten at that person, he could confirm that they were not. Their souls were black. Not like his, more like they'd been tinted in something horrific. This kind of soul, only one type of being could possess it. He knew that for a fact, because he'd devoured one before. So you are that man's son, a voice came from behind him. Damien's head whipped to the side and his eyes made up the rest of the difference. He couldn't turn his back on the 4 in front of him because of this hidden fifth. In his peripheral, he caught the form of a white-skinned man with bright emerald eyes and sharp brows. He looked somewhat heroic. But at the same time, he looked like a demon, foreign race. It is quite the offensive title you humans have given us, but I will admit, I am impressed by your deductive reasoning. Duke Horacio didn't make any attempts to hide it. Damien's moves just now were fast, but they weren't enough to actually cause harm to any of those 4 counts that attacked him. With the 4 of them and him, a duke, combining their power, there was no way for Damien to escape. He was assured of it, so he happily stepped out of the air, revealing his presence to the enemy. Damien Void, he said, a mysterious smile on his face. I am afraid you will have to come with us. Whether you do that the easy way or the hard way. Vumum, Duke Horacio unfurled his aura, causing cracks to form in the mountain below. Well, that is completely up to you, isn't it? Chapter 1539 Confrontation 3. Damien's face was currently decorated with a massive frown. Foreign races, and ones that wanted to capture, not kill. Damien was already irked that they'd managed to surround him without him sending them. The fact that they had some sort of plan that he didn't know about, one that somehow related to him, was even worse. Judging from their auras, they were all gods. That didn't worry Damien, but it made it difficult for him to kill and devour one to find information, with Duke Horacio trying to make a conversation out of things. Damien was given a moment to thoroughly understand his situation. Those 4 same level as the other Count? No, they were definitely stronger, but to the current Damien, they might as well have been at Count Varix's level. It won't be hard even if there's 4 of them. Damien was currently ignoring a yapfest from Duke Horacio, but from what made it into his ears, He was saying something about capturing him and eliminating him. Anomaly, that was the only word that stood out, but Damien didn't really care about it right now. How do I get out of this? The first thing he did was check his connection with the sanctuary. As always, it was cut off. But this time, the reason was more tangible. The barrier that enveloped the wide area around him was the only reason why his connection with any and all outside worlds was gone. That also meant that as long as he broke the barrier, he'd be able to escape easily. That's a viable plan. Fighting them all and winning might have been possible, but he couldn't do it without causing an unnecessary commotion. Judging from the strength of this party, they've relatively guessed my strength level. It's fine if it's been revealed to the foreign races, but until I'm certain that Stria knows as well, I can't take risks. It was a rare time when Damien was lacking information. Without it, he was unable to move as he pleased. Still, a direct confrontation that led to a massive battle that destroyed the entire Frostbound mountain range wasn't what Damien wanted right now. That could wait for another time. Right about now, Duke Horacio stopped talking. Looking into Damien's eyes, it was clear that the man had stopped listening a long time ago. Nevertheless, Damien void, come with us nicely. Do not force me to do something I really want to do. Duke Horacio had a large smile on his face. This was an assured victory in his book. That was why he continued to get closer to Damien. Despite the dangers of approaching an enemy, he didn't care if he lost his advantage, because he didn't believe that his advantage could be lost. Was that a flaw? Not necessarily, since, in a sense, he was correct. However, that didn't mean Damien wouldn't try to exploit it. Duke Horacio took another step. Damien's eyes flickered. Now, his ultimate goal was the barrier, but he couldn't let the enemy know that. He planted his foot in the ground and drew upon his mana. Not that of existence, but that of the countless laws he'd practiced to perfection over his lifetime. His choice in this moment was cosmic duality, the combination of creation and destruction. The two laws didn't combine well. Unlike their lesser counterparts, creation and destruction were more like two sides of the same coin, rather than two agents that blended together perfectly. It was hard to combine them at all. That combination didn't even have a name. Cosmic duality was the system's attempt to create one for the otherwise unseen phenomenon. So what kind of moves could Damien make with such a combination? The answer was actually something terrifying, a power that could both create and destroy in one breath. That was simply a recipe for disaster. The creation of force and its immediate destruction would create an impossibility, a situation where energy was truly destroyed, leaving only emptiness. That phenomenon erupted right in front of Duke Horacio's face, and whether one was there to witness it or not, anyone could agree that it wasn't fun for the man at all. There was no sound. The sound that would have been there was consumed by the created vacuum. Even sound from the surroundings was sucked in like it was a black hole. All of a sudden, the space within the barrier went absolutely silent, and within the second, all that silence filled itself again. ROAAR. The pure amount of sound coagulated into a furious roar that rocked the eardrums of all those present. The 4 counts and 10 viscounts didn't even know what happened. Only Duke Horacio saw that phenomenon, and his eyes widened into saucers as he realized what was about to hit him. A thick barrier of malak immediately surrounded his body, blocking him away from the outside world. It was a solid defense, especially since it was put up in a split second. However, it wasn't enough. Bang! The phenomenon struck Duke Horacio's chest. Despite the lack of sound, the Duke felt like he could hear the impact resounding in his ears. His chest caved in, and he was sent flying. Black blood flew out of his mouth as he gritted his teeth. It was only a single instant, but Damien had made his stance clear. So you've chosen the hard way. Duke Horacio wiped the blood from the side of his mouth, ignoring the cacophonous roar reverberating through the air. Then the hard way it is. He was more than happy to fight. Malak flooded the atmosphere. It was unnatural in the heavenly world. So the instant it appeared, the heavenly order reacted. Duke Horacio didn't care. The barrier was in place half to keep Damien contained and half to keep the heavenly order out. It couldn't stop him from doing what he wanted to do as long as he was inside. Malak functioned differently from mana. The foreign race's power was the same. Just as the Nox relied on demonic providence to fight more than law, the foreign races had a similar concept. Each and every one of them had a unique power that was somewhat derivative of law. In Duke Horacio's case, this power was something akin to telekinesis, though, at a far higher level. The instant he raised his arm, the never-ending blizzard paused in place. The snow and ice that usually raced through the air became blades under the Duke's control. Their target was clear. Damien frowned, glancing around as his environment became an enemy. For behind, they still hadn't moved, but they were getting ready to. He could sense it in their body movements. One in front, Duke Horacio may have been controlling the air, but his body was still ready and able to attack alongside the wide area maneuver he had prepared. 10 in the surroundings, those 10 were upholding the barrier. Damien managed to sense them through the attack he'd sent out earlier. They were his main targets. Okay, it was only a brief moment, but while he thought, it was slow to the point where it felt like minutes had passed by the time he was done. The situation was not uncontrollable. That was all that mattered. He'd taken note of it all, and once he had, time sped up to its normal pace, and all those attacks that were being prepared a moment ago were sent out in unison. BOM, Chapter 1540 Confrontation. 4. BOM, Damien teleported to avoid the attacks. He arrived at the side of the barrier, but Duke Horacio was already following him. With his control over the surrounding snow and ice, he had an absolute awareness of his surroundings. Even the slightest of spatial fluctuations could be sensed by him. Bang! 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 Damien put up several lens-shaped barriers. Infused with the power of vector control, they bounced back the debris that was hurling towards Damien at untold speeds. Boom! Taking the opportunity while he was busy blocking the Duke's attacks, the 4 counts sped into range and attacked as well. Damien gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering between them. Count Varrix's memories were helpful, but only to an extent. When it came to Dukes like Horacio, Varrix knew as much as Damien did. The Dukes weren't people counts could casually interact with. It was different for other counts. They were his direct competition, so Varrix knew more about them than even they knew about themselves. Count Telebris, Count Ziz, Count Yuta, and Count Vettel, they weren't the best of the counts, but they were all much stronger than Varrix. Their unique specialties all worked together, as they all had wind-related powers. That was why they could all attack and make it seem like the same attack was being thrown from all sides. That was a misunderstanding. Their attacks may have looked the same, but each one had a different aim. If one was careless and assumed they were all the same, one would be severely injured without the ability to resist. Well, that was the case for others. Damien had no fear of the counts. Not just because they were weaker than him, but also because they weren't his goal from the start. He bent his knees and shot into the air. The 4 counts chased him, while Duke Horacio continued to impede him using the environment. Damien's eyes were sharp. Flying through the air was impossible right now. If he tried, he'd be torn to shreds by everything in the air trying to destroy him. Damien was able to move because he could teleport. No, rather, he was able to survive because of his connection to the spatial layers. If he hadn't been able to turn his body ethereal, it would have been impossible to survive a telekinetic whose level was this high. This was a moment where precise calculation was more important than feeling. Damien had to teleport in short distances so he could throw off his pursuers. But he couldn't be out of the spatial layers for too long either. Every time he entered a spatial corridor, he was already calculating how far he'd go with the next one and which direction he'd move in. Damien led his enemies on a wild goose chase within the contained area they'd created, up and down, side to side, randomly changing even the orientation of his body. Damien did every possible thing he could to confuse them. And it was working. The counts weren't as invulnerable as he was. Duke Horacio had great control, but he couldn't help it if the counts ran into his attacks because they were chasing Damien. Count Telebris was the most wounded. He was the fastest, and no matter how Damien moved, he was always on his tail. However, that meant when Damien teleported, he took the brunt of the impact that was avoided by his target. Damien took note of the man. He's easy to kill. That would come in handy later, but for now, I've pretty much understood how the barrier works. Damien was certain he could destroy it. That was the only reason he'd been wasting so much time. He had to find the correct way to destroy the barrier in the least amount of time possible. That solution was now found. Damien teleported high into the sky, finding the apex of the barrier. He brought his hands together, concentrating mana between them. Time slowed down again. A force stronger than 10,000 nuclear bombs appeared in that tiny area. And as Damien pushed his hands forward, it touched the barrier and lost its balance. BOM. The impact reverberated off the barrier and spread between the 10 demigods holding it up. They shared the damage with their bodies, which allowed the barrier to keep functioning. However, after a blast like that, 5 of them directly coughed up blood, while the other 5 wavered, struggling not to kneel. BOM. Damien let off another blast. He gritted his teeth as Duke Horacio's projectiles cut through his skin and bones. His body was ragged, but it wasn't enough to break him. The 5 demigods who managed to avoid injury last time also coughed up blood. As for the 5 that were already injured, They were immediately incapacitated. The barrier fluctuated wildly as its form lost stabilization. The 5 remaining demigods did their best to share the burden between them and keep it up, but that would only work if Damien decided to give up on them. Duke Horacio was approaching him from below. The 4 counts had attacked from the sides to make sure Damien couldn't dodge. It was either he broke the barrier now, or he got hit with that attack. Between those 2 choices, the one he picked was obvious, right? Damien's body was illuminated by a huge outpouring of mana. Space and time warped, life and death froze, and destruction pushed into the fluctuating barrier, transferring all of Damien's possible force into it. The explosion sounded the same, but it was completely different. This time, the demigods didn't stand a single chance. Bang, 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 one by one, the demigods exploded into clouds of blood mist. The barrier went down almost instantly, giving Damien free rein over his position. He glanced around him. For counts and a duke, they were fast, but not faster than him. And now that he had freedom, let's do it. Damien teleported. All the attacks aimed at him struck each other as he vacated his position. They exploded, creating a pressure wave that pushed even Duke Horacio back. This was the perfect opportunity for Damien. He appeared out of thin air behind Count Telebris and grabbed the man's neck. The only reason he was strong was because he was in a group. Isolated like this, he was nothing more than prey. Bang! Damien squeezed his neck, instantly crushing it into bits. A chaotic rampage of mana shot through Count Telebris' systems, breaking them down one by one, and right before he died, he saw an unknown blackness covering his body and soul, dragging him into a dark abyss. Duke Horacio, Count Ziz, Count Yuta, and Count Vettel all saw it happen, but they didn't have time to react, because by the time Count Telebris died, Damien was already looking at Duke Horacio. No, rather, did he just wink? Whatever the case, that was the last they saw of him. He disappeared again as if he'd teleported. But no matter how many seconds passed, he didn't reappear. Duke Horacio gritted his teeth, pulling out the signal locator that had zeroed in on Damien. It only helped him confirm the conclusion he'd already made. He's gone. Damien had escaped. Damn it, Duke Horacio roared in anger. It wasn't that they'd underestimated the opponent's strength. Instead, the problem was that they underestimated his durability. Now that he was gone, return to the hidden base expeditiously. We must report this to the Grand Duke. Duke Horacio didn't wallow in defeat for too long. He internalized this moment, so that it would never be repeated in the future. All they could do now was move forward with their plans. After all, they'd confirmed it. Damien was the anomaly, which meant that the moment Duke Horacio made it back to Stria, all possible resources would be mobilized to eliminate him. Chapter 1541 War 1. Damien had escaped. The instant he killed and devoured Count Telebris, he used his connection with the sanctuary to disappear from the Frostbound mountain range. It really was a convenient method of travel, after all, for as long as someone with an access gate to the sanctuary was at Void Palace, Damien would always be able to immediately return to safety. His escape was a good thing, but Damien didn't feel good about it. For a long time now, he'd been escaping. When was the last time he actually went out and fought a battle? He'd been careful for the palace's sake, keeping his strength to himself so his enemies didn't gain information, but it was too late now. Even with all of his preparations, his enemies still managed to learn the things they weren't meant to know. That was confirmed the instant he devoured Count Telebris. Stria knew what he could do, as did the foreign races. How? They got lucky. Damien dropped his guard for no more than a single moment, and that was enough for all of their suspicions to become facts. It was similar to how everything Damien knew was being affirmed as fact by Count Telebris' memories. Damien made it back to Void Palace relatively unharmed, but a change would come from this point forth. That battle was the last time. It was the last time he would choose escape over battle. The strength he'd accumulated through all of his training. The power that gave him the right to rule billions of people. It was about time for him to truly use it to its full potential. Damien learned a lot of things from Count Telebris' memories. His being a count meant the information he had on the Sacred Abyss universe wasn't much better than Count Varix's. He did have his own territory, which Damien could probably lay claim to if he went there, but other than that, everything Count Telebris knew was something Damien also knew. However, Count Telebris knew everything that was happening with the foreign nobility infiltrating the heavenly world. On top of that, he had a considerable amount of information on the Stria clan. Ironically, the foreign noble was more useful for learning about the happenings of the heavenly world than his own homeworld. Still, in this instance, that was for the better. After all, Damien wasn't looking for the Sacred Abyss universe's secrets right now. Anything he needed to be aware of, he now knew, which meant he didn't have to hesitate. Damien didn't waste a single moment when he returned to the palace. After a short greeting to those who saw him arrive, he called another emergency meeting. It was the same as last time, an announcement of war. The second he returned, it was war, not the small, irrelevant war that had been taking place until now, but war between divinities, the true lifeblood of every great clan. He wasn't the only one who had to stop holding back. Everything Void Palace had done in these years to rise above its fellow great clans needed to be put into action. Stria had to go down. The foreign races had to go down. Everyone who opposed Void Palace would die. It was sudden for a lot of people. For the 6 months Damien had been gone, the war had been escalating and the power level of the deployed troops had been increasing. However, neither side had nearly enough of a reason to bring out their strongest warriors yet. Strategically speaking, it was beyond stupid, but that was before Damien devoured Count Telebris. As he was now, this was the perfect opportunity. Plus, he couldn't just give the foreign nobility space to do as they pleased. The chain of command established within the palace army was impeccable. Information traveled extremely fast, and as if they'd been present for the meeting Damien held, the palace troops began their retreat almost instantly. Rather than pushing the Stria clan within their own territory as they'd been doing until now, the entirety of the army retreated to the border of the southern region and created an iron fortress around their home. It wasn't just the troops that were already deployed. A large majority of the army's non-divine combatants were placed on this line. Meanwhile, the divinities were gathered together and given their roles. Or rather, they were given their targets. As long as everyone they were sent to kill was properly eliminated, the Stria clan would destroy itself. Damien's hit list was by no means easy to complete. After all, the names at the top of that list were very familiar to everyone present: Malevolon and Maleficstria, the two brothers who led the entire operation, and the ones tasked with killing them. There was really nobody better than Damien's own mother and her close sister, Claire and Serena were by far the most powerful people in the palace. Damien had seen their strength firsthand only a few times, but they were the primary reason why Malevolon didn't directly strike the palace during Dante's imprisonment. If they had the power to make that man wary, then Damien didn't have to worry about them. Nevertheless, plans were made quicker than anyone could process them. A roadmap that led to the perfect destruction of the Stria clan without any room for other outcomes was created. As long as it was followed, everything would end soon. Phew, Damien took a breath. The moment Count Telebris' memories became his, Damien entered a warmongering mode. It felt as if all of his doubts had cleared, leaving room for only success. I'm going to be on the battlefield too. It may have been arrogant, but the fact that he himself would be able to fight was Damien's greatest assurance of victory. He sat back in his chair, closing his eyes. This would be the last moment of peace for a while, so as he learned to do on Iceland Mountain, he enjoyed it as much as he could. His life would be chaos when the war began, but that chaos was the same environment where he thrived. Okay, his mind was clear, his vision saw beyond the horizon. A few days passed after that, a time that the palace members used to brace themselves for what was to come. The entire world had been lulled into a silence. Amidst the retreat of Void Palace's troops, the Stria clan had become oddly quiet as well. It was extremely odd, especially considering how brutal the war they raged had been thus far. Millions had died at the very least. It didn't seem like after suffering such losses the two influences would ever put down their swords, so for a silence like this to suddenly erupt, naturally, it couldn't mean anything good. This time saw a mass migration of people into the eastern regions of the world. As people tried to avoid the escalating conflict, they moved across the frostbound mountain range so they could be safe. Unfortunately, not everyone could make this move in time, because there wasn't much time before war erupted again, and this time, with countless divinities swarming the world with the blood of their enemies as their only goal, the world would truly face a situation it had never faced before. 1542 War 2. Duke Horacio didn't make excuses when he returned to Stria. He told Grand Duke Famas exactly what had occurred and how Damien got away. Rather than trying to beg for forgiveness, he highlighted the mistakes in the information they had and corrected them. Regardless, the mission he'd made was a successful one. He wasn't a coward who would kneel and beg just because he'd lost a battle, an honorable one, at that. Damien was never trying to fight from the beginning. He aimed for escape, and expertly tricked Horacio and his followers to achieve that goal. It was an impressive performance from Damien, and Duke Horacio acknowledged it. Grand Duke Famas was the same. Compared to Malevolon, he could actually be considered an understanding supervisor. He always looked at the entire situation and gleaned what he could from it, rather than focusing on defeat. Nevertheless, this situation was unique, and while the Grand Duke was analyzing it, Void Palace started withdrawing troops. Their intent became obvious. They wanted to throw away all pretenses and fight face to face. Whether it was Malevolon or Grand Duke Famas, both were more than happy to entertain this proposition. The Sapientia clan noticed their movements first and immediately relayed the information to Void Palace. Several thousands of divinities had left the Stria clan in quick succession and made their way in different directions. As of today, they'd arranged themselves all across the globe in groups ranging from 1 person to 10. They all had different strength levels, some of which couldn't be measured at all, and from the way they openly announced their presence, it was obvious they weren't trying to be subtle. Damien recognized their intentions immediately. It was like a circuit. If one wanted to get to the boss, one had to go through the minions. The act of dispatching divinities could be considered Stria clan striking preemptively, rather than allowing the palace to decide the terms of this confrontation. They'd clearly displayed their intent as if challenging the palace. If they chose to circumvent this circuit, they'd be labeled as cowards. A label like that didn't fade easily when the entity in question was a great clan. Damien should have carefully considered his options here. It might have been safer if he instead tried to storm the castle where Malevolon was. However, even he fell prey to the pride of the strong. He didn't just want to end this battle, he wanted to crush the Stria clan beneath his foot, totally and absolutely. For that, what better way was there than to perfectly entertain their little tricks and still slaughter them all? Since that was the case, Damien first had to get some information. The strength and location of every Stria clan group was important because only with this knowledge would he know where to deploy his own forces. The Sapientia clan had most of what he wanted. All demigods and most gods were categorized by their standards, so the majority of those waiting for him were in the open. There were a few that they couldn't measure, like Malefistria. Others more were completely unknown, never before seen by the world. Those are foreign nobles. Damien was sure of it without even confronting them. There were only around 10 who fit the description, but considering how much the foreign nobles had been doing to hide themselves, they likely would only allow this number out into the world at once. Among them was one Duke Horacio who Damien had already met. I see he wants a rematch. It wasn't a bad idea, but it wasn't what came first. With this, Damien looked at the information in his hands. I don't think it's possible for us to lose. It had to be known that several thousand divinities had been revealed by the Stria clan. This was a number that far exceeded all expectations others had for them. Of course, most of those were demigods, as was always the case. However, they have over 1,000 gods. It was truly a frightening force. If it was any of the other great clans, or if it was the old Void Palace, they would have been defeated with this display of power alone. 1,000 gods was an insane number. It was a number that was almost impossible, especially with how new the Stria clan was compared to the other great clans. But if that was the case, then why was Damien so relaxed about it? Shouldn't he have been concerned? Well, as mentioned before, the old Void Palace wouldn't have been able to take it, but the current palace, those troops who were steadily approaching true godhood, were given all the time in the world to make the transition between divinities. And that meant that Void Palace's gods were also not small in number anymore. It started with no more than 5, who became members of Void Palace's 16 swords. However, after those 5 ascended, it lit a spark behind everyone else. One after another, those who'd been trapped at bottlenecks overcame those roadblocks, letting them see the land of gods they'd always dreamed of. And though his part in it all was minimal at most, they attributed their success to Damien, pledging to him their absolute loyalty. Every time Damien returned to the palace, it made its appearance during its last visit seem shabby. The palace itself and all the people within were striving towards greatness with everything they had. It really did fill him with confidence and allow him to act as he wished. That was why Damien never faltered. It wasn't just because of his confidence in himself, but also the confidence he had in the people around him. It didn't take more than a few hours from when Damien learned the identities and power levels of his enemies for him to decide which forces to send where. If one thing was convenient, it was that those Damien had placed on his hit list were now waiting for him in the open. That meant the teams originally established to deal with them were still right for dealing with them. That only left him to worry about the people who weren't included in that list. Actually, that isn't much of a worry, is it? Gods of all levels were waiting for him on the outside. His people were already occupied dealing with the rest of them. Didn't that mean this was a perfect opportunity for him to go out and play? That's perfect. Damien had just made a declaration that he'd stop hiding his strength, but with the way things were going, he was almost stuck in the palace again. Now, he definitely had the freedom to move some troops around and fill those empty spaces. He definitely did. But how could he resist? Damien was practically outside the palace gates already. His first target, someone he thought he'd have to wait to fight again, but someone who was perfect to use as a way to send a message. Duke Horacio. I'll kill him all flashy and the likes and start this war with a bang. Damien's war spirit turned into bloodlust as the thought of fighting filled his mind. How long had it been since he'd been able to face the world with such recklessness and ignorance? He didn't know. The only thing that mattered now, that was the fact that he was absolutely raving at the chance to do it again. Chapter 1543 Do Corazio 1. Damien urgently wanted to get back into the field, but obviously, there was one more important task for him to complete before he did so. He went to Iceland Mountain for a reason, after all. It may have been a spurt of desperation or something like an adventure powered purely by desire, but Damien still ended up getting what he wanted. With the harmony fruit in his hand and war on the horizon, Damien didn't have much time to spend with the comatose Dante, but he could at least feed his father the fruit and hope that a change would come. That was Damien's second priority when he returned to Void Palace, since the first took a lot more preparation and time to carry out. Once the various meetings were over and the deployments had been sorted out, Damien went to his father's room with his mother and Serena. They were the only ones he'd told about the fruit. The news could be spread to others if it actually worked. Otherwise, well, it was better not to get people's hopes up. Dante Void looked peaceful, his skin shone with the luster of someone who had never been sick before in his life. His expression was calm, like he was taking a short nap rather than suffering from an endless dream. Damien had to pry his mouth open. No matter what he did, there was no response from the man himself, though. Damien had become quite experienced in feeding people who couldn't eat themselves. The harmony fruit was mostly made up of energy, so once it was put into Dante's mouth, Damien's main job was guiding that energy to where it needed to be: his mind, his body, and his soul. A pathway needed to be created between these three. Once that was done, the rest of the work would be on Dante's side. There isn't much I can do. Damien helped the mana flow as it wanted to. He stabilized the process within Dante's body so it would go according to plan, but that was all. Dante didn't wake up. He couldn't do that immediately, and if he was trying, there was no way for Damien to know. It was bitter. Still, it was hope. Mom and Serena will watch over him. Dante would get better. Damien kept telling himself that no matter how much time passed, it was the only way for him to keep himself stable. It was a world of crimson, a crimson sun, crimson skies, and dark crimson soil. The monotonous existence of only a single color in the entire vicinity was nauseating, enough to drive anyone insane if they spent enough time here. That insanity would only be taken to a new level by the complete lack of any life. This world was created for one man. It was an eternal prison within his eternal prison, a prison that encapsulated his mind and soul while his body rotted outside. It was the dark god's gift for Dante Void, as he was the only one present in this place. A single man sat in a meditative posture amidst the crimson environment. This place never changed. Days and weeks would pass with no activity. Perhaps it had been many years, but Dante had no way of knowing. He stopped keeping track of time when he realized it was causing his mind to deteriorate. There was really only one thing he used to measure how long he'd been here. It was a tally of how many times he'd fought the same battle and lost. The time had come again. A being wrapped in darkness appeared over the horizon. It was massive, bigger than the world itself, and its figure was covered in such a powerful aura that it caused space itself to crack and dissipate. It was a shadow of the dark god. And at the same time, it was Dante's warden. Once again, he stood up. He had confronted this being 500,000 times by now. This would be the 500,000 first battle and the 500,000 first loss, but he still stood up. He would never show weakness to that man. His eyes opened, a pristine blue that absolutely contradicted the world. Despite the grueling years he'd spent here, the fire that burned in his heart never dimmed. He would defeat that man. No matter what he had to do to make that possible, he would do it. The valiant shadow cast by his back could not be viewed by anyone else. The sacrifices he made to entertain this battle would never be seen by the outside world, but that also didn't matter. As long as the dark god was contained, as long as he couldn't affect the people in the outside world, Dante would continue to fight this battle, trapped within his own mind, or at least, that was what he thought. But as he got ready to fight today, he noticed something different, a distinct connection to the outside world, something he thought impossible. It had miraculously manifested itself. Dante smiled slightly. A glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Maybe it is not as impossible as I thought, just maybe, he could one day escape this place. That sentiment alone was enough to refresh his mind and heal him, so he walked forward, approaching the dark being on the horizon. Perhaps he would lose today, but one day, he would win. One day, the dark god would be defeated. That was Dante Void's entire life purpose. Do Corazio wasn't in a group. Unlike many of his compatriots, he decided to stand his ground alone, as if he were waiting for someone, because Damien wasn't the only one looking forward to their rematch. Perhaps they didn't fight that much during their first meeting, but the Duke had clearly sensed that Damien's strength was about the same as his. The man's choice to retreat was a strategic one. It wasn't that Damien was forced to retreat. Rather, he weighed his options and chose returning to his people over causing a commotion in the frostbound mountain range. Duke Horacio wanted redemption. Damien wanted that too. As such, the battleground for their next confrontation had been set. As if they had a mutual agreement between them, they both ignored the rest of the conflict, if only for a moment, to confront each other first. Damien recognized Horacio's intent easily. That was why he chose the man as his first target. Since he was getting back into fighting after a long time, he had to pick a battle he would enjoy. Right, the scene was a mountaintop that was separated greatly from society. For tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction, there was only empty scenery without any human interference. It was a place Duke Horacio chose after a lot of thought. A place where Damien wouldn't be forced to hold back his power. Duke Horacio wanted to see everything his opponent could offer, and Damien wanted the same, so as he approached that place, he didn't hide his aura. Duke Horacio met him in the sky, and though no words were exchanged between them, they had a mutual understanding of each other's intent. This battle had already begun. It was just a matter of who was willing to make the first move. Chapter 1544 Duke Horacio, 2, usually. Damien was the one who took that role, but he found himself beaten to the punch this time. Their eyes had only connected for a second, but Duke Horacio's arms were already in the air. VOM. The winds whipped, controlled by his hand. Massive boulders detached themselves from the mountain below and hurled towards Damien. This kind of move was effectively useless against a divinity. Mere rocks or boulders couldn't damage them unless their speed was actually in the realm of impossibility. That was why, when someone who had a power that relied heavily on the environment like Duke Horacio, they would train in a certain technique that others often overlooked. Infusion. Infusing energy into weapons and items wasn't a rare practice. Almost everyone learned how to do it at the very start of their journey, as it was a good way to get familiar with maneuvering energy. However, that was the end of it. For most people, energy control and output rapidly trumped infusion, because their base abilities became stronger than anything a weapon could match up to. People like Duke Horacio had to tread a different path because of the uniqueness of their abilities. Rather than a mere training technique, infusion became one of their most important assets, a concept they had to raise to perfection, because once they'd reached a high level of infusion, the entire meaning behind their power changed. This moment was proof of that. Damien could clearly see the presence of strong malic within those boulders. In the moment it took for them to be torn from the mountain and flung. They'd been infused with the height of Duke Horacio's power. It was a proper opening move, a show of respect and ability. Damien grinned as he watched them approach. If he's going to act all proper, then I should respond in kind. Damien wasn't averse to showing respect to the enemy. When it came to Duke Horacio, they were enemies by association, not by grudge. He put his hand out in front of him, welcoming the incoming projectiles. His mana went forth, colorless and formless, almost imperceptible. It was the mana of existence. Damien no longer needed to hide. His enemies already knew he could use existence. Even if they didn't know what it was, their awareness of its presence meant he could finally stop playing the pig to eat the tiger. Damien now had the freedom to mess around with his power as much as he wanted, which meant he could do things like, the boulders approached until they were only an inch away from Damien's outstretched arm, and they stopped. All of their built-up momentum disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. Even the malic within the boulders stopped responding. While Duke Horacio watched, the boulders crunched and morphed, miraculously changing into massive 10-foot-long icicles that turned around and pointed themselves at him. They were completely freed from the Duke's control, but strangely enough, the energy they used was still his malic. Impressive, he said with a smile. He had no idea what just happened, but now wasn't really the time to act flustered. If you think that's cool, you aren't even close to ready for what's to come. Damien grinned, flicking his hand. The icicles immediately mobilized. They shot out jets of frost as if they were missiles and sped past sound and light barriers in an instant. Duke Horacio immediately mobilized a defense. Boom. 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 Cachish. Horacio was pushed back by the force of the explosions, but he was uninjured. Compared to his peers, the properties of his malic were extremely unique. Duke Horacio had reached a state where he was always in tune with the environment. Regardless of what that environment was, he could make himself a part of it. This was partly because of his infusion talent and partly because of his telekinesis, which had evolved to a level of spatial control. The Duke's malic could mimic the properties of the natural environment around it. Whether that meant making it as smooth and fast as wind, or as flowing and flexible as water. Damien felt it when the ice missiles struck. The majority of their force was deflected by the water-like shield of Malik du Carrasio made. The missiles tried to pierce, but they simply couldn't fight the downward force of the stream that pushed them into the ground below. Damien raised his brows in surprise. I get it now. This location choice wasn't just for show. He smiled as he watched the Duke regain his position. He's cunning. This location allowed Damien to use his power as he pleased, sure, but it also allowed du Carrasio to use his abilities to their full potential. It really is perfect. The first exchange of blows didn't mean much. It was, at most, a greeting. He's powerful and resourceful. He'll give me a good fight. Damien's thoughts were obvious. He admired the Duke's thinking and was excited to fight him. As for du Carrasio, he's different. Damien only showed a glimpse of it, but that power was obviously what made him an anomaly. He is someone that made the Lord wary. It was sacrilegious to say something like that in front of the other nobles. But du Carrasio wasn't afraid to think it. The fact that anomalies made the Dark God wary was precisely the reason behind conquests like these. Damien had to be acknowledged as someone of that caliber. Otherwise, they would never be able to defeat him. I have to find out more about it. Whether he was winning or losing, he would have to drag this fight out as much as possible. The two of them had very different views on their current battle, but regardless, both very much wanted to fight. Damien gripped his fists. The possibilities ran through his head. What could he use existence for? He had to think of things he'd never done before. No, rather, he had to discover things that weren't possible to do with just laws alone. It was exciting, but it was just as confusing. I hope this guy can hold on for a long time. Damien didn't underestimate du Carrasio, but he just couldn't help but be assured of victory. Their thoughts were different, but they shared a common goal, a good, long fight, and for that purpose, let's pick up the pace. Damien was going with his favorite, most reliable method of fighting. He stepped on the air, using it as if it was tangible. He bent his knee, activating the muscles in his legs. The force his body created as it ripped through the air created huge shockwaves that thundered into the sky and ground. It was less than a single second of flight, as Damien had already arrived before the Duke in that time. His fist raised perfectly, shooting forward with a huge infusion of mana pulsating around it. Since that was the Duke's speciality, that was where Damien would challenge him. The Duke's eyes narrowed, Damien's fist approached closer, and as he made the decision to face it head-on, the environment around them experienced its first great catastrophe. Chapter 1545 Du Carrasio, 3, Two fists collided at supersonic speeds. Both were infused with monstrous amounts of energy, opposing forms of energy at that. The impact was almost perfect. Both forces cancelled each other out, pushing those who created them backward. Meanwhile, the residual force slammed down into the ground below with nowhere else to go. The mountain peak was completely destroyed, leaving it as a plateau. The shower of flying rocks and debris struck the ground at the base like a meteor shower, creating a mass of craters that destroyed a lot of the flora that once inhabited that area. The force of just one collision was enough to create a disaster for the creatures that lived on this isolated mountain, but it would have been pitiful if it ended at only one. Damien and du Carrasio immediately regained their balance and charged at each other, fists outstretched and mana recalibrated to destroy the other side. Boom! 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 The two traded an array of punches. To the outside observer, they became two flashes of light that rapidly jumped around in the sky, causing sparks to fly with every movement. Countless shockwaves spread through the air, causing boom after boom to resound through the atmosphere. But the details within their fight were more complicated than they looked. Every punch both of them threw was aimed at the other's fist. It was indeed a fight that took physical strength into account, but their true battle was in the concept of infusion. Telekinesis was a power derivative of spatial laws. The sacred abyss universe law that Horacio used was pretty much just space. Every time he threw a punch, he infused it with different concepts of space that were present in his home cosmos. They were highly similar to the concepts of the true void universe's spatial law. After all, they were both defining characteristics of space, no matter how convoluted that space was. When Damien noticed that Horacio was mainly using space, he happily reciprocated using the same law. Space was his origin as well. His power had blossomed into something magical with the passing of time, but the very first affinity he awakened was space. It was his most favorite law. Damien's current space law was enhanced by existence. Using this superior law, he was able to alter and combine concepts in ways he could have never dreamed of before, a foreign spatial law versus an enhanced one. These two forces continuously collided in ways equal and opposite to each other. Damien and Horacio constantly made micro-adjustments to their energy, trying to usurp each other's law. However, neither had been able to find an upper hand yet. Boom! 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 Out of nowhere, Damien flipped his body, bringing his foot to Horacio's chin. Bang! It wasn't a cheap move, but an abrupt show of proficiency that Horacio wasn't expecting. Damien's movement took place within the spatial layers. In his perception, the man's body inverted out of nowhere. His kick to the chin was powered by space, and through the momentum gathered within the spatial layers, when it struck Duke Horacio, it snapped his head back and sent a shockwave straight through his skull. The world was warbling in the Duke's eyes. He could feel within his body, several systems had been spatially displaced. He didn't recognize that it had happened until he started feeling the aftereffects of such a change. Humph. He snorted. It was definitely an impressive showing from the enemy, but he wasn't to be outdone. Vroom! A huge pulse of mana was expunged from his body. Along with it, his organs were rearranged back to their regular positions, and Damien was thrown away by the spatial chaos. The Duke cracked his neck. Against an enemy like this, using regular power wasn't enough. His eyes rolled back, revealing his pure white scara. Damien's brows furrowed. Strange. He took 3 leaps back and made substantial distance from the Duke. The aura around his body was completely different from before. He still felt like himself, but at the same time, he gave off the feeling of a higher entity. A strange energy swirled around in the air. Malik and Mana met in one place, but they did not reject each other as they usually did. In front of true godhood, all energy is just energy. Damien's eyes narrowed. He had sensed this aura before. He knew exactly what the Duke was doing. An edict. As far as Damien knew, edicts were exclusive to the true Void universe. However, it seemed a similar concept existed everywhere, a proof of godhood. It is something granted to all who can reach that level, no matter where they come from. Only the form changes to match the laws of the home cosmos. If Duke Horacio was using his edict, a concept gods didn't use unless they were facing truly dangerous enemies, then it meant that he'd acknowledge Damien's strength and ability. He wouldn't be holding back anymore. This is good. Damien wanted to test his limits. He needed an enemy who wouldn't look down on him, and he needed to improve existence, which wasn't something he could do unless the enemy was at his best. Let's do this. Did he want to go big, or did he want to go fast? Bang! Duke Horacio appeared beside him before he realized what was happening. Fast it is. Bang! 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 Damien moved back at extraordinary speeds, but the Duke always managed to keep up. The atmosphere made loud bangs as it became unable to handle Horacio's presence. He was moving on an impossible trajectory that could only mean he started to influence time. Damien grinned wildly. His body was soon covered in a formless film of energy. He disappeared from sight. The rest of the battle could not be viewed from the outside world. Damien and Horacio were now zipping around inside the fabric of spacetime. It was a confusing ethereal dimension that almost didn't exist. They both were accustomed to it, but if anyone else was put in their shoes, their minds would have been broken by the sheer conceptuality of their position. Back and forth, they attacked each other. Strengthened by his edict, Horacio was exerting a level of control over the natural world that Damien had never seen in someone other than himself. It was beautiful, it was fun. Damien was having a great time, but he wasn't satisfied with just this. He didn't want to control the fabric of spacetime. He wanted to warp reality itself until it was nothing more than a reflection of his desires. He wanted to be an absolute Vumum, the universe. Heard his call, the existence within him roared, begging him to complete it and gain the control he spoke of. Reality began to twist, that something which had been changing in the heavenly world. That something which Damien only recently sensed, it began to rear its head again. Damien felt his blood getting hotter. His mind got clearer as his thoughts disintegrated. At a certain point, all he saw was white. Space and time were merely a single aspect, but they were fundamental in keeping reality as stable as it was. Space and time, under the weight of Damien's presence, they began to tear. It seemed something like an edict was blooming inside of his body. Chapter 1546 Duke Horacio. 4. Damien's strange state of existence confused the entire cosmos. He had the power of a god. He had the aura of one as well. However, his actual level hadn't changed much, only being adjusted numerically by the system whenever it noticed that he was too strong for its judgment of him. Leveling up hadn't affected Damien in many years. In truth, the concept of levels didn't matter to him at all, because he was outside the control of the system. Damien's legend was only his to control. It would be enhanced by him and him alone. The system didn't have any place to interfere in the process or aid him, and if the system couldn't do it, wasn't it natural that the heavenly order couldn't either? Edicts were meant to be granted to people who were acknowledged in their godhood. They would be manifestations of everything the God stood for, a true coalescence of his self. But for Damien, whose soul and body were unreadable, whose power was existence itself, how could the heavenly order create an edict? Boom! 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 The sounds all took place within Damien and Duke Horacio's bodies. Their current environment didn't allow the intrusion of sound, space-time warbled, creating pulses that resonated with each other and spread outward, affecting a large area. 100,000-kilometer-wide area around the two men had been plunged into chaos, with the shifting of space. Objects and living beings were displaced into random areas. With the shifting of time, life forms aged rapidly and sometimes even aged backward, finding themselves in a completely different state than they were originally in. If that was the end of it, the problem would be somewhat manageable, but it wasn't even close. The environment itself was subject to the displacement of space and time. The mountain was sliced into chunks and thrown all around. The forest below aged and died, becoming a barren land. Even the soil went through a myriad of changes, absorbing mana, evolving, and dying all at once. Still, Damien and Duke Horacio remained unseen, hidden within the folds of spacetime. To an outside observer, this change could only be considered a terrifying disaster caused by a miracle. With the shifting of space, objects and living beings were displaced into random areas. With the shifting of time, life forms aged rapidly and sometimes even aged backward, finding themselves in a completely different state than they were originally in. Fighting the Duke took a lot of mental concentration. Ever since the man began inadvertently touching time, his moves had become more dangerous. Boom! Damien got hit in the shoulder. He flew back, cushioning his fall with the spacetime layers around him. Necrosis, his cells were dying. They rapidly aged, and as if that wasn't enough, the fundamental organelles within were displaced. Damien's genetic code itself was being changed by Duke Horacio's power. And as he found out, while the necrosis could be dealt with through transcendent regeneration, the displacement couldn't. He had to manually rearrange his cell structures so that he as a person wouldn't be changed into something monstrous or non-living, and all the while, he had to dodge the Duke's attacks and counterattack so that this situation wouldn't be prolonged for too long. Duke Horacio approached again. His fist went out in the form of a punch, but Damien didn't dodge backwards. Instead, he ducked down, changing his orientation. It was as Damien predicted. In the last moment, Duke Horacio pulled his arm up, and the spacetime layers on both sides crushed in. If Damien had dodged in any direction that wasn't up or down, he would have been caught in that move. Damn, Damien had a lot of fine control over space and time, but Duke Horacio's edict was more instinctual. It allowed him to mobilize the power of his surroundings far faster. The basis is still telekinesis, it was just that his power had been transferred to an ethereal level. Damien pushed his arms out. Boom! An explosion of space and time rocked the Duke, throwing him back. Damien chased him, sending forth a barrage of concentrated spikes made of the two laws, cutting through the foreign noble's body. Every power that Horacio used, Damien could use as well. After all, the basis of the Duke's strength was the two laws Damien was most familiar with. Boom! 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 The back and forth between them was unending. With spacetime itself at their command, they worked to destroy each other's bodies and repair their own. This process was relatively easy for Damien since he only had to worry about half of it, but it was different for the Duke. Despite using his whole strength, he was being whittled away by the accumulating damage Damien caused. More, Duke Horacio pushed his power to the limits. The spacetime layers around him began to flow more uniformly, merging into a massive wave of chaotic energy. Boom! He threw his arm forward. The entire spacetime tsunami tore towards Damien, threatening to wipe his entire existence away. Damien's eyes narrowed. He frowned, but it wasn't an expression of discontent. I can do this. Damien felt like he could take this move easily, despite what his mind told him. Logically speaking, he would still have to dodge even if he could dissipate the massive wave of spacetime. However, as he let his arms fly, controlling the spacetime around him, he found it to be smoother than he thought. For some reason, the difficulty he had with controlling his mana was starting to disappear. It became easier for him to maneuver it however he wanted. With one push, Damien recorrected the spacetime layers to their original positions. The tsunami dissipated as if it had never existed, but the force it contained was still left untouched. Damien took the force itself under his control, making that intangible force tangible, and as he slammed his arms to the side, reality itself obeyed, throwing the Duke back into the outside world. Damien rushed forward, exiting the spacetime layers. He saw the chaos in the surroundings, but he didn't focus on it. Vumum, Damien's mana roared, Duke Horacio's Malik did the same. He was obviously trying to push Damien back into the place where he held the absolute advantage. But Damien couldn't allow that. Space solidified around the Duke, blocking his movements. He tried to bend it back to its normal state and counter, but it didn't work how he expected it to. This iteration of space law was Damien's own creation. It was completely separated from both of their home cosmos, and it would take more than a moment for Duke Horacio to understand and solve it. That was, Damien looked down at his hands in surprise. He swept them through the air a few times, wondering if what he was feeling was a lie. Isn't this easy? Damien flicked his finger forward. The prison around Duke Horacio changed. The space turned into darkness, and the darkness itself was a reflection of light. Of the elements of Yang, the laws merged and changed so fluidly that it caught Damien off guard. And on top of that, none of those laws he used were similar to the ones he knew. Can I alter things this easily? Duke Horacio had used an edict. Since that moment, this battle had become far more difficult for Damien. However, why did it feel like he was using an edict now as well? The Heavenly Order couldn't provide him with one, the system couldn't do it either. But something similar to an edict still blossomed within Damien's soul. It was born from existence, but it was more than just existence. It made Damien's usage of existence far easier, but that was only the base effect. If one was able to take a peek into Damien's soul, one would be able to see something like a cage, a housing for power. It was still in the early stages of formation, but its sheer presence made Damien's power more accessible. That was exactly the difference he felt. The cage Damien created was blown to bits. The energy that kept it together burst into the surrounding area, raising the sky. He's free. It was nice to have a moment of thought, but this fight was still going, though. Something in Damien's bones told him it would be over soon. Chapter 1547 Duke Horacio, 5. Now that they'd been fighting for a while, Damien had a relative understanding of the Duke's strengths and weaknesses. The man had an incredible physical body. For him to take so many strikes from Damien and not have a single visible wound was an extremely impressive feat. His laws were also highly developed. Including the concept of inclusion, the Duke had an understanding of his laws that others simply didn't possess, especially not foreign races who focused more on their individual powers than the laws they were derived from. In terms of power, Duke Horacio was the strongest person Damien had fought since Malevolonstria, but the two could be differentiated by a single key difference. The Duke's mental defenses aren't up to par. During their fight in the spacetime layers and even in the time before and after that, the Duke had shown signs of mental confusion wearing him down. His power was burdensome to handle. Damien knew that from experience. While he was able to compensate for that burden with several different creative methods, the Duke hadn't done the same. He's tanking the mental hits, but they're wearing him down. That could be observed from the amount of time it took for Duke Horacio to escape the cage Damien made. Plus, his eyes were unfocused as he attacked in the current moment. If it's mental attacks, Damien's mind worked at light speed. The gears turned, and suddenly, an idea appeared. Rather, it was a question. A method to defeat the Duke arose from within it. But Damien's main focus had shifted to the question itself. Existence. It can do anything, right? His eyes sharpened. Seeing the Duke charging at him, he realized that this was the perfect opportunity. He threw his body forward and propelled himself to the maximum speed he could reach in the distance between them. He primed his hand, infusing it with existence mana that held a concept that Damien didn't know yet. No, it was the concept Damien was currently comprehending: chaos, to enforce absolute chaos onto his enemy's body. That was Damien's goal, and with the Duke disoriented, he miscalculated Damien's position, completely missing his prepared attack as the man arrived next to him. In that second, Damien and Duke Horacio made eye contact. Their faces were less than a foot away from each other, but only for a millisecond before they sped past each other. But that millisecond was enough time, because, unlike the Duke, Damien didn't miscalculate his trajectory. Damien's palm crashed into the Duke's face. Strike 1, VOM. A jaw-dropping pulse of mana split into Duke Horacio's skull. His brain rattled around, and his consciousness was pulled in between reality and the land of dreams. Vertigo was an understatement for what the Duke experienced. His entire soul was put in a state of disharmony and disconnection from his body. His spiritual world was heavily protected. But those protections were torn down one by the terrifying force that threatened to incinerate his mind. Damien shot past the Duke and turned around. The man was wobbling in the air like a drunk. He didn't know what the difference between up and down was right now. it had to be remembered that Duke Horacio's physical body wasn't in the best state. His cells had died in many isolated locations, and while he'd also corrected his displaced organelles, he had to suffer consequences for using his power at such a minute level. The Duke was properly incapacitated because of the combined effect of his physical and mental injuries. It was the perfect opportunity. Boom. The atmosphere cracked as Damien redirected his momentum and shot back in the direction he came from without any deceleration. Like a speeding rocket, Damien turned into a jet-propelled monstrosity that locked onto the Duke and refused to let go. Damien's hand shot out again. His aim was the same as the previous shot, however. The Duke wasn't planning to go down so easily. His brain was a mess and he could hardly think, but his instincts were roaring at him to dodge. Using the bare minimum amount of malak he could, he teleported. Just enough to completely avoid Damien's charge. Boom, the sheer force Damien carried with him exploded past Duke Horacio. As it grazed his cheek and gave him a sense of death, it brought his consciousness back to reality. Bang. 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 Duke Horacio had understood something in that moment. If Damien wanted him dead, he could absolutely kill him. He no longer had the chance to act as he pleased. He needed to recover this situation as best as he could using any means at his disposal, rather than heavy-hitting, powerful attacks as he'd been producing thus far. The Duke switched to faster attacks with less power, painting a 360-degree radius around him in spatial chaos of his own creation. It was a temporary measure to keep Damien wary and away. Until he regained total control over his strike 2, the Duke's eyes widened. When did Damien get next to him, and how? With a palm struck his forehead with immense force. The same scenario repeated itself. The Duke's internals were filled with terrifying mana that broke down his mind and severed the connection between his soul and body. Everything was spinning. Everything was spinning, including his body. The Duke couldn't tell if reality was real anymore. He felt like he was back in the spacetime layers as an ordinary mortal. Memories of the past and present melded as his mental protections were destroyed. His sense of self was thrown into chaos, making him confuse the abilities he had with ones he remembered from others. Duke Horacio could hardly control his malak anymore. It wildly sprayed out of his body as his systems entered a confused state. He was both exerting power and losing control over it at the same time. Like a machine that was malfunctioning, Duke Horacio twitched as he desperately clutched at straws to keep himself stable. Unfortunately, Damien didn't give him the chance. That's game. He appeared in front of the Duke as if he wasn't supposed to be far behind the man right now. He reached out, slammed his hand into the Duke's face, and grabbed his head in a tight hold. The final expulsion of mana was completely different from the first two. The Duke's eyes rolled up into his head and leaked blood. He foamed at the mouth, losing all signs of humanity. His mind was absolutely crushed. His soul was still within his body, but it was swirling like a galaxy and no longer held its original humanoid shape. Evidence of the level of dissociation it had experienced, chaos. That was what Damien wanted to come from his attacks. That was what Damien wanted to enforce on Duke Horacio's existence, and the effects produced by that attempt. Needless to say, chaos worked exactly as it was advertised. Duke Horacio was alive, but only by the technical definition of the word. That's the right state. This was exactly what Damien had intended. Now, if he unleashed the power of devouring that he held. However, he did not aim for Horacio's entire existence. Instead, he focused his power on the man's spiritual world, exclusively aiming to devour his memories. Naturally, it was a success. Damien was no longer a youth who didn't know how to control the essence of the void. Duke Horacio's memories flowed into Damien's mind, and at the same rate, they flowed out. It was time for the primary portion of this experiment. Chapter 1548 Duke Horacio 6. Damien took hold of Duke Horacio's existence and maintained it. He healed the man's body, reconnected his soul, and with those memories he gained, reconstructed his spiritual world. However, he made changes as he saw fit. He altered Duke Horacio's confused soul and made it believe it was loyal to Void Palace. Duke Horacio's new memories now included a scene where he defected from the foreign races and Damien took away the Dark God's control over him. That was partially correct, since the latter half did happen, but obviously, Duke Horacio never surrendered on his own. Damien wanted to see how much control over existence he truly had. It was an incredibly broad concept, so there was no real way for Damien to understand his limits. If he was able to imagine it, he could likely do it with existence, but he'd never know for certain unless he actually tried. Battle was the perfect testing ground for Damien, and enemies were the perfect test subjects. The question he wanted answered today was simple. Could he alter another living being's existence? Could he manipulate their soul, their mind, their legend, and even the very root of their existence to turn them into someone completely different? As he continued to work on Horacio, he made sure that he didn't make any mistakes. This was his first try, but he wanted to see a success. It was hard to fool existence. The very core of one's being, a concept a level deeper than the soul, was not something that could be interfered with easily. Often, even if people had their memory erased or their souls wiped, they'd instinctually react to stimuli that reminded their existence of its past experience. This could sometimes even lead to miraculous situations where individuals suddenly regain memories they had lost, or where certain lucky souls with powerful existences remember the events of their past lives. Existence was a powerful thing that could withstand any kind of torment or chaos. But Damien was currently interfering with its natural processes. He was able to touch the intangible force since he himself was creating existence. As such, he could subtly change the base structure to prevent those miracles from ever happening. Saying it wasn't that hard, but actually doing it was different. Damien kept making mistakes in the beginning. He altered things that couldn't be altered, and with those alterations, Horacio's soul would morph. Those subtle changes in the soul alerted Damien and allowed him to correct his mistakes and continue moving in the right direction. He didn't have that many tries, but eventually, he was able to do the best that he believed he could. And when he stepped away, Duke Horacio's body continued to hover on its own, emitting a soft halo as it retained the changes that had been made to it. Damien watched with anticipation. Vumum, Malik raged into the surroundings. Damien stepped back and prepared himself to attack, but, as the Duke opened his eyes, something changed. The hostile nature of the Malik disappeared, and within a few seconds, it retreated back into his body. He looked around in confusion, taking in his surroundings. It made sense for him to do so. After all, this was quite the strange location. The ground below was filled with random patches of differently grown flora. There were swatches of dense jungle that were only 10 meters wide. Surrounded by deserts that turned into fields of green, there was a mountain, but it was more of a stump in the ground, surrounded by massive rock formations created by the debris of its now destroyed peak. As for the fauna that once called this location home, there really wasn't much left of them. Most were dead, some had escaped, while others suffered the cruel fate of being fused with other animals due to the massive fluctuations in space. Duke Horacio was more than just confused about why he was here. Nothing in his memories could explain his current position, but when he looked at the person in front of him, it all came rushing back. If it's him, Duke Horacio's eyes sharpened. Damien kept his poise as the young lord of Void Palace just in case, but he already had an attack prepared for safety's sake, though it seems that won't be necessary. The look in Duke Horacio's eyes changed. In a single fluid motion, he knelt in the air and bowed his head. Young lord, if it was the young lord's doing, then it made sense that he'd arrived here magically. The young lord's power couldn't be comprehended by an ordinary god. Damien nodded his head. It worked. I think, go back to the palace and tell them I sent you. They'll understand. They wouldn't, but Damien already sent back a message to make sure they wouldn't make a fuss, according to Duke Horacio's memories. This was already months after he'd sworn allegiance to Damien. However, as Damien didn't trust him, he didn't allow him into the palace. This was his first time being allowed there, and naturally, he was ecstatic about it. I will obey your command, young lord. He spoke stoically to hide it, but he truly was thankful. The young lord treated him far better than the dark god ever did. Duke Horacio stood up, and after bowing to Damien once again, he started making his exit. But wasn't something about this wrong? Duke Horacio's brows furrowed. He felt a strange aching in his head, as if something about his current actions was very, very wrong. He tried to think about it, but the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. What is it? He tried to pry deeper, to find the source of that gnawing feeling that ate away at his soul. Something wanted to come out, something wanted to change, and if it didn't change now, oh, Horacio, Damien suddenly said. Damien's call broke the Duke's sudden stray thought. He turned around curiously. Is there anything else? Damien smiled. No, it's nothing. Congratulations on your promotion. Click. One could almost hear the sound of everything clicking into place. A rush of emotion filled Horacio's mind. Joy, fulfillment, validation. They were bright emotions, emotions that burned away the shadows of doubt that began to cloud the Duke's mind. And as those shadows burned away, the space they once filled was completely occupied. The opportunity for Horacio to break free of Damien's spell. That opportunity was already gone. A bright smile lit up the Duke's face, something that had never been seen on his visage before. Thank you, young lord. They were words of happiness that he spoke before departing for the palace, but to Damien, they were anything but those words. That expression, they didn't belong to a person who was Free, they belonged to a puppet, the objects of his machinations. The real-world consequences of such a power were immense. Anyone and everyone, as long as they were weaker than Damien, could be forced to turn into anyone he wanted them to be. Anything and everything, it was gradually coming under his control. Before long, people would have no choice but to see Damien as a higher being, a god above all gods, and that was a terrifying prospect. Chapter 1549 Ambition 1. Damien didn't return to the palace with Horacio. He was already on his way to the next stop in his combat circuit, but if he had, he would have had a great time. After all, even if Damien informed people that he would come, they still couldn't believe their eyes when a foreign noble walked into their palace and kneeled, declaring himself a follower. It was truly incredulity across the board. From the highest members to the lowest, the reactions of everyone in the palace were right about the same. For the most part, there were, of course, the people who never doubted Damien's power, those who believed that if Damien said he could do it, it was possible. Included in that group were the 4 women who held more faith in Damien than anyone else, his wives. They'd faded into the background a bit after he came to the heavenly world. Damien definitely made time for them whenever he could, but as he began advancing at a pace too rapid for any other person to follow, they secluded themselves to do anything possible to catch up. They'd all made the same promise, saying that they would stand by his side, not behind him, and they all wanted to honor that promise to the best of their abilities. Rose and her sisters were all different people. The way they expressed and responded to love was different. However, at the most fundamental level, they all held the same emotions. At times like this, those emotions brought them together and allowed them to form a bond beyond friendship, something none of them thought possible when they first entered the relationship. After all, while harems weren't uncommon, it was hard to make one work. Rose was especially experienced in this problem. When she was young, she'd been driven by her father's experiences to try to bring perfection to Damien's harem. Behind the scenes, she suffered a lot for that before realizing that it wasn't worth it. Their natural bond that developed through time and conflict was stronger than anything she could artificially fabricate. It was back then when Rose learned to live for herself. She was always a free-spirited and curious person. She met Damien when she was just a girl, exploring the world because she was bored of her royal atmosphere. At that time, she was immature. She didn't know the kinds of scars and baggage she'd been carrying around with her, and only through her interactions with Damien and the wider world he showed her did she begin to unpack it. It was a fact that was both a blessing and a curse, the fact that he had such a huge impact on her life, the fact that he took her off of the small and boring world of a Pyron. It made her love him harder than she'd ever loved before. Perhaps that was when she started living for him. She wanted to gain power for his sake. She wanted to stand beside him so he would never be lonely. She wanted to see the peak only if he was there with her. She'd never really had that ambition on her own. That just wasn't the type of person she was. Rose didn't abhor power, but she didn't necessarily like it either. It was a necessary thing to her, and while she was well into her adulthood when she finally admitted it, she used it as a coping mechanism for a long time. The sadistic behavior she'd exhibited on the battlefield had developed into her combat style and had influenced the way her power grew. But it actually didn't stem from a natural sadism. It stemmed from the things she'd seen and experienced. A weak person, a compassionate person just couldn't survive in this world. But hundreds of years had passed. Rose wasn't just an adult now, she was an experienced adult, and that experience revealed to her the true heart she'd been hiding for so long. Rose was calm. She wasn't ambitious, but she really liked helping others. To do so, she didn't mind getting stronger. It was a sort of half ambition that didn't really drive her anywhere. But if that was her motivation, then why did she practice so hard? Anyone who had seen her train called her a monster. She would constantly place herself within illusions indistinguishable from reality, forcing herself to experience terrifying events. The number of times Rose had felt real death couldn't be counted with 4 digits anymore. Why would she put herself through so much if she wanted to live peacefully? Rose wasn't afraid to admit that it was all for him anymore. She wasn't afraid to acknowledge her dependence, but she also wasn't going to get rid of it. This was how she was. This was her personality. No matter how others saw it, she missed her husband. She didn't want to spend time away from him. If she could, she'd spend every second of every day by his side for the rest of eternity. When Damien was absent for long periods of time, she didn't complain. She was understanding of his circumstances. After all, but she hated that she just had to accept it. If she was stronger, wouldn't she be able to go out and experience his adventures together with him? She didn't want Damien to leave her behind anymore. And for that reason, she trained herself like she was her own worst enemy. She put herself through hell and forced herself to either improve or die. Because of the insanity she showed in training, she raised her strength rapidly, It wasn't as rapid as some others, but it was an extreme pace that even the most talented people in the army couldn't match. However, it wasn't enough. The second Damien sent news that he'd somehow converted a foreign noble to their side, she realized that she was already doing everything she could. She really didn't have a way to grow faster, but Damien was moving at a pace that she couldn't catch up to even if she did. That was when she received word of the deployment notice. She'd known of its existence for a while. She saw Damien working hard to create it. However, I never expected my name to be on here. Rose and Ruyue were paired together and assigned to take care of a group of viscounts. Looking at the strength of their enemies, it didn't seem like a difficult task, but the outside world, the true heavenly world, truthfully, Rose hadn't even seen it once yet. She didn't have much of an interest in it, but she contemplated it for a moment. That might be the only way. It was an easy conclusion to come to. Maybe if she kept herself trapped here, dreaming of peace, she would never actually be able to achieve anything. Maybe the answer she couldn't find within the palace would be somewhere outside. Rose liked the palace a lot. She got along extremely well with her mother-in-law and the rest, and when she could, she would help Hestia in the operations room. She was also a skilled commander. After all, to Rose, this life on the backlands was far more her style than fighting directly on the front lines. But it was obvious that if she wanted her goal to remain the same, if she wanted to spend more time with Damien, she'd have to go and fight, because until there was no more fighting left to be done, Damien wouldn't have peace. Okay, it was a little funny how she and Damien calmed themselves in the same way. Since Damien had assigned her this mission, it meant he trusted her strength and believed she'd find something on the battlefield that she'd been lacking. He never did anything without a reason, and if her husband was giving her this kind of push, if even he believed in her absurd dreams, then maybe I can too. Maybe it was time for her to start living for herself a little. Maybe she could finally find a purpose of her own, something that could ignite her passion and help her in achieving her ultimate goal. It was a prospect like none Rose had ever considered in the past, and honestly, like a gentle breeze, flowing through a mountaintop above the clouds, meeting the sun as it set through the sky, cold, yet refreshing, putting one's mind at ease, yet filling one's heart with a surge of indescribable wonder. This might not be so bad after all. Chapter 1550 Ambition 2. Rose was an empathetic person. She wore her heart on her sleeve sometimes, even if she tried to keep it hidden. She was an understanding person as well. She was able to see things from all perspectives and take all things into account before making decisions or letting her emotions overrun her. But that didn't mean she didn't get hurt. It was extremely obvious to others how she felt about Damien's continuous long absences, especially when those absences were even longer inside the palace. However, that was just Rose. Out of Damien's wives, she was likely the one who missed him the most consistently. The rest of them all had their own thoughts. Elena really didn't mind much. No matter how much time passed, nobody saw her get dispirited. Nobody saw her missing him. Rather, with every day he remained gone, she got stronger and more determined. Obviously, the two things weren't directly related, but that was how it looked to outsiders. Some questioned Elena's feelings for her husband and their young lord, but those who mattered, like her sisters and her in-laws, Claire, Serena, Hugo, and Persia, didn't raise a fuss. They knew more than anyone else that those uninvolved people were having a huge misunderstanding, and they rightfully corrected them and silenced those voices. Elena let them speak because they didn't bother her. No matter what they said, it wouldn't be able to affect her bond with her husband. It was just that the bond they had didn't manifest in a traditional way, at least not to those of the palace. Elena's ambitions and Damien's weren't that different. Rose and Ruyue also had a desire for strength, and Iris was already far ahead of the three of them, but none of them could really match Elena. Her competitive spirit wasn't something to be underestimated. When she saw Damien improving at such a fast pace, she didn't get discouraged. She got motivated. Elena wanted to be something on her own just as much as she wanted to be something with Damien. For her, whether he appeared or not, this was the exact position she'd be in the heavenly world, as a divinity, preparing to become something even more. If Damien didn't exist in her life, she'd still be here. That couldn't be said about Rose, who gained her motivation from Damien, or Iris, who gained confidence from him. However, that didn't change the fact that she loved him. She truly cared for him more than anyone else. She loved him just like her sisters and would never feel the same way about anyone else. It was just that their love wasn't the kind that needed constant nurturing and physical touch. Their love transcended those bounds. The two of them would always know how each other felt. No matter how much time passed or what the two of them were doing, they would always be there when the other was in need. Elena wanted to do things outside her relationship with Damien. She wanted personal success just as she wanted success for them as a group, so the fact that Damien wasn't ever present in her life anymore didn't bother her. She put her head down and trained. focusing everything she had on her desire to become stronger. She hadn't left the palace only because she didn't have a need to. The time dilation was extremely convenient in allowing her to manage her time, and with all the facilities present within the palace walls, she was able to train in an environment she had control over. This was great for rapid progress. She could experience danger and she could learn how to manipulate her laws with absolute precision. It was because of the various simulations and rifts the palace had control over that she was able to ascend through the ranks of divinity so rapidly. She, Rose, and Ryue were on equal footing in terms of power when they first arrived here, but at this point, Elena was confident she could beat either in a fight, though it wouldn't be an easy fight. Who am I kidding? It wouldn't even be an assured victory. Rose and Ryue were scary people. They might not have had the same motivations as her, but that didn't mean they weren't training hard too. Plus, Rose is crazy. Rose's training methods were not something another person could handle. She and Ryue had gone extremely broad in their divinities. Rose was trying to control reality itself, while Ryue wanted all elements of Yin in her grasp. Unlike them, Elena had chosen to follow a more constrained path. She wanted to take a single concept to its absolute limit and transcend it. This meant that she wasn't as versatile as the two, but it also meant that the potency of her attacks couldn't be compared with theirs. The problem is, she hadn't been outside in a long time. It was the exact reason she could stand proud as a level 550 demigod who could fight above her rank, but now that such a long time had passed, it was only inhibiting her. She needed real-world experience. She needed real danger, real death around her so that she could advance beyond this level. As someone who'd personally experienced it, Elena knew the value of danger just as well as the next expert. The things one could discover when control was removed from the situation, when life and death were ambiguous, were absolutely monstrous in comparison to what one could learn within the confines of their own security. If there was anything Elena was sure of, it was that her power wasn't just a showpiece. It needed to be used properly, or there was never a point in having it at all. Originally, she planned to slip out of the palace on her own and figure things out from there, but she didn't get that chance, though. The reason brought a smile to her face. Damn. He read me. She was currently looking at a plan that had been made not long ago. It was a deployment of various powerful forces with the goal of destroying the core forces of the Stria clan, and included on that list was her very name. Not just on a little demigod, but on an entire group of 5. She wasn't given a team, she wasn't given any special orders. Damien's intent was clear. Go, and have fun with them. Just keep me updated. Really, she thought, her smile growing wider. I fell in love with the right man. Freedom and independence, the things she valued, were never taken from her. Instead, he was always by her side, pushing her forward and helping her improve. Then, I can't disappoint him, can I? The gift Damien had prepared was a good appetizer, but it wasn't Elena's entire purpose for leaving the palace. No, she had a personal quest that she'd yet to complete. Every clue she'd found led to this place, to the heavenly world, yet she hadn't heard a single peep about them since she'd come here. The Valkyries, Elena's people, including her parents. What happened to them, and where could they possibly be? These were questions she needed answered, and rather than waiting for them to reveal themselves, she was going to find them herself. That was something she'd sworn to herself from the moment she embarked on her path to strength.